custody.
Yeah, I got that article already
And that's
up
the
and ready.
But what's it been charged with? Can't see anything. It's been okay. 10 a.m. Go to that. Okay.
Check
Suspicion. Okay, suspicion of misconduct in the public office. So, okay, putting the public civil service into disrepute.
Oh,
Uh,
yeah, some good stuff.
which is a custodial sentence. It can be a custodial sentence. You can go to prison for that.
Okay, it looks like everything is up and running. I have it on Twitch. I can see your face. Looks like I can hear myself on there.
Look at you,
Looks like you are on Kick as well.
Hi, Kirk. Hi, Kick.
And of course, I got the wrong. Do I have to hit freaking start on? See, Kick is or Rumble's the one that drives me nuts. Like it takes forever for this stuff to even. I have to refresh the screen just so it freaking kicks in. There we go. Drives me nuts. It should be on here in a minute. Gotta do a sound check. It should be on. I heard my voice, but gotta do a sound check. Sounds good. So we have it up and running. This is going to be the first episode, or the first show is going to be mine's Roundtable weekend event. After that, we're going to follow it up with the Quantum Gathering, and then the third thing. Then later after that, it's going to be headlines after midnight. Tonight, if nothing changes, we'll have some talking points. Mark brought up some good talking points before the show came on. We'll be talking about Ofcom and 4chan. And also, we will be talking about what else was there? There was the Prince Andrew who was just arrested after the Epstein files were released. We'll be going through some of that. I think that's going to be a pretty good conversation, to be honest with you. Yeah, and hopefully Dan will come in here and we can figure out what we're going to do with his whole Book of Enoch presentation. See what he wants to do with it.
Yeah. I mean, we were talking about that 2-3 weeks ago.
Tonight, maybe there might be a good chance Jaffe's going to come on. He sent a message saying that he wants to come in and hang out and everything. I told him it'd be a good chance to give him a good chance to meet up and talk with Otto, because he's been wanting to talk with Otto for quite a while. So
okay,
maybe if he shows up, he can have an opportunity to do that. So we don't know. You know how it is with Jaffe. So I'm going to hit record, but first, until everything livens up and we get things going, I'm going to put some cool music on and let it play for a little bit. And that way I can go get some coffee, smoke a cigarette, come back, and we can continue where we left off. So let me go ahead and put the music on, and I'll mute out the desktop so that nobody hears our voices while music's playing.
Hello, Roger. What are you doing, Roger?
Snow on the wire fence, smoke in the cold air, lights in the farmhouse, something's waiting there. Carols on the radio, out of tune, too slow. Every road remembers every debt you owe. Hands on the table, knife in the grain. Say thank you softly, say it by name. Noche de ceniza, fuego bajo la piel. We smile for the season, but something knows us well. Say gracias, say nothing. Say nice and slow. Christmas comes knocking from under the snow. Barn door breathing, straw on the floor, eyes in the darkness, counting once more. They say it's tradition, they say it's the way. Every feast remembers what it takes away. Bow your head gently, don't ask why. Some things are listening, some things reply. Noche de ceniza, calor sin luz. We set the table for more than just us. Say gracias, say nothing. Let the oven glow. Christmas comes screaming from under the snow. Not a prayer, not a plea, just respect for what will be. Take it slow, taking whole, every song, every soul. He chose the road remembers. You chose the feast, the fire answers. noche de ceniza, la mesa está puesta. We laugh, we pretend, but the night knows better. Say gracias, say nothing before the doors close. Christmas comes crawling from under the snow. Ash on the table, heat in the bones. The song is over, but you're not alone.
And understand that Terminators out there can't be bargained with, it can't be reasoned with, it doesn't feel pain or remorse or fear. And it absolutely will not stop, ever. Until you are dead. needed.
Okay, I am back getting everything set up and ready to go. Let me get stuff straight here real quick and we will be set up and good to go here in a second. Got the media source going, turned off this slide. Alright, I'll unmute everything for the show. Mark Edworthy is inside, and Tan said he will be here in a minute, so let's go ahead and do that. There we go. It looks like we've got everything set up, so. Okay, I'm back. We got everything set up and good to go, Mark, so.
Cool.
Alright, so before we get started, I'm going to do my pandering, just so everybody knows before we get started with the recording. I am doing putting the full episodes of Minds Roundtable Weekend in the memberships area on minds.com for anybody who wishes to contribute and help out with us being able to keep Minds Plus so that we can schedule the videos out on both Strange Stories as well as Minds Roundtable Weekend event on minds.com. That's the reason why we're doing it. So you still get 15 minutes of free video clips a day on both of them. But if you want to watch the full ones, you can check those out in the memberships area for feature presentations on my main channel, which is Roger_Hanson. Also, I've been trying to do a Kickstarter basically because of an idea that Do Better came up with at the beginning of the year, where we get more people onto the live stream. That's why I've added the Quantum Gathering and my show, The Third Thing, and Headlines After Midnight to the stream this year because we were wanting to get something kicked off to where members of mine who are into who are content creators can have the opportunity to stream on this stream if they wish to. So if you're interested in doing that, get in touch with us and we would be more than happy to add you to a time slot to where you can do your own show here on our stream. Now, if you want to get in touch with us, the easiest way to do it is go to the Minds Roundtable Weekend event group on minds.com. So if you go in there, you can contact me, Mark Edworthy, or Tan there, Tan I Tran. We're also available on Elements Matrix as well. At well, it would be for me. It would be Roger's Hangout. Now I'm also involved in the Quantum Gathering on there as well as the Imaginarium, I believe is what they call it, Infinite Imaginarium. And Mark Edworthy, you have everything set up there for the old generals and stuff on for Minds too, don't you?
Yeah, under the group called Minds Communities or Minds Club.
Right.
Mind something or another.
Now, if you don't want to commit to like monthly memberships on Minds too, I've also set up a Patreon as well to where, like, with all the music that people are hearing when I upload Quantum Gathering, I've been putting those as separate songs for kind of something that you can use as a donation. So I made it to where it's $12 a piece, which is pretty expensive for just music, but I'm using it more as a way of like helping to donate for like 1 month of Minds Plus. So if you want to just like donate 1 month of a subscription to Minds Plus, go in there, buy a song, and later on, if we get more members in the membership area for Minds.com, then I'll lower those prices down and take the music a little bit more serious and sell them at a cheaper price. But that's basically what they're used for. And membership on Patreon as well as locals for me is absolutely free. If you guys want to go in and become members of my group on Patreon or locals, you're more than welcome to do that. And those are just with locals it's live with Roger Hansen, and then Patreon is just Roger Hansen. So I believe I pandered pretty good on there. I'm not sure, did that sound like everything I needed to mention, Mark?
I think so.
I hate doing that stuff, but it's gotten to where it needs to be done, I guess, you know. All right. So I've got the cool background that is finished, and we're set up. No, Tan said that he should be in here in a minute. I just seen him in Matrix chat. I said earlier too that our topics are going to be on OffCon and 4chan. I know that before we had a conversation concerning that too at one point, but hey, there he is. Hey, Tan.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Good.
I just did my weekly pandering, so now I'm going to hit record so that we have it recorded, because nobody needs to hear that in the recorded.
Why don't you want to record your pandering?
Because it's belittling and it's horrible.
Well, you know, so you missed out. You know, people missed out on the stream. Will not hear your pandering and will not contribute now.
Well, live stream they'll hear it. Live stream,
it's like one person viewing your stream.
Well, they'll watch it again.
Okay, redo your pandering with the recording, man.
Oh no. It takes up a lot of breath and energy doing that stuff.
A lot of courage.
Well, I mean, literally, the air in your lungs just gets sucked right up out of your body. You know.
Yeah.
By the time I'm done, I'm having to take like big gasps of air because I had to say all that shit. You know.
Doing the cigarette break.
Well, I already took one. That was where all the music was at. And
I just rushed up my work and I just came in here. I'm going to take 1 minute to dodge away and get a cold drink. Okay.
Okay.
So today, there's a chance that we'll be able to get Jaffe Ryder in at some point. He said that he would be interested in. He's in Korea, and he said that he has to work until 12 o'clock his time. So I don't know exactly what time that is here. I think that's like 2 hours from now.
Yeah, it's 8:30 in the morning though.
Yeah, so 4 hours from now. That'd be like right around 9 o'clock. So
4 hours from now. Okay, so midday. Yeah, midday.
Yeah, that would be even later for you because you're over in England.
That'll be 2 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
I think.
Yeah, so there's a chance we'll be able to possibly get Jaffe in. As well as that, Sonia actually reached out on Teams and made some comments to me, so she might come in too. I'm not quite sure.
In our hour or in Otto's?
We have no idea when it comes to those two. They are creatures of their own nature. So, there was some quick topics that we had to pull up, but that they were actually good topics, and I figured I would bring them up if we had to, but before I did that, I wanted to ask you about what's the progress on your Book of
How's my
Enoch.
audio volume? How's my audio level?
You
Fine.
you sound really good, actually. To be
Was
honest.
I softer before?
No, you've always sounded good.
Okay, I see. I
Always.
noticed that my mic level is pretty low, so just checking.
Well, I'm the audio and the visual guy, so you gotta trust more in what I say than
Okay.
what
Trust you.
you're I
Yeah, my
you're sounding really really good on the bar. So
volume control could be fooling me.
yeah. Well, mine too.
Anyway, so what were you asking?
I was asking you what's your progress on your whole presentation for the Book of Enoch.
Oh, Enoch. Haven't done anything more about it. I lost interest, kind of.
you got discouraged about it.
I lost interest in the whole thing. Actually, I think we've talked about it already. A fair amount. So I don't know if we need to delve into it too much anymore, unless there's some point of discussion that.
So let me
Yeah.
let me get this straight. Like you said, you wanted to come back to it later on.
Yeah, I did, but
You went in and looked at it and found out that everything we were talking about was true, right?
no.
That's what happened.
Oh, is that why? That's why you think I don't want to talk about it anymore?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I meant to give a Catholic view of the whole thing,
Right.
but then I got sidetracked. I don't know if I can do it again.
Well, as a Catholic, what is your view on what you've read about it so far? Because I do think that would be a really really good thing
Yeah.
to get. What's your initial view as a Catholic? What do you take from it?
Just quick overview. We should go into details. I guess we should do a detailed show on it. But it's treated like a literature in the church. So it's just like just another writing, just like one of the philosophical writing.
Mm-hmm.
It's not it's not considered inspired writing like the rest of the Bibles is, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's just literature that somebody wrote in the ancient time. Ancient in terms of like the 3rd, 4th century. But it's interesting writing, but it's it's not considered inspired writing at all that we have to believe. Right. So there's the it may have some facts in it. And some of the early church fathers have quoted from them, but then some of them got corrected later on by the church itself, like Irenaeus and those biggies, the big early church fathers. Some of them are even quoted them, right? But just because some of the stuff are quoted by the saints doesn't mean the saints are perfectly correct in everything they say, right?
Right.
So that's that. But we can go into details in the show, I guess.
Well, we're actually in the show. Oh, you're talking about on a later show.
In a later show.
Well, I
Did you
mean,
start Did you start recording?
yeah, I'm recording right now, so.
Oh, I mean, you started recording, but you didn't do any intro or any crap at all.
Well, I mean, we've
Super.
tried that on the Minds Roundtable back whenever we were wanting to be organized and stuff, but Tan Hai Tran just never seemed to show up on time to do it at the right moment. So
Yeah, right. Okay.
it kind
Yeah,
of fell
no, I
off. You
mean,
know what I mean?
you would do the intro at the beginning of the recording, not at the
Dude,
beginning of the stream. As
we've
historically
do
speaking.
you realize that we've probably done maybe like 4 intros to this show in the entire time that we've done Minds Roundtable?
Just now?
No,
I
no,
see. Yeah, through
all
all the
through
history.
all
Oh,
this.
no, I thought
Maybe
we've always done introduction at the beginning of every roundtable show.
Okay, hold on. Let's take
Okay.
Mark's feedback on this. Have we have we done an introduction on every single one that we
Not every single one. No.
Okay.
Not every single one, but the one that before the new everyone like say last year.
Okay.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
so here we go. At I'm gonna do a countdown, and when I do the countdown, I want Tan Hai Tran to do a really cool introduction for us, so that we can get the show kicked off professionally and the way it needs to be done.
Okay.
Okay. So here we go.
All right. Why am I doing the intro?
Because.
Because
Right, sure, I'll do the intro.
Okay, so here we go. 3, 2, 1, now.
Hi, hello everyone, and welcome to our weekly Minds Roundtable. My name is Tan Hai Tran, and we have on the show with us Roger Hansen, the Master of Ceremony, and Mark Edworthy, the usual suspect, the 3 of us. We will soon have a few more people joining us, but for now, this is all we have. I don't know. We used to have episode number in the past when we were doing this last year, but we've stopped doing that now. So
episode 4, episode
I don't know
5?
what episode we're on, but
Well, I had to do that because like the episodes got so insanely high. Like we're at, like, in reality we're at episode 40, maybe 41, and there's a couple of them missing.
We reset every season.
Well,
Yeah,
season are we
season 4.
yeah,
We're in season 4.
3.
yeah.
3.
See,
No,
the
it's-
seasons are also getting pretty high. That means
Episode
we're
4.
pro at this.
This is season 4.
We're doing it
season-
for 4
episode
years.
4.
That's what it means, right?
Well, it's weird how it's working out, because like we started this in somewhere in July or August of 2023. Okay, and that was halfway through the year. So but it was technically a season for 2023. So then we had 2023,
3,
2024,
4, 5, 6. Yeah.
yeah, and then this one would technically seem like it's the 4th season, but we still haven't reached the 4th year until August. So it gets really weird time-wise. This is an area where Mark has to elaborate, because this is his area of expertise when it comes
No,
to
you
time.
made sense there. You
You
made sense.
only start the season at the beginning of every year.
Yeah, we can do that. But
Yeah.
I'm saying though, like when we started compared to where we're at now.
Yeah,
This is technically still finishing up our 3rd year. But
no, let's just do it beginning of the year to keep it. Then you have to remember which month we started our first season.
it was in August
That's
of
too much.
2023.
Too much brain work.
I love my
Start a new
episodes.
season at every year. We're on the 4th season. That's it.
I love all my episodes, dude. I've got them all. I know when every every show I've done has started and when they ended. Like I know this one started in August. I believe it was July or August of 2023. I'd have to
I
double
used to
check.
have I used to have a list and date of all the seasons, all the episodes that we did too, until my computer hard drive crashed and I lost it, all my notes.
That's what happened to me just here recently. I cried. I had all of it. I had even the 15-minute video clips that I set up and had ready to go. They're gone, and I had to just start back over, which is good, because that means I get to kind of show off how good I am at bouncing back from making mistakes.
Right.
It's
Okay, let's
for
do
me.
this quick test. I'm gonna turn up my mic level.
Oh
Do I sound any different at all?
you sound good. You sound really
No,
good.
no. There's no change in audio level from my side.
No, no.
Okay, so this thing is crap then.
You bought that from overseas, didn't you?
No. It's the OS sound level. It's my Linux desktop
Oh, okay.
volume control.
Linux. I
Linux.
understand.
That's right.
I
There, give you a
understand.
chance to bash Linux.
You know what really annoys me about Linux? It's the audio.
I think Jitsi somehow controls the mic level because it automatically slides up and down for me. I think Jitsi is controlling the audio, the mic level.
And see, if that was Microsoft, I could easily tell you how to take care of that. But since it's Linux, I mean, you're going to have to do all that on your own, because I actually had to like block out a lot of the horrors that came with using Linux back in the day. And
Yeah.
audio was one of them. Like you
Let
have
me just-
like three or four different audio settings that you have to adjust and make sure that they're set up right, or so don't go touching nothing. You're sounding good. You're doing great.
Okay, I'm not touching anything then.
Okay.
Okay.
Because like Linux is a nightmare when it comes to audio.
Remember a couple of weeks ago you said my audio was like cutting out?
Yeah. It was
Not doing that anymore?
No, it was probably Jitsi doing it like you were saying.
Yeah.
And then Otto, I was doing shows with him, and he kept hearing weird background sounds.
It's possessed. Jitsi. Some demons possessing Jitsi.
And using phones too, I think, is an issue. A lot of people like to come on with phones and everything, and it causes.
Mine is I have wireless earbuds, so there should maybe some delay as well.
We actually had a pretty damn good show last night, Tan, and I don't want to seclude you from it, because this is actually a good conversation that we were having, and I think by all means I should get your feedback on it, because I don't know if you got to watch Nancy's show last night.
No, do not.
But we had a
You wanna give a quick summary?
Well, we were talking about religion, okay, and
Oh, really?
yeah, and it was actually good when it didn't break out into any kind of arguments or anything like that. And she even had a guy on there that seemed to know quite a bit about what he was talking about. And then you had Otto on
Was
there
it the
too.
Catholic guy that you were mentioning?
The author. The author and YouTube creator. Can't think of his name now.
Oh.
It
Well, you
was,
never announced it on our chat, so I didn't know.
It was Scotty Roberts.
Yeah.
Is what he goes by. But there was Oh, go ahead.
Give it the summary.
Well, I'm not going to jump into a lot of what he said, but I can tell you some of the stuff that kind of pertains to it that we were having. Okay, it brought up some good topics that we were talking about, and it goes into a lot of it, but it's not like exactly what they were talking about.
What or is it Christianity they were talking about, or
Yeah,
what?
it's Christianity. It's some of it's biblical, but some of it's also when it comes to like genetics and stuff like that, and things of that nature, and things. Well, like, have you heard of Cohenism or Cohenism?
As in like koine, as in the language, the Greek?
Like
What?
the Kohen, with the Jewish people.
Kohanism. No, I haven't heard of it.
Okay, so like it basically what it comes down to is like a significant percentage of like self-identifying Kohanim, people who are of Jewish descent. They claim that they share a cluster of Y chromosome markers that goes all the way back to the tribe of Levi. Okay. Now, with me, I went and I did some research on this a while back when it comes to like the genetics and what determines if a person is Jewish or if they're not Jewish and things of that nature. Now, when it comes to this one specifically, I did find out that like a significant percentage of these markers do fall within haplogroup J. Now that would be J1 and J2. Okay.
Okay.
Now the thing of it is, these are real common in the Middle East. And a lot of people have termed this pattern as Cohen model haplotype, or CMH. Now,
Kohanism is widely condemned by mainstream Jewish organizations.
what did you say? Repeat that.
This is more about Judaism than Christianity, right?
Well, it kind of goes into it.
but
Now,
it's not apparently it's considered a terrorist organization from the Jewish community.
no, this is genetics.
Well, the people who are followers of Kohanism.
Oh, okay. So you know something about that then?
No, I just searched up on it.
What does it say?
Okay. I'm going to read about it. Kohanism is widely condemned by mainstream Jewish organizations and the international communities. Both the Koch Party and its offshoot Kahane Kai. Does any of those ring a bell to you?
No.
Okay, so maybe we're talking about something different. But it is Kohanism is a far-right Jewish Zionist ideology based on the teachings of Rabbi Meir Kahane.
Oh, that's interesting. See, I
Meir Kahane.
That's a Wikipedia article, isn't it?
Let me see. Where is this link?
Now,
This is Gemini telling me, by the way.
Okay.
But this link, this references sources here.
Now, for anybody,
this is from the American Jewish Historical Society.
oh wow,
Okay.
yeah. Now, later on, when it comes to the J1 and the J2 haplogroup J's, it got refined down to, and it's referred to now as J1/P58. So basically it's a subclade, and it's common in parts of the Levant, basically. Now, many of these Kohen They go across different types of Jews. It's the Ashkenazis. Then you have the Sephardi, and then the Mizrahi communities. Okay, so that's it. Now, the thing about it is this does go back down through the paternal ancestors records that date all the way back to like 2,000 and 3,000 years ago. Okay, but the whole thing about this is they base it off of the male gender when it comes to all this. Okay. And the thing of it is that this doesn't apply to the male chromosomes when it comes to the Y chromosome markers, because they usually go off of the female when it comes to that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
And they've also found that other Middle Eastern populations, some of them who are Arab populations, and basically people who are non-Jewish, who are in the Levantine area. You know what I mean? That they also have this Y chromosome marker as well. So it doesn't say specifically that you're Jewish because you have this Y chromosome marker. It just says that a lot of people who are in this group does have it.
What is the Y chromosome marker?
It is J1P58.
And what is the significance?
Haplogroup J.
What is that? The significance of that marker, though?
They're claiming that this is what identifies them as being direct descendants of the tribe of Levi.
Oh, okay, I see.
It's commonly referred to as CMH.
Okay.
So what I found out basically by saying all that was I found out that Jewish identity isn't defined by the CMH. You know what I mean? And like I was saying, Judaism is traditionally passed maternally through the mother. You know what I mean? And the CMH tracks paternal lineage. Okay. So genetically, a Jewish man might not even carry the CMH. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And non-Jewish men may actually carry the same haplogroup. So it doesn't just pertain to people who claim themselves Jewish. So
So only descendants of the tribe of Levi are the real Jews. Is that what they're saying?
No, they're saying that people who have this CMH are ones who can identify as being direct descendants of the tribe of Levi.
Okay.
Okay. Now, don't get me wrong. That they have been saying that there is a shared lineage among many of the men who identify as Kohanim. It's hard to say that word, Kohanim, but I like I said, what I found out when it comes to, first of all, identifying as Jewish is you have to go according to tribes, and like when people use the term Semitic, like the word Semitic is actually a language group. It's not DNA. You know what I mean?
Right.
So So that was one thing that I did point out last night, and I think people are getting too caught up in this whole DNA thing, like it's going to actually prove something when it comes to this stuff because they're misusing terms. You know what I mean? Like Semitic is a Semitic language, like the Akkadians used Semitic languages back during the time of Sargon, and that was a part of the conversation that we had too when it comes to Sargon. So that's kind of where it all leads in, you know what I mean?
Okay.
Now, and the whole thing about this is, when it comes to this, they're trying to say that it proves descent from Aaron. Okay, and even though there is a strong CMH in this group of people, it doesn't freaking prove descent from Aaron, nor does it create any kind of biological, I don't know how you say it, like a boundary around Jewish people. Yeah. Does that make sense?
Okay. Aaron. Okay. Aaron was a descendant of Levi.
Was what?
Aaron was a descendant of Levi, right? So so there's some people that claim that some part of the Levites, the tribe of Levi, these people that had these Y chromosome markers,
Mm-hmm.
they claim to be the true descendants of Aaron.
Right. What's your thoughts on that? You don't need any textbooks or anything. Just
I don't know. I don't know too much about it.
well, I mean, generally, what from what you've heard there.
Okay, so what is the implication of that claim if it's true?
Well, I mean, is there a way that they could actually prove that they have a descendant? Because my understanding was that the tribe of Levi vanished. They don't have any clue where the tribe of Levi is.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So, I mean, where do you come up with the assumption that you're from the tribe of Levi when nobody has any records of where Levi?
Why is it important to be a descendant of the tribe of Levi?
They were the ones who carried the Ark of the Covenant. They were the only ones allowed to be able to.
Yeah. Right. Okay. So the ark was lost at some point. Is that the time when the Levites got lost too?
Mm-hmm. So that was basically where that came from. Now, also we ended up getting into some pretty interesting conversations when it comes to this. Like there was a part where it was talking about the Virgin Mary, and this is probably something you would really like. This has to do with, according to Christian theology, it holds that Jesus was born of the Virgin Mary and didn't have a biological human father, right?
Right.
So the big question is a lot of people ask is, why is it that the Jews could not accept Jesus as the Messiah? Okay. Now, what I found out about it is because of the fact that Christianity holds to the idea that the Virgin Mary had a biological, or a son without a biological father, that would go against the Jewish beliefs. You know what I'm saying?
But the Jewish book predict that the Messiah was be born of the Virgin.
Right, but Joseph's lineage is the one that goes back to Jesse.
Yeah, I guess they didn't know that Joseph was the foster father.
Well, that's where it gets kind of tricky. Like if you're saying
Yeah.
that he wasn't the one that actually physically impregnated Mary and gave and Jesus was given birth because of his sexual act. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Then
Well, I mean, so remember the story of the Annunciation where Mary became pregnant, and then Joseph took her into his home as his wife in order so that Mary would avoid being stoned to death because she would be pregnant before marriage,
Mhm.
right? Right?
Right.
Okay. So from that, it looks like it seems like everybody thought that Jesus was Joseph's real son, actual son. So that could be one of the reasons why they had a hard time believing that Jesus was a Messiah. Remember, he was doing miracles, and all the people from his town said, "Isn't this the son of Mary and Joseph? And didn't his mother and brothers or aid with us or things like that?" Meaning they're too familiar with him for him to be the Messiah, right? They know this guy, and then when the Messiah comes, nobody would know where he comes from. That's what the Testament says. Uh, so meaning they probably did not know that Jesus was uh, Mary's son conceived out of miraculous origin.
Well, I mean,
Uh,
the whole question would be is like when it comes to okay, like if tribal identity in Judaism is traditionally followed by the father, and if
right.
Joseph was not the biological father, then how does Davidic descent function? You know what I mean?
But Mary was also a descendant of the Davidic lineage.
Mhm. That would be a good thing to bring up too, because like I never really checked to see with Mary.
Yeah,
Now,
if you trace both Joseph and Mary's lineage, they all descend from David,
the thing
David's
about the
family.
Messiah, though, the Messiah, uh, according to the Jewish thought, the Messiah uh, should be biologically should be a biologically male descent of David through the paternal line. You know what I
Right?
mean?
Right?
So
But he
that
is a biologically male descendant of David through Mary.
well, Joseph would be the thing biological male descent. It would be from Joseph though, wouldn't it? Rather,
No, well, Joseph is a descendant of David, but Mary, like Jesus, took on his flesh from Mary's body,
right?
and Mary was a descendant of David too.
You would have to look at they how they looked at women traditionally during that time period too, though. You know what I mean? To be honest, I
You
mean,
know what? So when a child is born from out of the father and the son, they don't take completely all of their DNAs from the father, right?
right?
They have to inherit some from the mother too, right?
well, well,
And so
we
when the child is conceived, uh, in the case like Mary conceiving Jesus out of through divine intervention, there was no earthly father, so all of his DNA comes from Mary.
well that would make sense in today's world, though, is what I'm saying. But when it comes to back then, like they didn't have information concerning DNA or things of that
Right.
nature. You know what I mean? So I later on, man, I'm gonna check that out too to find out how they felt about lineage, if it, because you got to admit they didn't have very high regards for women back then. Not any of the societies back in those days actually had high regards for women when it comes to stuff like this. It was always the man, the father, and the son. You know what I mean? And
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
true, but in Judaism there was some pretty powerful women.
right, and that actually comes up to another thing that we were talking about too. And this one actually is something that I was impressed with because um, the guy that we were having the talk with, we were talking about David. Actually, it got into Jesus and David through that, but then we were talking about the lineage of David, and I pointed out Ruth. Okay, and
Yes, Ruth. Yeah,
a lot of people don't realize Ruth was not Jewish. She,
right. She was not. Yeah,
she was Moabite.
yeah.
And, and this is like the great, what was the great or the great grandmother or the grandmother of David.
Maybe great grandmother.
Yeah. So I found that interesting that the whole lineage of the Messiah was actually it comes from the from Ruth, who was actually a Moabite, that was an outsider who became a
But
part of.
Ruth married into the family and gave birth to who?
Oh God,
Right? I mean, she didn't start the lineage all by herself.
no. Well, I mean, I know that she ended up having, I think it was two marriages, I believe.
No, but I'm talking about the one that she married into the Jewish family.
Yeah, that was the one that she was married to first, and then when he died, she said that she would follow the Jewish faith and go wherever they went, and
Right.
eventually she married a brother of this guy. I forgot who he was.
I forgot either. I forgot as well. I need to look it up.
You know, which I thought that was actually pretty cool because I've been doing some research into a little outpost. It was called Cantelet Adrid, and it was found in the Sinai, where they had found a smaller temple that had like a syncretized had a syncretized religion where it was blended between Judaism and uh, the Phoenicians in the area, as well as Egyptians. They were all basically blended together. They had pottery, they had paintings, murals on the walls. And I found that pretty interesting because if you'd remember back then, man, it was forbidden for the Jewish to have any temples other than the Jewish or the temple in Jerusalem. That was
Right.
you know. So I thought that was kind of cool. And that kind of got into the whole conversation of how much of an influence Egypt, or how much of a relationship there was between Egypt and the Levant, especially with Jerusalem, you know. Um, and then we started getting into the conversation about Moses and the story of Moses being put in a basket and floated down the Nile,
Yeah.
you know. So that's where I brought it up about Sargon. You know, I still have a hard time believing that that's an actual story, because if you take Sargon's story and you put it side by side with Moses' story, they're pretty much identical. Now, the guy Robert or Scotty Roberts that was on last night, he tried to compare that story to Osiris, but I couldn't compare it to Osiris because of one thing. Moses didn't have his wiener bitten off by a fish. You know what I'm saying? So, and plus, this was when he was a baby, not when he was being murdered.
Okay.
So that was kind of where that whole conversation went. So, you got any feedback on that?
Interesting.
On the story of Moses, what's your thoughts on that?
I don't know. No opinion. But this story of Moses is well known in the Bible. What's there to debate?
Well, I mean, with Moses, have you ever done any research to find out if there was like any familiar stories during the time that kind of coincides with the story of Moses and is actually a little bit too familiar?
No. You mean like any historical character, historical evidence of his existence outside the Bible?
Yeah, like for me, I mean, I believe that the Moses story was actually taken from the story of Sargon when it came to the Akkadians, because that's the same exact story. I mean, there's.
Oh, I see now. I don't think so. I don't know much about this Sargon. Maybe I don't know.
Sargon.
Don't know anything about Sargon. It's possible that they could be the same person with different names in different traditions. I mean,
Well, that would make the story of of Moses older though than what they're claiming it is. That would actually make it like 2,000 years older than what the story of Moses really is. Because Sargon with Akkad happened like 2,000 years before any of that, maybe even longer, 3,000.
What was Sargon of what? Akkad?
Akkad, yeah. He was actually the first person to create. He created the first empire in history.
Empire of what?
Samaria.
Okay. I mean, the Sumerian was there when, at the time in biblical times, and it's mentioned in the Bible. So there can't be coincidence. It can't be the same person.
Right.
Moses and this Sargon.
The story, though, for me, it's too familiar. Like synchronicity is what really sticks out to me. Where and I've heard a lot of people say, with syncreticity, it's not really people intentionally borrowing a story and all that stuff, but they like for some reason have this level of enlightenment or some crap like that. You know what I mean? But I also know that like people today, they take things lightly about how smart people back then were, like, and how connected these societies were. You know what I mean? Like they think that just because this happened way over here, there's no way these people over here could have known about it, and that's not true. They had a very, very close network where they.
Well, no, it's yeah, they're way. So Sargon, just searched up a little bit about him. So he was in the 24th, 23rd century BC.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And Moses is in 13th century BC. How they're so far apart from each other in terms of geographical location.
Well, I mean,
and way back in ancient time, there would have been no way for stories from one end to reach the other.
That's not true. Like it, you know how we talk about the Dark Ages and the Middle Ages. Not too many people realize that we also had a Dark Age during that time period too, when Assyria fell. When Assyria fell, I mean that's when things went dark for a lot of history during that time period, and a lot of people don't realize that they had huge freaking trade routes and communications among one another. And it was mostly done because of Assyria, which I don't think that they were really that great of an empire. You know, they were pretty horrible and everything, but they were actually a huge part of the infrastructure during that time period. You know, and when they fell, that created a dark age. So I mean, and that's what I'm saying. I think a lot of people really minimize how much these people knew back then. Like there was a lot of interaction between between these societies, between the Sumerians and the Assyrians, and then the people in the Levant.
Did Sargon have similar stories about uh, overcoming slavery? Was there a similar pharaoh character in the Sargon story?
Well, with Sargon was actually he was the cup holder first, and he ended up rising to power because he was told to deliver something to another king who, when he got there, the letter was that he sent with him, or the message that he sent with him, was to from his emperor, was he was told in the letter to murder Sargon. And instead of murdering Sargon, this guy explained to him what the message he delivered said, and he ended up helping him defeat the guy who had sent him, because he was the cup holder and all that, and he was jealous of Sargon because of how he was supposed to be. So that's the basic gist of that. And then after that, he was able to unite Samaria, supposedly, and created the first empire. Now, the weird part about that story is they do not know where Akkad is located, the city of Akkad. It's been a mystery. So, and the Akkadians were freaking the first Semitic-speaking people.
Okay.
Okay, which
So
is
the only similarity between the two of them is their birth.
well, the story behind their birth.
The story behind their birth, yeah.
Yeah.
Other than that, they're like totally different, like life and. Okay. So I mean, I don't know. So
I'm just saying that story about Sargon was taken and used for the story of Moses.
Yeah, I don't believe that. But okay, that's it's an interest claim, but you have no proof that he did that.
I got the proof. Just read the story, man. It's like that's
No,
that's
they're similar. You know, the flood story in the Western civilization, the Chinese tradition also had a similar flood account.
That's not flooding. That's not a flood. That's a baby being sent down a river.
I'm talking about similarities between traditions.
Oh yeah. Now the flood.
It doesn't mean that one steals from another.
I've learned to not use the word steal anymore. I'm using syncretize. It's where they incorporate different aspects of a religion into theirs. You know, and that they're like Buddhism. I've just been recently talking about it. They've been doing that a lot too. Like you had the Tao, you had the Japanese. What is that? They were doing it as their whole religion is completely different than what the Tao is even. And then you had the religions over in India. So there's different types of Buddhism that where it was syncretized into one another. You know.
No, that's I don't know. That's different, man. So there's one origin of Buddhism, which comes from the Buddha, but then his disciples scattered throughout the world, and they have different tradition and practices. But they have different traditions, but they're still Buddhism, right?
Right.
It's not whatever syncretism you're talking about, where different regions copy that. No, they're actually disciples of Buddha spreading out the world, just like the disciples of Christ went out and evangelized the whole world about Jesus. And so I don't know what that says about syncretism.
Well, I mean, for me, I see I see a longer relationship between Egypt and the Levant than what people are making it out, especially when it comes to like the story of Moses. You know what I mean? There's always been a relationship between Egypt and Jerusalem, and like what I was talking about with uh, Quintelet, that was where they found symbols and inscriptions that combined Israelite religious elements like Yahweh um, with imagery that had ties to other Near East uh, groups. You know what I mean? And a lot of it included Egyptian influence. Um, and this was in their motifs and in their paintings and pottery. You know what I mean? And it's like I said, by all accounts, according to the Jewish tradition, that temple that they had there shouldn't have even been there because it goes against the Jewish traditions. There should have only been one temple, and that should have been in Jerusalem. You know, so I did find that interesting.
But so where do you say what other temples do they have?
This one was found in the Sinai. It was called Kuntalit Adrud. And this was just a pilgrimage route. It was where caravans. It was a little fortress where caravans would rest and stop and trade. And it was a pilgrimage route. They just found it out in the middle of the desert.
Is it a Jewish temple?
Yeah, well, it's a blend between an Egyptian, Jewish, Phoenician, and Canaanite.
Okay.
All of them kind of like migrated into one like synchronized religious belief. It was interesting when I found out about it. It's actually it's very rare to find stuff like that.
Okay. Well, maybe some offshoot of Judaism went up and create their own temple. I don't know. But as far as the Jews recognize, it's only one temple, right?
There's also something else that we weren't able to discuss last night that I wanted to run by you, and it has to do with the term Yahweh.
Okay.
Okay, so Yahweh. Now, at one point or another, wasn't Yahweh a different form of worship when it came to Judaic beliefs? Weren't they there?
Yahweh came from Moses' encounter with in the bush, where it's an unpronounceable name of God.
Right.
It's right. It's like it's the letter. It's written in such a way that you cannot say it except to utter like so. It's like it's YWHY or something like that.
Yeah.
It's It's supposed to be like an unpronounceable name of God.
Right.
Uh, so so they try to say it as Yahweh, but yeah. So I think it originates from the Moses encounter.
See now I was that was actually something Nancy brought up too. Like she mentioned something about like exorcisms, and you know all about exorcisms being a Catholic.
Okay.
But like according to the Catholics, if you know the name of a spirit, then that gives you power over that
That's
spirit.
true. Yeah, yeah. I mean, if you know, that's why, remember in the Old Testament when Jacob was wrestling with an angel all night, right?
Uh-huh.
And then Jacob asked for the angel's name, and the angel would not give his name to Jacob. He says, "Why do you ask for my name?" Um, yeah. So yeah, Jews believe that if you know somebody's name, you have some sort of authority over them. In some intimate manner. Like that's why the angels, like we Christians, we have guardian angels, and we don't know their name, and we're not allowed to give them any name, because when you name something, it means you have power over them, authority over them. So yeah.
So
And some names have powers, like you said in exorcism, like when the name of Jesus is spoken, it terrifies the demon. It scares them out of the possessed person.
mhm.
But in the New Testament Bible, there was a story of some guy, like the disciples would be exorcising demons in Jesus' name, and when they hear the Jesus name, the demons would come out of the person, right? And then there's some group of other believers um, try to do the same thing, try to imitate the same thing, and they would try to command the demons in Jesus' name, and they're not real believers. And so the demon says, "Okay, Jesus, I know, and Paul, I know, but who are you?" And then they start like attacking that person, right? So
Right.
it depends on not only just saying the name in an empty manner. It's just not like it's not like a rabbit's foot. Like Jesus' name is just like some magic word that you conjure up to scare things. There's some interior disposition that you have to be in. Anyway, but yeah, so in the Bible, yeah, knowing somebody's name is a sign of authority over that person.
So
Anyway,
if you knew the name of God, what would that mean?
if you knew the name of God, that would mean you know the true nature of God, which
Yeah.
is impossible,
Right.
right?
That was something that really stuck out to me when I heard the conversation last night. You know that was something that I wanted to bring up to you when it comes to Yahweh, because
Yeah.
I know you're really big into the whole Catholic thing, and I know a lot of people have a hard time believing it, but I always say you know you got to stop and really
But
look at it. The Catholic Church was the first Christian church. Period. You can't deny that because it's the truth. If you look at the history, that's the way it
yeah, yeah,
was.
yeah.
You know,
I
so
mean, Catholic just means universal. It's just it's is Christ Church.
Mhm.
And it's Christ Church is not only for elite group of people, it's for everyone. It's open to everyone. That's why it's Catholic. Catholic means for the whole.
Right.
It started with a group of people, but it was meant to spread through all of the earth.
So now do you want to get on to Mark Edworthy's topics? So that because he's getting kind of scared over there.
He's falling asleep is what I'm
Well, no, he started getting scared when we started talking about demons and exorcisms.
Give me 1 second. I gotta take a call. You guys keep talking.
So Ofcom in 2025, Ofcom initiated investigation and enforcement actions against 4chan for failing to comply with the UK's Online Safety Act, which resulted in a £20,000 fine for failing to respond to information requests. Now, 4chan challenged this by filing a lawsuit in the US arguing against Ofcom's jurisdiction and asserting that the demands violated the First Amendment. Now, this is a conversation that me and Mark actually had a conversation about before. I don't know if you was able to hear that or not very well, Tan. But this actually was something that we were talking about when it comes to jurisdictions, you know. And I personally feel that not only freaking these websites, but these institutions that are involved with governments like the EU and even England are overreaching their powers because they're not respecting the jurisdictions that go along with each country and what the laws say that they're allowed to do. You know what I mean? You see that a lot with platforms too, like YouTube and Facebook, where they're forcing guidelines onto people that apply to people in Europe that just point blank.
But YouTube and Facebook are got entities in the UK. They've got offices. They've got offices in the UK.
They still don't have the right to be forcing.
Are you saying that if you are based in a country, you can ignore its laws?
In that law, in that area, like just because they have to follow that law in France doesn't mean that they have to enforce that law in the United States.
Yeah, but they've got to enforce that law in France.
That's it. That's all. They don't have to freaking do it in the United States.
And different law states accompany the issues with the user if the user sees
No, it's the government's responsibility to freaking enforce their laws. Okay, it's first of all, it's not the platform's job to be freaking the internet police. That's something that I think a lot of people are freaking just.
You agree to terms of service agreements?
No, I
you don't.
No. Listen, what I'm trying to say is when it comes to these laws being enforced in the EU, and that doesn't apply to me jurisdiction wise. Okay, like they are actually breaking the law by making me abide to EU freaking regulations.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe.
I mean, point blank, that's what they're doing.
But those companies still operate in those countries. Those companies still have a presence in those.
And they need to enforce it in just that country or in that region where it's being applied, like the EU. Like they,
yeah,
you know what I mean?
Do.
But
that's why in big companies you don't hear about, I don't know, or you do hear about Google being prosecuted, but if you dig into it, it's usually a subsidiary company.
Mm-hmm. Well,
So
that's the
if
whole thing.
you
That's
go
the
UK.
that's the. Oh, there he is. He's got his dog.
Yeah,
Looky
got
there.
Panda on my lap.
Well, that's the whole thing with Ofcom right now and what's going on with 4chan. Now, 4chan.
Well, but 4chan is in a situation that doesn't have offices in the UK, therefore
Right.
it can ignore it.
No, they're actually fining them for 2,000 or
Yeah,
20,000
just because
pounds.
I'm finding you doesn't mean that you're gonna have to pay it.
You know, my whole point is they have no jurisdiction over
Yeah,
4chan.
precisely.
Okay,
Precisely.
and
So
they have the audacity to say
they are
since
attempting to fine.
so they have the audacity to say that since 4chan is broadcasting in the UK, freaking that they can be fined by the UK. When
In theory.
in reality, their job is if they don't want 4chan's to have their stuff transmitted into the UK or however you want to say it, then it's their responsibility to stop it. It's not 4chan's responsibility. If you don't want it in your country and it goes against your regulations, then it's the government's responsibility to do it. It's not,
Agreed.
you know.
4chan's still alive? It's still active?
Yeah, they are still active.
Who was the other not only US only based company? Kiwi Farms.
Kiwi was see, I didn't hear about Kiwi.
I've not been following. I haven't taken any notice of it for months. But yeah, same situation.
Mm-hmm.
Is 4chan getting banned in the UK?
No,
they have yet to ban any sites using the online, as far as I am aware, using the Online Safety Act.
I really don't think they have the capability of doing it. Like these are like big words from freaking people who can't back up their shit. You know what I mean? Like how are they going to literally ban 4chan, dude? Seriously.
Creating a big DNS center, much like China's.
Yeah, the big the
Now,
great firewall of Britain.
Yeah.
No,
But if you know anything about government contracts and these sort of things, it will take forever, and it will,
Let's talk government.
Right. So it was taken down though, right? There was a news.
No, it's still up.
Okay.
Because there's no UK.
So it got hacked
EU.
in 25 last year, and then it came back.
Okay, I heard something about the hack, but don't know what. Where was word?
Okay.
Do you know? DDoS.
4chan, is it 4chan.net or 4chan.com?
Both. It's owned, but if you do a Whois check, if you find that they are owned by the same company.
Well,
I think.
it's 4chan.org.
Okay. 4chan, what are they called? 4chan Consumer PLC. I don't know. What's the actual company name?
Oh, it's being blocked by my ISP.
Okay.
It's marked as unsafe.
Okay, that's parental sort of controls from the ISP.
So. Yeah. I can turn on my VPN, but I don't know. What's so dangerous about it? apparently, why is it being blocked? Let me see.
I had to go grab a cup of coffee.
Mhm.
Are you able to access 4chan.org from where you are, Roger?
4chan, no, I can do that, but it's gonna cause.
Oh, I should be able to.
It's blocked by my DNS, blocked by OpenDNS due to hate/discrimination, lingerie, nudity, pornography, tasteless, and weapons.
Wow. Okay,
Yeah, I
so
can still access full chat.
that could be in your Linux settings.
No,
Okay,
it's my.
LISP.
I'm
LISP
using
working.
OpenDNS for my my DNS server. So
I just
Okay.
I would just prefer using that as an opportunity to make pot shots at Linux.
it's the simplest form of porn filter that I use on my Wi-Fi to avoid kids
Yeah,
inadvertently jumping into it.
family friendly. Keep it all family friendly.
Yeah.
So I mean, for me, it's like you hear that, and then like I find a lot of that is deceptive. You know what I mean? There's Sonya.
Here's Sonia.
Hi.
Hello.
There's
One
Miss.
of y'all know
Hello.
I'm still kicking.
Yeah, we
We're still kicking.
I told him that you contacted me last or today, and that you might be stopping in. So
Yeah.
I told him I didn't know when, but I knew you said something on the internet, so there's a good
Yeah,
chance.
it's pretty, like, there's a lot of music and shit going on around here. So.
You look like you're hanging out with the hippies and shit. What's up?
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
am, baby.
This is like
You know.
All those.
this is like stock. Woodstock over there or something.
They're working on cars over here. For
So
a car.
cool.
Cool.
hmm
How's the temperature over there? It looks pretty warm.
Actually, it is pretty warm. Today it's not bad at all. Kind of getting chilly right now, but pretty good in
Nice.
Texas. In Texas.
Nice.
Down in
Nice.
San Antonio, ain't you?
No, I'm in near Fort Worth, Alvarado.
Yeah, Fort Worth. I remember. Who was it? Was it you or was it Mark that was talking about? No, he lives up by. Wait, he lives up
It's
by.
actually down south from me.
Yeah, okay. So you'd be northern.
Maybe 100 miles or maybe quite 100 miles south from me.
Cool.
Yep.
So you've been doing tattoos. You
I'm working on my buddy. I'm staying in his yard in my camper, my RV. So I've just been working on his old tattoos. That's the guy I first started tattooing on, the one I talked about in my interview. So,
Awesome.
yeah.
Freaking Tan wanted to hear about the tattoos. He's been really wanting to ask you questions about, because he's been wanting to get a tattoo. It's just he.
Oh,
Right.
Do you have any?
It's like Roger's reading my mind. No, I don't have any tattoos.
Oh, it would be your first one, huh?
Would be.
Do it.
He wants a tattoo of a little Oriental guy on his buttocks.
Oh, he should totally.
Why a guy?
Oh wow, dude.
Let's get it right.
Yeah, man.
Oh, wow. I
Jeez.
didn't. I
I'm
should.
not gay, dude.
Kenny should kick his butt for that kind of action, you know?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's like get it where he's flexing and shit when you
Speak for yourself, Roger. Speak for yourself, okay?
Right.
I think that's yeah. He's channeling his innermost desire through me.
He is projecting that shit on
Yeah,
you.
projecting. Yeah.
Somebody said that I was projecting the other day, and I was like, dude, how the hell do you know what I'm doing behind this screen? It's like I don't have my camera on.
Yeah, you don't even have your camera on.
You know?
It's like, my goodness.
Filthy animal.
That's what she said.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna take it that you really don't want a tattoo. Roger's just talking shit.
Yeah, he is.
He's Catholic. They can't do that stuff. Like
I should
No,
know
we can't.
that
We can't.
anything
No,
pretty
it's not
much
a Catholic thing.
80% of the shit that you talk about is like Roger is like BS, right?
yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
some of
But
it.
we got we got to learn to tell Roger's BS from his
Yeah. We got
serious
to,
stuff.
it's a lesson in discernment.
That's right. Exactly.
You guys learned that word from me. You weren't even saying it until I started saying it. So don't even go there.
Hey, you're providing a service, Roger. Okay. So it's all good.
We call it a service.
Hey, Mark, how are you doing, Mark? I haven't seen you in a long, long time. Your hair's looking fantastic, by the
Good.
way.
Thank you. Thank
Going,
you.
keep going. The
Yeah.
ladies love the long hair for sure.
Also, the beard.
Yeah, that too. Mountain
Yes,
man
yes.
kind of thing.
Yeah.
I told him he's kind of getting rugged, and it's like the
You know
women.
what? You know what, Roger? Mark has always been rugged. Okay, he's always had the rugged thing. He just tries to hide that with the whole computer thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's had the. Why do you think I put a bikini on his ass, or at least his face on a bikini? Kind of thing?
Okay, there we go.
Because he's a ladies'
Right,
man.
you put on bikini. Roger put on bikini on Mark's picture a while ago.
No,
Right?
that
Yeah.
was her. She's the one that did that. She
Oh, you did.
that was her. She did the thong thing.
Oh, the thong. Oh, that was
In my
you.
mom's
Son.
eyes.
Oh, you did that.
That's
Oh,
what I
man, okay.
She did that. That was
body. Yeah.
She's now she's projecting her
My
inner
all of them,
desire
dude.
onto you, Mark.
perfect man.
I'm just completely amazed because it took about a year and a half before
I
these
know.
ladies started actually talking about how they got the hots for Mark. Mark is like the meat man now, dude. I
No,
go,
we've been talking about it.
Well, I
Any
can help.
chance we
Well, I can
get.
help.
Yeah.
it's like he's turned into the man meat. You know what I mean? It's like just sit there and freaking flick your hair back and look like Fabio and.
Yeah.
Way to go, Mark. That's the way to go.
Looking fabulous.
Get all the ladies.
And it's true. It's like every single female now talks about how beautiful Mark is.
There you go.
Yeah, that's right.
Good stuff.
You got all you haven't.
Glad I could play a part.
Don't start any jealousy going on. So you got the vixen.
No, I'm willing to share.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
No, but
That's feeble-minded. That's small-minded right there.
Good. Keep making him blush.
I know, right? That's the best part. Why do you think we do this?
yeah.
Yeah.
Now,
It's all the reward, you know?
so over there, are you having like a party or something? Are you guys like having like a cookout or?
No. My buddy's he's working on his wife's truck, right? She's a mail carrier and she's got to have her truck to do the mail. So he's getting their ball joints done. They're ball joints. They're not easy. It's not an easy job. You know? He's maybe halfway through the second side. So
Now,
they're cooking though. Cooking out better too, but that's way over here.
now there was something that I asked you in chat before, and I was wanting to know if you're really up to it. Or later on, do you want to sit down with me and kind of go over some of this stuff about non-duality?
I can tell you what I know about non-duality. Sure, that sounds like fun.
Okay.
Yeah, I just got to get my schedule right going. Late nights, it's pretty good for me usually. At least out here.
All right.
That's out there. Same kind of thing.
Well, I noticed like on YouTube, me and you watched that same chick, that one little girl. She's always talking about non-duality and everything, and like that. Just listening to her is kind of weird. It's really weird. You know what I mean? So I finally I finally figured I'd break down and talk to you because when it comes to all that weird stuff that's not about ghosts and UFOs, you know about it.
Well, I've had my own experiences, so there you go. And I would definitely tell you what I know about stuff and my experiences with non-dual, what I have come to know as non-duality. So.
Well, I mean, I've done research into like duality. I started talking about triality, and then all of a sudden I'm getting sucker punched with non-duality. It's like, are you kidding me, dude?
Yeah. I have a T-shirt, believe it or not, it has duality crossed out, and it says truality. So kind of like triality, but truality.
Truality. Oh, that's
Beyond duality consciousness, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, not a lot of folks can like fathom that sort of thing out here.
Well, we've got
anyway. These parts of the galaxy.
We've got to be careful though, because me and Tan were just talking about exorcism, and it really scared Mark Edworthy. So,
Mark, it'll be fine. You're good. He doesn't want to be exercised. Just go ahead. No, I don't know.
Oh yeah, here comes B. Here comes B. Can say something.
Something.
Okay, we got you. You got your audio checked
something,
out.
Something. All right.
Something. Well, who the heck is that?
That is V. Mr.
Oh, V. Hey, V. How you doing?
I'm all right. How's everybody doing?
Good. Pretty good.
So, we actually got off the religious stuff, and we were talking about the stuff that happened here recently. Have you heard anything about Ofcom and their lawsuits with 4chan?
No.
So basically, this last year, Ofcom initiated investigations and did enforcement actions against 4chan for failing to comply with the UK's Online Safety Act. This resulted in like a £20,000 fine for failing to respond to information requests. So 4chan turned around and challenged this by filing a lawsuit in the U.S. arguing against Ofcom's jurisdiction and asserting that the demands violated the First Amendment here in the United States. So that was what we were getting into. Now, regarding the Ofcom 4chan situation, on July the 10th, 2025, that's when Ofcom opened the investigation into 4chan. Okay, that regarded the platform's failure to manage illegal content and respond to statutory information requests, is what they said. Now, after 4chan failed to respond to multiple requests, which included queries about revenue and risk assessment, Ofcom then issued a provisional notice of contravention, and that was on August of 2025. Now, in October of 2025, a confirmation decision was issued, and it imposed the £20,000 fine and potential daily penalties for continued non-compliance. That's how it all played out on their side. Now, then with the legal challenge, 4chan turned around and sued Ofcom in the U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia on August the 27th of 2025, seeking to block the enforcement actions. Now, 4chan argued that the UK's Online Safety Act improperly targeted U.S. free speech rights. And that brings a jurisdiction dispute into play, which that's what me and Mark Edworthy were just talking about. Now, 4chan contends it isn't subject to the UK's regulations. Well, Ofcom asserts that the Online Safety Act applies to any service with a significant number of users in the UK, regardless of where the company is based. So that's something that I think I agree with 4chan on this. To be honest with you, I think that the UK has no right to try to force their regulations onto anybody in the US, especially.
Again, I disagree with that point. If you've got a office in the UK, then you've got to abide by UK laws. But
I have
4chan is
seen.
only based in, I believe, it's only based in the US. It hasn't got any outside offices.
I've looked at a lot of privacy policies and term service with pretty much anything that I do, and mostly, there's always that page you have to click. You have to give them permission. You have to check the little box, the little EU requirements box, on pretty much just about anything pertaining to the internet. So they kind of the European Union kind of has a stranglehold over the internet. This is kind of true. Living
Not
in
only
Poland,
the EU, UK, Australia, especially recently, Canada as well.
oh yeah, Five Eyes for sure. They've always been up people's asses without their permission. Yeah.
I personally feel that a lot of these platforms, first of all, are cowards, and second of all, freaking just because they have a freaking office in that country, that doesn't mean that it has to be internationally freaking regulated. If that office that's in England, let me finish. That office in England should enforce those regulations in England.
But you can't with companies like YouTube because how they're set up at the moment, they deliver all the content to you as long as they got access to your country. So it doesn't matter if you're in the US or in UK or in Australia, you can all access the same content.
All they have to do is stack the system.
YouTube would have to change its entire infrastructure, or is the conceptual.
I found out by doing the research on this that all they have to do is stack their system, and not only if they
that's going to take a lot of work, isn't it?
I also found out that if they did this, most of these regulators would actually agree with it and like it. Okay, it's the kind of thing that they would actually endorse and encourage. Okay, because it gives, first of all, in the terms of service, whenever a person goes in and they agree to these terms of services, okay, if you give them the option to decline the terms of service, and then later on if they change their minds, then they can go ahead and they can accept it. That gives them the opportunity to make the choice for themselves instead of having
and opt out at any point.
And if they choose not to opt in, then freaking make it to where they can't freaking live stream or they can't do uploads with videos if that goes against the policies.
You are talking about our other projects. YouTube and Facebook and these things are not set up for that sort of infrastructure.
That's the way they need to be. They need to get rid of their laziness and start doing it the right way. The way freaking people deserve to have their freaking stuff, because the thing of it is like, if you don't agree with it, your identity on that platform is gone. That's the worst part about it. You know what I mean? It's like they just completely destroy your entire identity. And there's people that's been on there for years at a time building up their channels.
You disagree. Well, you can always export your content elsewhere.
That doesn't work out. That's
if
not
you're
even logical.
If you're a content creator, you've got work to do. It may be
decentralized, decentralized social media.
You could use things like permaweb and bit times and whatever. But
And it's not really
yeah,
that hard either.
but you still got to set up the infrastructure yourself anyway.
Well,
first place.
even the platforms too, like stacking freaking the system is not hard, dude. Seriously. I mean, you're making it out like it's just gonna have to be this huge freaking process, and it's not a freaking.
It might be. It might. You might have. I don't know, 5,000 hours worth of content. To think of this storage requirements for that.
Yeah, let's look at the storage freaking that YouTube and Facebook and Meta and Alphabet Inc. has, dude. I mean, they've got the storage space. YouTube is the only platform where I can put a video on there and it'll be on there freaking 5 years from now. You can't even do that on Rumble, dude.
20 years. Yeah.
You can't? Do you get videos deleted on Rumble?
Well, they haven't been around that long. 20 years.
It's
Wait a minute. That means I got to check my Rumble.
Read the terms of services on that one.
So, I mean, it's interesting. Sonya got bored. She ran off.
Yeah, she said it's too loud over there.
She said,
I have my video from a year ago still there. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Well, since I was able to say my piece, I'm going to open it up because I'm
3-hour video I posted a year ago about my Minecraft game.
From 15 years ago.
Mm-hmm. I've still got stuff on YouTube from when I
first
started
YouTube's
doing
no question.
You know, but
unless they flag you and delete you.
Yeah. See, that's my whole point. You know what I mean? Like what this is freaking forced consent, and this is actually a term that's used. Okay, it's not something that's just invented. When they turn around and they give you these freaking terms of services and tell you that at later points they can change it on you, that's called forced consent.
No,
people,
it's not.
Yes,
You choose to decide to agree to that initial term
that is called forced consent.
That's not forced consent. You could choose another platform. You could create your own infrastructure.
Yeah. That's
choose
just
another platform.
That's called forced consent, dude.
No, it's not. Nobody's pointing a gun at your head saying you have to sign up to YouTube.
You are probably the most compliant person I've known on the face of this planet, dude. Okay?
Dude, you're part of the system. You're part of the problem.
Yeah.
He's the lady in the red dress over here.
It's like forced compliance, forced consent is what that is. Okay? And the thing of it is it's definitely a platform issue. It's not freaking regulations issue. Like I said, these regulatory agencies would freaking love for freaking these platforms to have systems set up like that, but they refuse to do it because they are lazy and they don't want to respect jurisdiction. It's easier for them to say, we're just going to blanket statement everything so that freaking we don't have to deal with jurisdiction.
Governments go, as we were talking about before, why don't governments create internal country firewalls?
Well, that's what
restrict DNS.
I agree with that. Well, that's what they're supposed to be doing.
That's a short-term sort of sticker that's or plaster that's not going to work anyway. In the case of 4chan,
it was like we went over the terms, or no, what was it? We went over those things whenever I got my warning on YouTube. Okay. And I was talking to you there, and I told you about how they've been manipulating the community guidelines in order to avoid having to deal with freaking jurisdictions on YouTube. See, if they went according to freaking the laws that were set down by these areas like the EU and the UK and the United States, then they would have to worry about jurisdictions. But since they created community guidelines, they can enforce everything on a blanket freaking level, and they don't have to worry about what country you're in. You know? Like they can force EU regulations, UN regulations. They can enforce all that stuff on you, and you can't say nothing because it doesn't.
Yeah, you can. You can say, thank you, I don't want to take an account with you anymore.
After 15 years of freaking using their services.
Then you do a entire social media platform marketing thing saying, I'm moving over to this site. Do a Facebook, do a YouTube thing, do a whatever, do kick everything. And then, yeah, market yourself. Market your new site.
So let's talk to the intelligent people. Let's hear what Tan and V has to say because we've been doing a lot of talking. What's your take on it, you guys? Tan, V.
You gotta check yourself before you wreck yourself.
What's your take on it, Tan?
I don't know what to make of it. I mean, so the lawsuit in the UK, there are two lawsuits, one in the UK and one in the US.
One, yeah, Ofcom or Office of Communications got a lawsuit against 4chan, and 4chan's got a lawsuit against Ofcom. in result.
Okay.
Now, 4chan's lawsuit is here in the United States, and the one with Ofcom, they did the £20,000 fine against 4chan over in the UK. So
I don't know. So wait, what does Mark think about the lawsuit? Do they have a chance or?
No, because you need in Ofcom's situation, you would need a similar law or similar in scope law in the US, and because the US Constitution talks about First Amendment, free speech, and governments will not push, it will fail. I thought so. So a judge ruled to ignore it, else the judge would be ignoring amendment. A US judge would be ignoring the US Constitution. If let's say the CEO of 4chan came to the UK, then there could possibly be an arrest. There was a situation a couple of months ago with I think it was PayPal and France.
Oh no, that was I know that was actually
Was it PayPal?
Odyssey.
Yeah, I can't remember, but it was something. Yeah, the French did something similar a couple of months ago.
Telegram.
Okay.
So in the UK, you are not allowed to have any site that hosts pornographic materials?
Any sites that I can't remember the word of the legislation. There's something like hindering things that could be deemed, to paraphrase, hate speech, anything that could be deemed as grossly offensive. But the definition, there's a UK legal definition for the word grossly, but there isn't a UK definition for the offence. I think.
Yeah. Is there a legal definition for offense?
I don't think so.
Well, then okay, so that's why you think the lawsuit has no chance.
Yeah, well, the lawsuit's got no chance because the 4chan's got nobody in the UK.
It could be a precedent-setting case where maybe there will be some law that come out of this that.
No, it will just be technically a precedent showing that the Online Safety Act has got some weak flaws
Yeah.
in it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I presume the US has had this issue before, possibly with TV or radio back or newspapers at some point, but with other countries. But yeah, US is just going to say First Amendment, and it's not going to go any further.
I think I think it
Full-time
goes.
might even be able to prosecute the UK taxpayer, in effect. See, that's where the money's going to come from.
I find it
Go
more.
right in my own pocket.
It's more than just like the 12, or no, it's more than just the Constitution. You know what I mean? Because it's like, if you stop and you look at it, it goes back to what I'm saying. There's no foreign country that should be able to freaking enforce their laws on United States citizens. It's completely freaking it's completely illegal.
Maybe not foreign country, but about foreign entities.
They shouldn't. They have no.
I'm
They
talking
have
about
no legal right.
the
They have,
UN and NATO and
they have no legal right to do that, and especially with the UN, first of all, because they're supposed to respect people's sovereignty. You know what I mean? And I find a lot of that as being an issue as well. And I think a lot of, like I said, a lot of these people are just freaking letting that stuff slide. You know, they're just letting it go. And this doesn't just apply to the United States.
The US is wanting to pull out of the UN, and that might happen in the next year or two.
It's probably the best thing that could ever happen. Like,
yeah.
You know?
I've made an argument that the UN is now seen as a League of Nation States.
Yep, I agree with you.
That's the end of the UN.
So now what I'm going to do, because we have like a few.
Sorry, just before you finish that, did you hear the UN actually got an Iranian Republic government into their vice president seat in just last week?
No, I didn't. That's actually kind of cool.
Iranian, somebody from the Iranian Republican Army, whatever. He's now in the peace.
I got a bail for a few minutes. I'll be back.
Right.
Okay, it's the UN's vice president of peacekeeping and humanitarian projects for the UN. The same person that is that supports the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. That is that the Iranian people have been fighting against for how many years now?
Well, it could be a regime change. To be honest, it could be the sign of a regime.
But it's ironic that the Iranian Republican Guard have, let's say, allegedly created a lot of atrocities on their own people in the last 30, 40 years. And now one of their own is the vice president of humanitarian.
In the UN, you're talking about. That's kind of crazy.
Ironic.
Well, I mean, you said he's a part of the revolutionary group that's over in Iran, right? So that could be a regime change going on over there, because there has been big things taking place there.
Indeed. I made a prediction last July that we could see a toppling of the Iranian Republican by so by July this year.
All right. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna step away. I'm gonna take a quick break and smoke a cigarette, and then I will be right back. If you guys want to continue talking, somebody's gonna have to fill the empty void inside and and come up with some conversation pieces because
Well, you do know I have a huge member, right? I can
well
fill any void you need.
there you go. Okay, so I will be right back
Uh,
and I will talk to you guys in a minute. So
Yeah. So what you guys saw? Wait, is this the third thing, or is this
uh,
what are we
I
doing
don't
right
know.
now?
Quantum gatherings.
Oh, where's
Don't know.
Otto?
Okay.
Oh,
Mine's
mine's round table
Roundtable.
still.
Uh,
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. How about that mines? You know, I just actually got onto itch .io.
.io.
Yeah, it's a developer's website. They throw they throw up. Just think of your poor man Steam,
Okay.
basically. I just bought a pack um, from itch.io. Uh, Essentially, this pack has over 1,400 items in it, right? Some are games. Well, I mean, they're all games. Some are physical computer games. Some are RPG with the PDFs. Some are just uh, assets that you use to make your own video game. So
Okay.
I bought it. It's like $10. I bought it because the money is going to the No Ice in the Minnesota campaign, where they're getting lawyers and trying to get ice the hell out of Minnesota. I'm down with that. So I went ahead and bought the material. I didn't know I was going to download everything individually, but yeah, it was like over 14 downloads I purchased. So I'm doing my part, right?
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've actually been reading report on Minnesota in the last couple of days or last week. Yeah.
Oh, dude, it's probably like midnight after headline stuff, but you know your Prince Andrew
Yeah,
got
yeah,
arrested again, right?
yeah.
And released.
We we were talking about this just before the show started. Yeah, we're going to mention it later, but yeah, I got released about 2 hours ago or something. Last time I checked.
Yeah, he's
For
been released.
he's been charged with misconduct in the public office, which is a custodial sentence. So it could, in theory, could result in a prison sentence. Could.
Well, it's funny because didn't they exile him like to some? I mean, they didn't strip all his titles. They kind of didn't they like put him in charge of a prison somewhere or something, just to get him out of the view of the public. And now he's back in it. It's crazy.
I don't know what he's been doing. I've not really taken very much notice. I did make an argument, I think, on the last week's show that if I was him, I would leave the country to Canada or Saudi Arabia. He's got links in Saudi Arabia that he could use. But if he was clever, he would have left the country before he was charged.
Mm-hmm.
But nah. But yeah, ongoing trial, so I don't know any of the details, and I only looked at it just before we started.
Okay.
So be interesting to see how that.
It'd be interesting to see some of your hierarchy there. actually get caught and go to prison. Your pedophile elites over there is insane. Probably as bad as it is over here. Probably worse.
You will. Got me thinking. When was the last time a prince got charged?
The last time. Yeah, look it up.
Oh.
That was great.
He's the first senior British royal to be arrested since King Charles I, since Cromwell, since the English Revolution.
Okay.
Yeah, he's the first monarch, first prince that's been charged since 400 odd years ago.
What did you say? 400?
Yeah.
Wow.
Excellent.
Well, it's bad when you can't cover up you do so much dirt you can't have it covered up. I'm pretty sure he's done everything. Every prince has been up to this very thing ever since the beginning of the royal family. But no, this is the idiot that gets caught. I love it.
I presume King Charles has separated himself. In fact, he's remained quiet on the subject. Best thing for him to do.
Yeah.
Just don't say anything in public.
I definitely agree with that. Oh wow, video games have gotten so political. Okay, so I just got Extreme Meat Punks Forever. It's about gay disaster mech pilots killing fascists. That's a hell of a description for a video game. Holy crap.
Okay,
what's going on with the world, man? What's going on?
I am back. So, you guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay.
We hear you.
So, I mean, you guys want to break into this last one that for a talking point that we were talking about earlier? It's actually kind of interesting. This has to do with Prince Andrew.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we were just talking.
Talking about it.
Yeah.
So you guys have already started talking about it?
Yeah. We found out actually. This is the first arrest of a of the British royal family since King Charles I, since the Cromwell English Revolution, Civil War.
Well, hopefully they do it the right way this time.
Well, they won't chop off his head.
Well, they don't need to chop off his head. We're more of a civilized society today, but
Indeed.
we need to make sure that there's no more kings and queens.
Hey?
Yeah.
Why?
Because that's the way it should have been in the first place.
Well, after your American-style president system. Yeah, thanks. No thanks.
Well, I mean, at least
he's talking about America again.
Yeah,
let's go and get him.
Yeah. Now, did you guys already talk about the police already releasing him?
Yeah.
Yeah. 2 hours ago or something. 3 hours ago now.
It was longer than that, but yeah, they released them.
From what I've heard, they said it's suspicion of misconduct in public office.
A vague, very vague charge. He could walk away with
No,
a freaking misdemeanor.
actually, that is not so vague. The law on this is well defined.
So what is it? To say that as a statement, then you know what he did. So then what did he do?
Okay, yeah. But
Yeah.
that's what the trial is going to
If you can't name what he did, then it's a vague charge.
Yeah, we will see in the trial.
Yeah, because like
Okay.
right here, it's really vague here too. On the article I got, it says a short time ago, the former prince was photographed returning to his Sandringham estate in Norfolk after he was seen leaving Elsham Police Station. Thames Valley Police said in a statement he had been released under investigation. So that's all it's saying. And that's it. They don't really get too much into the whole thing. They say after the BBC broke the news of Andrew's arrest, the force issued a statement this morning saying they had taken a man in his 60s into custody and properties in Berkshire and Norfolk were being searched. So, though the police have not said the BBC understands the arrest is in relation to activities during his time as a trade envoy and follows reporting on documents released in the U.S. Justice Department in relationship to its investigation into Jeffrey Epstein. Andrew has previously denied wrongdoing in relation to Epstein. He has not responded to the BBC's request for comment on any of the specific allegations in relationship to the release of millions of Epstein files in January. Andrew's brother, King Charles, said the law must take its course and that the authorities have our full and wholehearted cooperation. U.S. President Donald Trump also reacted, describing the situation as very sad, while a Democratic congressman told the BBC the developments were being watched closely in America.
Are they?
We are paused in our live coverage. No, we are pausing our live coverage now, but you can read more today in today's developments below. So, yeah. The thing that gets me is how Donald Trump says it's just so sad. Like, you know what I mean? And I hear people always trying to take up for him saying he had nothing to do with it. I'm sorry, but he had shitloads to do with it. Like, he's sitting there saying that it's sad that Andrew was taken into custody with possible links to frickin' Epstein. How can you say that's a bad thing? And it makes sense to me now that that's the way he's playing it off.
But isn't it a bad thing?
No, it's not. It isn't a bad thing at all.
Well, you've got links to Epstein. It's not a bad thing.
Well, yeah, if he's got connections as being a part of the whole sex trafficking.
Isn't that a bad thing?
Yeah, it's a bad thing.
So, okay.
No, Donald Trump is saying that it's a bad thing that he's being taken into custody for that.
It's so sad, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, oh, it's so horrible. How can they go and they take that poor Prince Andrew?
It's so sad. That's quite a neutral term. that could mean 101 different things. So sad that this has occurred. It's so sad that Andrew has potentially possibly done these acts.
Hey, Cruella de Vil was British, wasn't she? Cruella de Vil.
What in the Disney?
You said 101, and boop, this just popped in my head.
Okay.
Sorry.
Well, another thing that really sticks out to me there too is it kind of makes sense why Andrew and his brother had their falling out too. It might have been less than what I thought it was.
It's also been alleged that Ferguson, his wife, has been involved in relation to charitable donations or money.
Really?
I think I showed you something last week on this, but speculations. Nothing's been proven in court as yet.
Well, this kind of makes me.
Well, they're attacking this guy, right? I mean, not attacking, but they've got this guy under suspicion, and you know, I don't even know why they even still call him Prince. I mean, because Mark, I mean, once you are at the level of Prince, you're an old fogey, and all your brothers are princes too. The one that becomes king is no longer a prince, but all the other brothers as well should become earls, right? He shouldn't be a prince anymore.
Why? No, they're still prince.
Still prince?
Tales, yeah.
So they don't because I heard that dukes become earls because they're not in the succession of actual direct lineage.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah.
Okay. I was wondering about that. I was like, why is he still a prince?
Well, he technically isn't.
I think it's only the monarch that can strip him of being a prince.
Well, he gave up his rights, right?
Or he gave up.
He gave up his crown with the last situation, right?
Yeah. Something happened.
Didn't Edward the king during World War II do the same? Simpson.
Mm-hmm. There was a issue that happened between all of them, and I believe it was during the time that the Queen was still alive too. And he decided that he was going to walk away from his royal duties. So, I personally felt that there was hostilities concerning his wife because she's half black, and
no, she isn't. Ferguson's white.
Andrew's wife is black. He's the one that moved to Canada and all that, right? Wasn't he? She's the actress.
No,
no, that's William.
Oh, that's William.
Yeah,
Andrew is the old guy.
Back in the 80s, a lot of people hated old Fergie. Princess.
I know a lot of people hates Prince Albert.
I know a lot of girls that love Prince Albert.
Dan's back.
Yeah, Sarah Ferguson.
Oh, wait. You couldn't hear me. I was on mute.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I was screaming out Prince William when you were talking about Prince Albert. Or Prince... what was the guy that was just arrested today?
Andrew.
Prince Andrew. Yeah.
So what's your take on it since you're not muted now?
Me.
Yeah. Have you heard much about it?
I just read the news. That's about it. I mean, okay. I don't have any strong feelings about it either way.
Mark Edworthy is the one who brought it up, so don't blame me.
Yeah, it's his prince.
Yeah, he's
your prince as well. You're
Yeah,
Canadian.
you're right. You're right. You're right.
Well, he's Canadian, but they don't really like the royal family all that much.
Sometimes we do.
Some don't.
So with a lot of this, man, it's kind of goes back to what we were talking about last week. Whenever I was talking about that one guy who got busted coming back, what was it from? He was that Australian. He was with politician. He got busted coming back
Oh, yeah, I remember.
from
Sort of.
Cambodia, wasn't it?
Can't remember.
Yeah.
Location.
So it sounds like the UK is starting to crack down on all these people who were affiliated with Epstein and stuff. So
I doubt it. It's only 2 cases: Peter Manderson and Andrews. Gonna be the 2 serious big names.
So I mean, it's actually pretty telling that they're arresting a prince.
yeah,
Yeah.
that is actually pretty interesting because I mean, any average Joe that would be one thing, but this is like this is like the former prince of the UK, brother
Oh
of
no,
the king.
still Prince.
Still Prince.
Well, according to the BBC, they're classifying him as the former prince.
Oh, because the royal family, like they disowned him, or what? Was there any official?
I don't know. I'll need to do some research on that one.
And plus, you also have to take into consideration that it is the BBC. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The only reason why I read the BBC was because it was more of a English thing. So I mean, it'd be best to just read it from the BBC than foreign.
According to newscom.au, so I'm Australia, Sydney, Sarah Ferguson has been missing in action since the arrest.
Oh, really?
With reports suggesting she's gone into hiding.
This statement that they issued,
yeah.
So, what's your take on it? Do you think maybe she turned him in or turned state's evidence?
We don't do state evidence in this country. We are, yeah.
She said, "I'm sick of your shit. I'm gonna turn you
No, there might be as I said, there is suggesting allegations out there to suggest that she was funding money.
Well, I mean, I find it kind of disgusting that English people would do stuff like that.
So do I find it anybody would do that sort of thing.
You would never see stuff like that taking place here in the United States.
I bet you will. I bet you.
Well, this is all rap. Oh, go ahead. He's cracking up. Your audio's messing up on you again, Tan. Something's going on there. Yeah, there it kind of went.
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm
okay,
joking.
so I was saying that Andrew is no longer a prince.
Yeah, that's what I was hearing on the BBC article I just read.
King Charles stripped him of his title last year.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
that's why the news said they
New York Times also reported former prince. Yeah.
So I mean, like, and you gotta. I was just joking because all this rotates around the Epstein case, you know, and it's like we've been talking about too. I think that it's really sad that all of this has been turned into what it has been because this is some very serious stuff that's taking place.
It's still early days.
Well, they're trying to turn it into freaking Pizzagate and shit like that. You know what I
Okay.
mean? If you go on X and you see all the dumb shit they're posting on there about the
I
Epstein
don't go
file.
on X and look at dumb shit. I don't go on X at all these days. So,
Well, it's
yeah.
there.
So Charles must have known like half a year ahead of time before the arrest that he would be arrested.
Yeah, he should have, like I said earlier, he should have left the country when he had the opportunity to. He would. I'm guessing they would either end up in Canada or in Saudi Arabia. UAE, maybe.
Well, the thing that really gets me is like Charles, that like all of this should have been common knowledge to everybody in the royal family, and David Icke even brought that up. You know what I mean? They all had to have known that this stuff was going on.
Maybe not to the level of how what's it could be going on, or could have been.
It's true. the thing that gets me though is it's like everybody just kind of like folds over like no big deal. You know what I mean? Charles didn't even, from what I read there, he didn't even have an issue with his own freaking brother being taken into custody.
Well, yeah, he shouldn't say anything in public. His response is a correct response as far as I can see. Law must be carried out. Doesn't matter if you are a simple peon like myself, or a simple serf, or the King of England. We abide to the same laws.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's good that you feel that way. Being an Englishman, I would be ashamed of myself as a Brit that my you know, really prestigious country in the land has been dirtied and turned into something corrupt and wrong with bad bread and you know, it's like
and
now
flies. Oh my
Yeah.
gosh.
Yeah. It's I would be ashamed of myself as an Englishman if I had to wake up in the morning and find out that the prince of my country has done such horrible things.
Ex-prince.
Ex-prince.
He's not even a crown prince.
Yeah, it's true.
He's not even the artist formerly known as Prince.
That was that's just horrible.
Still known as Prince.
Low hanging fruit.
Yeah.
Get your hands off my balls. Okay, anyways.
Well, I mean, I've said that a few times too. I've already had my conversation about that, like this LBGTQ thing. Like they should never put the Q at the end of it because like people need to understand what a queer is.
What's that got to do?
Oh, trust me, it has a lot to do with it. Okay, like back when I was a teenager, I was a long hair freaking stoner dude, and there's a lot of freaks that like to drive around the neighborhood. They were called perverts. Okay, they were called queers. So that's my experience with queers as a teenager. They aren't.
a great time to jump into the conversation.
Yeah, I know.
You know, I've
Oh
been
yeah, Otto, we were just talking about you. How's it
Yeah,
going,
yeah,
bud?
yeah. All charges were dropped, pal. Okay, but I got some pull at City Hall. All right. I partied with the mayor. I got some connections. I got some pull. No, this is great because I've been threatening to bring my pal Chad on here for a while with the war stories and stuff, and I was texting him earlier, and I said, you feel like coming on, come on tonight, or I'll have you on my show Tuesday. And so I said, well, look, here's a link to the live stream. Why don't you tune in and, just listen in tonight. Just, give it a listen and see what kind of guys these are. And I tune in and it's like, oh, yeah, well, Roger's going on about perverts in his neighborhood and stuff. It's like,
Yeah. Well,
yeah,
I
I'm
mean,
sure he's going to want to.
these are legitimate things though that I was talking about. Like people misuse terms. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a different. Like even like back in the 80s, people understood there was a difference between being gay and being queer. You know what I mean? Like being
Well, queer just meant strange. Like queer is a $3 bill, or
and gay meant happy. So happy and strange.
Yeah. Although that is an interesting way of the Sapir-Whorf theory backfiring on people. You guys know Sapir-Whorf, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the idea that if you change the way people speak, it changes the way they think.
Right.
So, and again, I don't care what people want to do in the privacy of their own home. I don't, I'm very libertarian that way as far as it goes. But I personally find the acts involved in homosexual, I find that rather repugnant. In fact, it makes me want to throw up if I think about it in detail. And this is, I think, the normal reaction of most people. So it's like, for most people, this is not seen as a good thing. I can tolerate and accept that you want to do that, but it's not something I want to celebrate or anything else. So people are saying, well, how are we going to rebrand? We got to make people think more positively about homosexuals. I know, we'll say we're gay because gay is a happy, wonderful word. And if people stay gay about homosexuality, suddenly they'll think it's a wonderful, good thing. They'll like it. And instead, gay became the deadliest schoolyard insult in America in a very short time, and now the fake and gay, and it's so it's like, and I think Schopenhauer said something about this. I think the phrase, it was something like, women's dressmakers want to be known as women's tailors, but the opprobrium attaches to the new term because it doesn't go with the it's the pursuit itself that has opprobrium, not the wording behind it. So. But Sapir-Whorf, I think, is a very limited. I think it's been pretty much. I don't think anyone accepts it anymore, really. But that seems to be the way a lot of the propaganda that has been, inculcated into our society. Sorry, I've got some of that Vixen stuff left over from last night. But it's like, they just have this whole thing of trying to change the words you're allowed to use. And in the back of their minds, they've got this weird bastard idea of Sapir-Whorf that they probably picked up third hand from a science fiction novel or something. They don't actually know any sociology or anthropology, much less linguistics. But if we just make people say different words, they'll think differently. Okay. And it doesn't really. It just makes people angry and upset.
Okay, I'm so glad you let your feelings be known on homosexuality there, buddy.
Now,
yes, it's horrible. I know. I mean, hey, you can give things a try, but they just don't work out.
Now, before we start with that,
That's what she said.
Hold up. I'm gonna have to bring this recording to an end so that we can start up the next one for the Quantum Gathering, because we're finishing up on the Minds Roundtable weekend event, and after this we'll go into the Quantum Gathering. So let me hit the stop on the recording, and then I'll hit the recording again, and we'll be ready for the next one. So
Mike will show up again,
cool.
Unless his pipe freeze.
I have I've got to say, man, we've had an interesting start to the beginning of this. We had Sonia actually come in.
Oh.
It was pretty good. She came up out of nowhere. Now there could be a chance that Jaffe comes in. He said he was wanting to come in and hang out with you.
Oh, he was. Oh, yeah. I think I saw something about that in Element that you mentioned.
Hmm. So there's a good chance that should happen. So
Well, if he does, let you know. Let me know, and I will make my way out.
Oh,
okay.
really? You don't get
Yeah.
along with Jeffy?
No, they haven't gotten along in quite a long time.
It's not that we don't get along. It's just that I don't. We're
I don't really
past.
know
We're
the guy
past.
very well, so it's
Well, we're past our previous issues. It's just I don't want to be associated. He does some real like he's really Jerry Springer type style. Like if he senses drama, he's going to hop onto that drama. He'll even mix himself into the drama to make it worse, so that he has something to record.
This is
But,
not the first time I have heard this
yeah, so I have no respect for him. So I have
from
zero.
other people.
Yeah, I have zero respect for him, and I
So-
won't be on a recording with him because of it.
So well, we'll see if he even shows. But yeah, no, I don't think I've talked to him very much, if at all. But I have heard similar things, and I'll go no further because I write speech. I don't spread tales and stuff. But I think that I am justified in going far enough to say is like, aha, this is not the first time I've heard this description of his behavior.
Right.
But I haven't experienced it directly myself.
Right.
Yet.
Yeah.
But, well, no, I give everybody. I take everybody as they come. But that's that's interesting.
Well, if you really want to know what happened, I'll give you the nutshell. He interviewed me. I'm the one that taught him what government means, and he'll hop on different calls, different shows. He'll be like, "Yes, you know that government means mind control, gouvernemente." It's like I'm the one that taught him that, but anytime mind control gets brought up, he'll hop in front of me and say it before I can.
Right? Huh.
Like the real slime ball kind of stuff.
I mean, that's the sort of thing that I think a more courteous thing would be like, oh yeah, I've heard about that subject, but really you should listen to V on this. He's the guy that told me.
Right.
And
so he kind of owned it and made it his own, even though that's like my area of expertise. And but yeah, no, he had me on, and I was trying to promote a company. I basically just got on the board of directors of this company that was basically selling weed before guns became available everywhere.
Right.
So so one of the other people that was involved with the company came on. This particular person has a drinking problem, horrible drinking problem, and he doesn't know when to shut his mouth about stuff. And they became like buddy, and he basically he's talking out of his mouth, and we're going back and forth, and Jaffe's just loving it. He's like, "Oh my god, controversy!" And he's like putting the fire on the to the fuel there, and he's perpetuating and being an instigator. And it's like, listen, I don't do Jerry Springer type shows, so we're ending this now, And so because of this, he ended up not only getting his friend kicked out of the company. Yeah, because of what he said. I left the company, and the company kind of crashed afterwards. So this is
that's bad karma.
This is the kind of person Jaffe is, and I don't want any relation with him anytime soon.
That's the kind of guy that we used to have a saying, you keep him on a short leash.
Yeah, I want him out of my sight.
I used to know this guy. He was a really great, fun guy, but only in certain areas of life. And in other areas of life, you didn't go there with him. As long as you just stayed away from like, this particular guy was. I'll tell you a story. This is a true story. This isn't the Quantum Gathering yet. So a bunch of people got together and decided to buy something that was in the black market at the time. It was a substance. That's all I'll say. And they gave the money to him. And I'm like, it wasn't something that I ever did or do, and it wasn't something I wasn't going to give. I knew better than to give this guy money. So he goes off, and this is the thing.
Mhm.
He goes off, and everybody's waiting for hours. He comes back hours later, and he didn't bring anything back because it was so bad quality he wouldn't insult them. He just did it all. But he will pay them back payday, next week. And that was him typically. But a really sweet, good guy. But there were certain areas where it just wasn't. Don't rely on him to pump the air if you're going down in a deep sea diving suit, because some girl will walk by on the dock and he'll like completely forget this sort of thing. But on the other hand,
Right.
he was a great guy if you wanted someone to sit at the bar with and tell jokes and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But not much more.
Right.
I'm not saying, it's a one-to-one, but I'm just saying, every person, you've only got certain areas sometimes that you really want to associate with them on.
Yeah, well, I mean, and on top of it, doing his shows, he's got to thank everybody who's done something for him, and it's like 30 minutes of an intro.
Really?
To a 2-hour show. I fell asleep on him a couple times. Like, if 30 minutes, he's still talking. He hasn't even introduced me yet. 30 minutes in, it's like I can't. This kind of people that just love to hear themselves talk, essentially. And Jaffe's one of those people. Yeah. So I'll do without. Thank you.
It's a pretty presumptuous handle, when you're taking on the handle of Jaffe Ryder, which is from a very famous book. Wasn't Jaffe Ryder the Neil Cassidy character from On the Road?
He even has to steal someone else's name. That's great. Wow, he's a piece of work. Okay.
Well, we all have we're on the internet here. Nobody uses their real name except for Mark Edworthy, but it's hard. Sir Mark Edworthy Baronet is so well known around the world he can't possibly hide himself. But
no, his lordship is too grand.
Some people only use an initial, just a letter.
Yeah, I don't use a name at all.
Five is here. Hello, Five. It's the law of five.
There you go. Yeah, I want to keep a name out of it. I'm quite the opposite. I don't need to be known, but my information does. So that's just what I focus on. I'm not a egotistical person that needs to hear himself talk for 30 to 40 minutes, actually, before he can introduce his own guests.
That's you don't have to be there on time. You can just get there a half hour late and you'll be in time for the show.
If I ever did another show again, which probably will never happen, but yeah. Yeah.
What kind of show does he do? What's the topic?
I'm sorry, what are we doing right now?
No, I mean that Jaffe does. What kind of show were you doing? What kind of shows does he do? Ancient Aliens, or?
I think he's just trying to keep up with the Joneses with his show. I think it's about anything, pretty much.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, we got a snowstorm coming here. I just saw a couple of little icons. Oh, yeah, a little thing. I'm house sitting a friend of mine's cat, babysitting his cat. I'm not actually staying there 24/7, but I go over there every day, spend a few hours with the cat, play with him and stuff. He knows me very well. And my buddy calls me with Palter Brian, and he's like, there's a snowstorm coming. I was like, yeah, I saw some flakes on the forecast thing. It's probably just that. So I look it up. It's 6 to 9 inches with a half an inch of freezing rain as well. I'm like, oh, it starts tomorrow morning, runs through the afternoon of the next day. Okay, I was hoping all that was over with, but it's still February, I guess.
Oh, my God.
I went out and got extra milk. So.
Oh, the restraint I have right now.
Uh-oh. Thank you. We all thank you for your restraint.
Wait, have we started quantum gathering yet?
I don't think so.
I was
starts
gonna
at
say
9
it's
o'clock.
okay for you to. It's okay to
got a
leave
minute.
and go and enjoy some strange pussy. All right, it's okay. You don't have to tell the, that you know the cat. You got permission or anything. You got some strange. It's okay.
Very funny.
Yes.
Okay, all right. You got that out of your system. Now we're going to
I
go
got
over
it
the
out of my
quantum,
system. There we
going
go.
over the quantum gathering here in 60 seconds or something. I think 9 o'clock is the traditional time. So, and I
All
think this is
right.
probably what we're going to get for now. So we'll get started here. Hello, everyone. Welcome once more to the quantum gathering. What that is, well, nobody knows precisely for sure. It's sort of like a state of quantum uncertainty. What will cause the field equation to collapse this time? Nobody knows. It might be anything from a good laugh at one of these off-color jokes, or perhaps some theological insight from Tan might help us along. Perhaps Mark Edworthy will read us in great detail the end-user agreement that we must all sign before we leave the show today. Or it might be Roger with his wit and wisdom and kind of homespun Mark Twainy kind of humor that he comes up with sometimes.
Nah, he's the dirty old man.
Not on this show, he's not. We're keeping it clean. So hello, everybody. Welcome to the Quantum Gathering. We're here going to talk about the arts. We're going to talk about technology. We're going to talk about artificial intelligence, which is what the hoi polloi call large language models, or LLMs. And perhaps even discuss some of the differences between artificial intelligence and actual intelligence. But hello, everyone. Welcome to the show.
On.
Hello.
Oh, good. Everyone's microphones seem to be working. Roger doesn't seem to be saying much, but he likes to be quiet sometimes. And Pan is muted. I don't know the show he's going to hang with. So yes, we've all been thinking about artificial intelligence of late. And now they're talking about the AI bubble actually bursting. And this is an aspect of it. And maybe, Mark, you might know a little something about this. But there has been a huge amount of monetary investment in these technologies. And also apparently investment in building up power grids, the infrastructure to provide the electricity that's going to be needed for them. And yet, from what I've heard, it actually hasn't started making any of this money back. And I think some of the investors are starting to wonder how much longer all of this is going to go on before, well, the bubble bursts. So,
Are you seeing the same thing as the dot-com bubble in, 2000?
Yes. Yeah. I tried to start a .com and get in on the bubble, but I didn't do it until 2001, so I missed the bubble.
Yeah, I was actually working as a web developer at the time, funny enough, doing the e-commerce sites.
Huh.
Yeah, didn't really affect me, but yeah.
Well, we started a website to review comic books, and this was just after Marvel Comics had been listed on the stock exchange, and a lot of people were pouring money into .coms, and my buddy's like, I want a .com. So I backed him with it a bit and got involved. And it was a pretty successful site for a while, but right after we founded it, more or less the bubble was bursting, and a couple of the comic book companies were kind of sniffing around us, but then everything collapsed, and the money never showed up. Someone told me if we'd opened it like a year before, we probably would have been, because we just wanted to build a site and sell it to one of the big companies or something. But instead, we ran the site, and we were getting like 4,000, 5,000 unique visitors a day, which was pretty good. We had like maybe a dozen writers, reviewers, and we were working with a lot of the alternative comic companies. Today, you'd call them the underground comics. And we would, an average underground comic run was like maybe 8,000 copies. So if 2,000 people are coming to our website every day reading about it, we were pretty significant in the alternative comic scene. But it wasn't stable ultimately. And the guy that was running it, I might have talked about this before. He had some deep personal issues, and he had a tendency to make people hate him, which is like he was a really, I think I might have talked about him before when he was managing, like, so we had like a dozen writers from all over the place, kind of like this, and they were like doing this editing and sending it in, and he was editing everything and doing the website, and he would sometimes meet them. And one guy came up from New York City, which isn't far from where we live, and he came up here to stay with him, and he was going to stay for the weekend. He left the next day and wrote this scathing column about this horrible person. And it happened a couple of other times. He would like meet some of the guys. He'd spend, like a day with them, and he would just rub people the wrong way. But as long as he was behind a keyboard, he was brilliant with these guys. But some other things came up, and like I said, it just basically fell apart eventually. It was never really designed to be a long-term thing. We just wanted to build something to sell. And I think it might have run for like 4 or 5 years or something like that. But Comic Book Galaxy.
Funny enough, I got a friend who started off a small comic bookstore in my area. He gave up about a year ago, but he was going to start up a website and was asking my advice on that at the time. But yeah, he ran out of money. But yeah, anyway, going back to your original point, we are going to see a peak. Are we close to a peak in the AI market at the moment?
And that's the thing, because, they're always talking about improvements, but what can they really improve that people can really notice or take advantage of? If you make something 1 million times faster, people will say, wow, but if you make it like 2 million times faster, will they, 1 million times faster is still faster than they can keep track of. If you're offering someone a new product or some kind of an improvement, they have to see something tangible, because the market is the lowest common denominator. These aren't people that are going to be oohing and eyeing over the symmetry and the elegance of the coding. They want their Captain Kirk type technology going. So what happens when investment stops? That's what I'm wondering about. Or will people just stop investing?
For me, it comes down to the quality too. Like, how I've told you about, like, I do like the audio quality, like when it comes to these AIs, but like the graphics are really, really bad.
Huh.
Okay.
They're not really good.
Okay.
Well, seriously, like, okay, like Satori. Okay, Satori makes good graphics. Don't get me wrong.
Oh yeah.
But
yeah, he just released one. It's great.
But he pays for it. Okay.
Oh yeah.
And the amount of money that he pays for that kind of graphic detail and the quality in it, it's good money. You know what I mean? So you're not getting you're not getting on these platforms and using the free AI to get that good quality. And if you don't know what you're doing with the audio, then you can make bad audio with AI too.
So what you're saying is there's money being generated by this?
Yeah, big time.
People are paying.
They're paying. The last time I checked, I believe for one of these graphic AIs, you have to pay like $300 a month for it.
No,
$300 a month.
Yeah.
No.
What are you getting
that
for?
Sounds about right. There's some actual cool AI stuff out there.
300. I guess. Well, I'm old. $300 ain't what it used to be, but it seems like a lot to a guy my age. I remember when $300 was 2 months' rent.
Well, you consider the content that you can put out. I've been keeping a little bit of tabs on all the forms of the AI content that's being created, and I'm going to tell you the most intricate, the most detailed, the most fluid of animations are coming with the adult movies that they're making with them now. So I'm not gonna sit here and say that the AI is bad. It hasn't made it yet because it has. there's a few things they still should work out. I would like for them to apply this awesome technology, not just with adult films, but maybe some kids' cartoons, things like that. That'd be awesome. Maybe some,
I'd
you
love to
know,
see Basil Rathbone playing Sherlock Holmes again. You know, I'd
yeah,
love to see. If I'd like to see an Indiana Jones in his 20s, not in his 80s. You know,
right.
there's so many things you could do. You could bring Humphrey Bogart together with Charlie Chaplin and the four original Marx Brothers. You could have any actor that you could think of that you like with any other actor doing anything, including anything. But I've seen some. I don't know if you guys have looked at the Doors brothers. They have a YouTube channel. They do some very realistic stuff, and they've actually got an AI service now called Door Labs. I think I shared that in the Element, Roger, once. It was just very interesting. But again, it is a paid service. And I did not stick around long enough to see what the fee would be because I don't have the money for that. But just the results they do. I mean, this is something that we were talking about in science fiction when I was much younger about how you can make something that is indistinguishable from reality. To a point now is I don't know if I believe any image of like somebody say, "Look what this person did. We have a picture of him doing this," and I'm like, "Well, I don't know that." It used to be, yeah, if you saw a photograph, that was pretty damning evidence. And you could even analyze the photos and, say, oh, look, that shadow isn't quite right. They'd always mess up somehow if they tried to do it. But nowadays, my goodness, you can't tell. You have a whole movie, you know. You could fabricate movie footage of anyone here committing any kind of an act. There's a picture with all of us, Stalin, Hitler, Vlad the Impaler, all these guys hanging out. Like, look who they hang out with.
Well, I think it's going to get. Well, I mean, so people were getting angry about the deepfakes, right?
Right.
Now you could just recreate the person entirely and have them do things that were never done, at least
Yeah.
not by this individual. And yeah, it's because personally, I didn't think I kept checking the news on that with the deep fake stuff. I didn't think, the deep fake stuff would last, but no, in my opinion, I think it was protected because
Right.
there's going to be things that are going to be done by people who are protected by the system who actually get caught on camera, and it's going to be, oh no, it's not real. It's not real evidence. No, there's no Epstein videos. Get out of
Well,
here.
well, that's the thing. It completely eliminates this. Again, that used to be a piece of pretty convincing evidence. Now has thrown everything into doubt. So it's kind of the technology has removed that tool, which is very, very, very scary in some ways. But yeah, no, there's so many ways you could exploit that. Just the fact of the existence of the technology, like you're saying, oh well, this isn't real. How could that possibly? You know what doesn't look real to me are those bloody A-bomb films.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You ever see those? And somebody pointed out, and I'm like looking at them again. I mean, I remember seeing them as a kid. The trees and the houses exploding and stuff. The little car, and I'm looking at that. I was like, damn, that's fake. That's fake as all get out.
Right.
Again, I think the original films aren't available. Kind of like the moon landing films. Oh, we lost them. What? But yeah, well, go on, Raj.
I kind of see like in two different directions on this whole thing though, because like for one thing, I think like especially when it comes to court systems especially, all right. I believe that the internet be it shouldn't be there. Like there shouldn't be any kind of court cases where they're using stuff material that is pulled off the internet in a court case. It needs to be something that's material, something that's in the real world. You know what I mean? Like if you have evidence that's a picture, it should come off of a freaking camera.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, instead of, well, you mean like film?
Right.
I mean, I've
Film
often
or
thought about that. Like, if you're going to do UFO research, you should be using film because of the electromagnetic effects that are reported with these things. I think it would affect any digital system that's transistorized. But that's a good point, Roger. And in a perfect world, I would agree. Yeah, I'm only going to accept a film photograph. Unfortunately, I know a few photographers. It is very difficult to even find film sometimes.
Well, these
I know a
days,
guy that went to daguerreotypes, actually. It's easier for him. He does daguerreotypes. They're
well,
actually pretty cool.
I saw a Patreon, or not a Patreon, a GoFundMe some time ago. A guy was trying to bring Polaroids back. He had this little
Nice.
mini camera, and it would take instant pictures and create it for you. Which I think we should have never left Polaroids. That is still the pinnacle of technology, as far as I'm concerned. But as far as pictures are concerned, no. But they want everything digital because it comes with metadata. Metadata can be spied on. It can be sold. It can be used against you.
It can be manipulated very easily.
Manipulated.
That's what I don't like about it. I was talking to somebody about, people spend all their time reading on tablets and stuff, but somebody else can change your book or erase it, or it can have a thing. I've got a paper book with ink. It uses sunlight to read by. It's resistant to electromagnetic pulse technology. It can't be hacked. Nobody even knows when I'm reading it. It's very low power usage. I just have to pick it up and use a little muscle power to turn the page.
Well, we've kind of already done our modern day version of book burning, because with the pandemic, that gave the government excuse to cut down library time. Most places I've been to since I've been back, library is open maybe 1 or 2 days out of the week.
Okay.
Well, I tell you, even before the lockdowns, the libraries, at least the libraries around here, I've watched them going downhill. I mean, I've always been a library fan. I've known a lot of librarians. I've hung out at libraries all my life, and they had a huge thing where they were trying to pass this bond issue to get all these millions of dollars so our local library would have an expansion.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, they wanted everyone to vote for it, and I'm like, well, is there going to be more books? Because they're like, we're going to have a computer room, we're going to have this and a little museum, and I'm like, is there going to be more books? Like, oh yeah, more books. No, less books. They were done. But they have a huge computer expansion room. So there's maybe 20, 23, 25 terminals there. Everybody with a card has I think it's a 2 hours on plus another 2 hours for somebody else. So if you're just using it yourself, you can be on there for 4 hours. These kids come in after school and they sit there, they fill the whole thing up, and they play computer games.
Yes.
And nobody's reading books, and books that I joyed in going there to read. I mean, I would go there and read Gargantua and Pantagruel, which is a wonderful Rabelais. It's a French book. It's amazingly wonderful book. But when I went to take it out of the library, nobody had taken it out for 10 years before me. There was still a paper stamp thing. It hadn't even been computerized yet. And I said, I'm so glad this is here. And they said, that's our job, is to have books here that don't get read very often. Not anymore. Then they say, well, it's in the system or you can download it. I'm like, I want to go to the shelf and take the book down and read the book, sit at the desk here,
Right.
So yeah, they were already replacing the books with computers, which were supposed to be this wonderful tool of learning. And all I ever saw was kids playing video games, which you do learn a bit of hand-eye coordination, but it ain't like studying Aristotle.
Right.
So and another thing that was really huge there were DVDs and video cassettes back during the VCR days, and they actually put a couple of our local rental places. Remember the video rental places, Movies Plus and stuff. They were put out of business because you could go to the library, get them out for a week, and it was like $1 a day fine if they were overdue, which wasn't bad. But you had them for a whole week for free. So, and they just kept expanding the video section, and again, fewer books, more. It's so you can watch TV or you can play games. it's a library. That means books. But yeah. So, and then of course, with the lockdowns, they took advantage of that. I still think that, cupidity and stupidity are bigger factors than conspiracy to explain the deeds of history. I made that up. People see a bad situation and they exploit it. Everybody's doing it. Someone else does. The next step is logical, and it's always a race to the bottom. It's always grab mine. I'm going to do this. We were talking about this last night about, you give a manufacturer a blanket amnesty. You cannot be sued. You have absolutely no motivation to make a good product because you cannot be sued. You will be paid no matter what. If you give people tap water to shoot into their bodies, and they were the lucky ones, and they made $1 billion with no comeuppance for any of their malfeasance. And they did it. They did it because they could. That's not. It's society is to blame.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But yeah, I think that the one of the things though that we're going to see is a flattening of the AI thing. I mean, how much more can people really bring AI into their lives? This gets back to like how many more? I mean, is the market saturated? I don't think I'm going to be spending $300 a month on AI anytime soon. I mean, certainly some people are, creators, studios, people that want it, and it does wonderful things. And I think it is going to have a cascade effect in things like movie making. It already has, radio production, music.
Well, if I can, I guess we need a couple more people for the RPG. But if we do have enough people for the RPG, I'm thinking about that very thing, getting this AI thing going, so I can create actual videos that are going along with the narration of what's going on in the RPG. Then I'm gonna have and then I'm gonna have the fight scenes because I do have Space Marine mods for Doom 2, and I can replace the sprites of the enemies and everything, and just have a completely different, brand new game with all the mods.
Wow!
So I think that would make some very original content. Nobody steal my idea.
Not me.
And
I don't even know halfway of that, man. I don't know what any of that means. Like, yeah, cool.
Don't
Great.
worry, I've taken a note. I'll guide you through it later on. We'll do it. We'll steal his
You
shit.
think we can do it?
Good.
No, I mean,
okay.
I'm talking to Otto. We're gonna steal your shit.
Oh,
yeah. We'll get over on Lovable and we'll like develop it.
It won't be as good without me. You need the crunchy moments.
We the V factor.
We know.
You need the V factor.
Now, the one thing that stuck out to me, Otto, was when you were talking right there. It's that post that you made on Discord the other day. I thought that was pretty interesting when you posted that, because like with the AI music and the way they wanted to portray it, as like they actually wanted to come out with that music to push it to where it gets more click or just as much clicks as
that
video
interview
game.
thing.
Yeah,
the guy talking about and he talked to that was very interesting. AI and music, it's from my perspective, I'm at the bottom of the musical heap. I'm just a guy that plays. I mean, it's just a recreational activity for us. We get together. We are going to start playing out a little bit. And Satori D has created some Satori-delic stickers for our band, including some band logos. I've been sharing them with the guys. We're looking at the designs, and we're going to have merch designed by Satori. But yeah, I mean, we're going to play out at a few places, but we're just some guys that get together and play. So for us, there's no real application of AI or LLM that I can really see. But that video that guy made, it was interesting seeing the stuff that engineers are using it for. But I also saw, again, there's a danger, and even he said if you're working with it musically, all it does, and we've all talked about this before, and Bob did some wonderful talks about this. It's a mirror, it's a smoky mirror, and it can be useful, but it's not the same as having somebody you're working with who's going to criticize you, who's going to say, hey, let's not do that. Let's do this instead. AI is just going to say, that's wonderful. Let's do this. And you're like, oh, good. It loves me. And which is great and everything, but it's also cool. It's like, no, do this instead. Dun, 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 dun. And like, oh yeah, that sounds good, kind of deal. So it's not really relevant to the level I'm at. It's not something, because again, we're just doing this for fun. AI would make it less fun. We want to get our fingers dirty and blistery, and we want to make mistakes and sweat. Well, we don't want to make mistakes, but you know what I mean.
But then your hands are going to be like not in the best condition to use when you're with the groupies after the show.
Well, I've got a hands-free technique, but we're not doing that kind of a show.
Oh my goodness!
We'll do the Tibetan yoga show some other time.
Yeah, you were about to get raunchy there. Oh my goodness! Let's keep it PG, Otto. Come on.
PG-13. No. None of that. I'm a good boy. No. But yeah, the thing that AI is really going to change is, I think, is for music, is going to basically remove musicians from the equation for a lot of music. Producers are going to love it. Record labels are going to love it as far as they still exist. And you do get this thing where you don't even, the next step is, of course, you don't need record labels anymore. More and more people are discovering they can create their own music just like they like and get exactly what they want, write their own lyrics or have the lyrics written for them, write their own music or have them, and just tweak it to whatever they want. But at the same time, people still like stars. People still like going to concerts. They still like buying CDs and listening to and talking about the latest album that's going to drop. So you still got that publicity machine thing going. But all these record companies have to do to keep, to hook into that market, which will, I think, always exist, is just create AI musicians. And it does away with, musicians are like the weak link in the music business. Not in music, but in the music business. They're the guys that smash up hotel rooms. They're the guys that have to be paid for their work. And my God, they expect a day's pay for a day's work? My God. So I could just see these executives rubbing their hands with glee. We don't need the musicians anymore. But that'll just bring musicians.
You don't have to worry about Tito getting arrested and driving drunk and hitting somebody because he's got 4 hookers in the car and blow all over the dashboard.
Yeah. Or Jaco Pastorius getting into fights in the bars, or Lemmy getting busted for crystal meth, or all these things. But it does bring musicians back to where they've always been, live performance, because nothing can replace live performance. And the one interesting thing about that video he was saying, during the lockdowns, when they were trying to recreate live performance, they do simulcast and Zoom. People hated it. You want to be in a room and you want to hear the music through your thorax. When those strings, everybody hits that string at the same time, and that power, boom, it just hits it right in the chest. Not me, I'm up on stage, but you can see it, So it's like, that's where musicians always have been. And for most of human history, a musician is a servant, just a guy you paid to hear some noise, or very often you made the music yourself. So I think we're going to have a great rediscovery of that. It's going to separate the wheat from the chaff, because it's going to be, if you're going to play now, it's going to be because you just want to play. It's not going to be because I'm going to be rich one day, I'm going to be a guitar hero. It's like, no. That's for the mechanical man. But you can play music. So that'll be good.
Anyway, guys, where's Roger? Is he still around?
He's there. He was waiting for you.
Yeah,
he wasn't going to say anything until you got there.
I'm here. I'm just trying to be quiet because we've got all these intellectuals having great conversation.
Yeah, right. You're just enjoying your coffee.
You on the stream, Roger. Where's your screen avatar / user?
I see it. You're not able to see
stream?
It's magic.
Are you off the stream? I see only 4 squares on the stream, and
I'm
on.
No, dude. We're all here. Your stuff is glitching, but we're all here.
No. I'm not talking about the Jitsi session. I'm talking about his Rumble stream.
Oh, I'm not on. The reason why I'm not on the Rumble stream is because I'm hiding my my
I
avatar
see.
here on Jitsi. So.
Oh, jeez. Why would you do that, man? Then it will look like Roger Hansen is not ever on the stream except
Well, I'm lying to
your
Rumble. I'm making it
voice.
out like I'm actually Mark Edwardsy.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I see. Yeah.
Sir Edward,
Lord Edwardy, the avatar
Lord
for
Edwardy.
Lord Edwardy. Since he hasn't really talked very much, I just exploit him for
We've been talking. We've been talking. Actually, I was going to get back to Mark about AI and whether the bubble is going to burst anytime soon.
By the way, I heard you guys talking about going back to old-fashioned cameras and
Yeah.
doing away with like digital images. You know that I have ways of authenticating digital images, whether they're authentic or not.
Of course, computer forensics, of course. However, not everybody is going to want to be thorough in their research or any information they want to regurgitate. So you've got a problem.
I mean, if it's digital, even if you examine it forensically, can't somebody foresee that examination and manipulate?
There's a digital signature embedded in the image. It's like it's a signature that you cannot forge the signature, right? So that. I think Sony has some like proprietary technology that improve on that, where they make it more like foolproof or fail safe.
You see, I don't have the background. I can understand film and how that works. For me, digital is, again, I always say my knowledge is empirical, entirely empirical. I push a button, something happens. And my basic understanding of it is it's basically you're pushing electrons, it's numbers, this, that. So when I hear, like we were talking about this authentication, I can understand that they say that this is authenticated, but then I think, okay, well, what about the system that you're using to authenticate it? If this relies on the whatever you're using to take a photograph, for example, to encode that at the time it's taken, can't that whatever software itself be compromised or used in a way where you can have a different authentication kind of thing, a different date or a different place put into it?
Well, when you're talking about using photos like digital photo as proof in a court, then there's got to be some body that approve that a certain method of authentication is reliable, right?
Right.
So,
We'll see
so you have at some point you got to trust that somebody is
there's always a point.
is trustworthy.
And you know, we, as somebody said, we don't get justice. We get justice in the next life. Here we get the law, and the law. You know, you have to. There has to be a point. Obviously, yeah, I agree with that. But it's just my own personal kind of. I always go a little further down the rabbit hole. Yeah, but what if this? Yeah, but what if? It always would get me in trouble with. People would say question authority, and then I'd question the people asking me to question authority, and they didn't like that.
Well, I mean, my whole thing on that was actually half finished, okay? And when it comes to like the court system, the reason why I brought that up as an example was because I think that too many people are relying too much on the internet. So with all of this AI just filtering or saturating the internet, I think that could be a plus, because more and more people are going to say, look, if it's off the internet, we don't want it in the court systems. We don't want it in this or that, because they're going to know that that's just garbage and that we don't want that.
Yeah. I mean, with the advent of AI deepfake technology, it's going to be harder to prove that a certain image is authentic. But then again, there are technologies that there are solutions to those challenges. One of them is the digital signature, like I mentioned. The other one is they have a blockchain solution to image authentication.
Ah,
Now.
there we go.
Yeah. So, yeah, from a pure like regular Joe user kind of people, it's hard for us to discern whether an image is authentic. But from a technology's point of view, I mean, when it comes to legal court,
right,
stuff, there's technology solutions to authenticate images, whether they're trustworthy.
Well, like you say, we have to. There's a point where you simply have to take things on trust when it comes to these.
Yeah.
No,
Well, you need to put your trust in the right body, right people.
And you were talking more on the lines of like the type of setups that would be kind of like NFTs, right? When it comes to what you were talking about with.
Let me just.
Here. He's got his audio's breaking up.
Yeah.
Oh, Tan, he gets all rowdy and stuff. Starts making
that spaceship he's on there.
Can you hear me still?
Yeah, you're there now.
Heard you.
All right, I'm here. I see. You see, so at some point, my level.
I blame it on Linux. I mean, I know you guys are real big fans of Linux, but it's
I think Jitsi.
Yeah.
Controlling my level.
Well, Jitsi has its problems too, but like that's serious Linux problems right there. Like it's not really working out all that well for you because of the Linux program.
Oh, this is completely coming out of left field, but I'm suddenly remembering now. Tan, did you see that video I posted, or that link, the YouTube link I posted in Minds?
Yes, about some king that was martyred. I your post as well.
Yeah, I was watching that, and I was thinking about our conversation earlier about G.K. Chesterton, and I was thinking about it'd be interesting to do a show about irregular saints. I mean, this guy was a Welsh saint, but I don't think he's in the church calendar. You know what I mean? But there were a lot of guys that were regarded locally as saints for whatever reason, even had like a local cult, and just kind of now there's just ruins and stuff there. But I thought that might make an interesting show sometime, just irregular saints. And it goes with what we were saying. The church only recognizes a saint, doesn't create one. So can the people recognize a saint?
Right. Yeah. That's kind of goes like with the Saint Santa Muerte.
What's that? You broke up.
They would campaign for church to.
Well, you're breaking up, dude.
Oh.
Try turning your mic on and off. I worked for Roger the other night.
Yeah, that's IT move.
Okay.
Come on. Have you tried turning it off?
Let me leave and.
Okay. Yeah, hopefully it'll clear it up. Although he sounded okay there.
Yeah, I always thought that was funny because they were just weird saints. Yeah.
There's
my
favorite
is Santa Muerte, of course. Saint Death.
Saint Josephat is interesting because that's from Bodhisat.
How do I sound now?
I heard that quite clearly.
Very clear.
Well, it'll stay like that for a while, I guess.
You sound good.
You even look better on the video.
Yeah, actually, your video's coming through better now too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you got better connectivity, maybe.
That was really good.
So you were saying? Couldn't really hear what your last statement was.
I forgot what I was saying.
We were talking about Chesterton and irregular saints and Chesterton.
Yeah. So you were saying whether can the people recognize the saint? Can the people canonize the saint? Right? It was your question.
Yeah. I mean,
I,
obviously, they do locally sometimes. These guys are called saints, and they're regarded as saints by the local population. And then very often their cult fades or it just becomes depopulated. But like I said, I do not think they're in any church calendar or anything. And sometimes it's only mentioned in one church, tradition that, this one area of the country lists him as a saint. None of the other church records record him at all. So it's a very localized thing, obviously.
I mean, I know. No, I mean, if the church is part of the official, as part of part of the universal church, they cannot willy-nilly declare somebody a saint without Rome's declaration.
But I wonder if it was different in his time, because that was like, the Middle
possible.
Ages.
Yes. I see your point. Yeah, that's possibly.
There were a lot of changes in doctrine in those years, and again, that people were so out of touch with any kind of central authority. There were all sorts of deviations, from orthodoxy that would more than tolerate it. I mean, what could you do about it? You didn't even notice it going on. I think the biggest problem they were having, like in Ireland, was the tonsure, because I read that they had originally Christians from Egypt had proselytized in Ireland, and they had an ear-to-ear tonsure, where they would actually shave the whole front of the head.
Yeah. I just remember, speaking of irregular saint, in Vietnam, there is a Catholic priest that was martyred by the communists back in the 40s, probably. He was beheaded, and there's an effort to have him canonized, but Rome hasn't. There's nothing from Rome yet, but even before that, there's people doing pilgrimage to his grave, and they pray to him already, and they're already claiming the miracles attributed to him from their prayers. So there's that.
Well, that's the people's contribution, I guess. And that's what they were talking about. Chesterton lacked local cults, lacked a lot of miracles, although apparently the one person they mentioned in the article felt that his mom had been healed through his intercession. So, when Rome didn't even know this was going on, I could see people just doing this. A guy like that, the king they describe in that video, I could see where people saying, yeah, I'm going to the church they built over his grave. This is the guy that saved our land, and he, an angel appeared to him and all this kind of stuff. So, perhaps in another time he would have been officially canonized if people simply were aware, but as it is, the cult faded out, as they do, Black Plague comes through.
Let me share.
Depopulate.
Let me share a link to this. Interestingly, another Catholic Reporter article about him. Let me share it on our Jitsi chat right here.
So I could see him in a stained glass window holding his head on a platter, maybe?
Maybe.
I always think of what kind of iconography they're going to come up with for Let's see. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so okay, they are moving forward.
Yeah. It looks like they are. This article is pretty recent too, so. So it's Father Francis Xavier June.
Interesting. Yeah, says here the bishop confirmed that Rome has authorized the beatification ceremony. Nice.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah. You're right. It's first it starts with the local cult following,
right,
and then the what do you call it? The request for Rome to recognize the sainthood.
Yeah. So, But I guess in the absence of Rome, people still have saints.
I mean, yeah. I mean, so they can continue to pray. They can pray to anybody,
Yeah,
right? That they
they're getting
believe is
results. Yeah.
live a holy life, and okay. So if their answers, if their prayers are answered, then that's a good indication that that person is in heaven.
Yeah, yeah, and can hear you.
Yeah.
It's good. Huh. But yeah, when you think of the dozens of these small local saints,
Yeah, it'll be good. You know, I mean, Roger did dead popes before, so
that
maybe
Pope,
you should do it.
there were some
Do
interesting characters that
yeah.
that throne.
So
I
he
thought,
might want to interest you to do another follow up for
yeah.
I'm more interested in dead
unrecognized
presidents.
saints.
You know what I mean?
How about Ben
Ro-
Franklin, the
Roger.
only president of the United States who was never a president of the United States, but he's
Yeah,
on the
right.
seat. So,
But he was a founding father.
you know, it's terrible. I don't even know who's on the Canadian money. I know British money usually has the sovereign on it, so I don't worry about that.
Wilfrid
But
Laurier.
who?
Sir Wilfrid Laurier. Do you know he is might be the first? No, John A. Macdonald is the first prime minister.
Wow. Wow, actually put prime ministers on the money. Kind of weird. Well, most monarchies put the sovereign on the money. So you know it's his money.
So Wilfrid Laurier is the 7th prime minister of Canada, and John A.
He must
Macdonald
have
is
done
the
something good. He must have been very influential to get on the money.
Well, yeah, I don't know what he did, influential, but I mean, in when I went to university, Waterloo, across from my school is the University of Wilfrid Laurier.
Nice.
So yeah, they have a university named after him.
Very nice. Oh. So yeah, I had to bring that up about the Saints before I forgot about it because it just seemed like
yeah. I mean, so I put a comment in your post. You probably didn't read it yet, but he was in the 6th and 7th century, right? So this is before the Church of England split from Rome. So you're right.
Wait, these guys were these were Catholic Christians. There was only one church back then.
Yeah.
Oh, they weren't Arians or anything like that, obviously.
Yeah. So
they were Nestorian. But so they would have been. Yeah, and it's interesting because you look at these Welsh chronicles and stuff, and they're full of holy men and miracles and saints, local saints, and then kings being castigated for warring against fellow Christians, and there were still a lot of pagans running around swinging swords as well as Christians. So you always had pagan hordes you could always go fight against if you wanted to. They had something they called the Great Heathen Army at one point, just marching around England. Just Mark probably knows more. I'm sure you're better at the history than me, but I think I remember something about the Great Heathen Army. Just basically all these.
Is that where Antifa got its start?
It could be. No, that was just basically a bunch of Scandinavian mercenaries that were trying to carve out something for themselves. Because England for a long time was just a place to go and raid. The Irish, somebody pointed out you didn't have to be Scandinavian to be a Viking. You had what they call Hiberno Vikings, Irish Vikings, and Basque Vikings, and basically a Viking was a pirate. And when the Norse came to Ireland, and all of the Irish port cities were built by the Vikings, by Scandinavians. And they soon found, like most places they went, if they settled, they'd marry the local women, they'd convert to the local religion. Within a couple of generations, they're speaking the local language. But one thing that they really found in common with the Irish people they settled among was they loved attacking England. Hey, let's all go together. And so, yeah, that was a huge issue at one time.
Yeah, sounds like Antifa. yeah, definitely Antifa. Anyways,
Well, it's interesting. They talk about the early anarchist flags, The black flags were derived from the black pirate flags.
Well, yeah, the old Jolly
Pirates-
Roger and stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the pirates had an early kind of a syndicalist kind of an organization. You know, they invented things like workers' compensation. If you lost a limb or were injured in a boarding action, you were paid a certain amount out of the loot. Everything was by agreement. You signed articles. There were like checks and balances and rules about behavior, and of course sentences like being marooned, which was not a fun thing. You know, they'd find you a sandbar, give you a bottle of water, a pistol with one charge of powder, shot, and ball, and wadding, and there you go. That the pistol was for when the water ran out, and you couldn't stand it anymore. Maybe somebody would come sailing by in a few days, but it was highly unlikely. So it was like a very complicated game of Russian roulette. But the pirate that impressed me the most, the more I learn about him, I'm gonna do some research because I'm working on this pirate script. Still not ready, but Blackbeard the pirate. I think I've talked about him before, and it turns out that apparently Blackbeard never killed her.
Okay, everybody. Sorry about that. I did not realize that I had been booted off of freaking chat. So let me get everything set back up and going. I went and stepped away. Got. Sorry about that. I just got a message from Otto asking where I went on Teams. Getting it all set up and ready to go again. Man, I apologize, guys.
It's freaking a lot of people out. People. Roger, you're back. Excellent.
Oh man, I remember exactly what I was doing on Y2K.
What?
Where is Roger? Oh, there he is.
Nothing I can talk about on the show.
Okay,
but,
we know what you mean. Dan, how did you prepare for Y2K, or did you?
Who, me?
I did nothing. I think I was. Oh yeah, I was working in a company that had a lot of mainframes that uses 2-digit years. And the few years before that, yeah, they were working to patch it up with 4 digits.
For me, Y2K was
Another
I
millennium.
had
Will survive another millennium.
It's going to happen again anyway. It's going to happen in 2038.
Oh, yeah.
Where you've got certain machines that will stop.
Is that what the epoch time hits the limit?
2038.
Oh wow, what happens then?
A repeat of Y2K.
So you get more work.
Oh, we're gonna have
we're talking about what enough
revelations over here. The apocalypse coming.
Well, they were saying that, and they were saying, oh well, all the nuclear bombs will go off and everything will crash and all the power will go out. And I didn't really believe it, but I wanted to be ready just in case. And of course, it's the middle of winter, so this is back when I was still a drinking man. So I went out and I bought a bottle of brandy, a quart of brandy, and I got a kerosene heater and 20 gallons of kerosene in case the power went out. And I said to myself, you know what? If I, at midnight tonight, on New Year's Eve, if I look out and all the power goes out and I look out the window and I see all those little flash bulb bursts on the horizon, I'm going to want to drink. And that was and midnight came and went, and the brandy got drunk years ago. 26 years ago, actually. And I still have the kerosene heater somewhere. I actually haven't seen it in several years. It's buried in one of my rooms. I'm something of a hoarder. I admit it now on air. I have rooms I can't get into, mostly filled with books.
So for
I need to open a secondhand bookstore or just give away some of these books, but it's so difficult to do. You open up a box, it's like that one. Oh, geez,
you can be the next Amazon. Sure, just start with your books. And then build up from there and start selling other stuff. Sell everything you got. You can buy something else.
I really should. I should. But they're my books. But on the other hand, if I haven't read a book in 15 years, I probably don't need to have it anymore. So that's the other half of that. So.
I'm sure
Roger, what did you do for Y2K?
Out there that wants your knowledge.
Well, thirsty. I mean, mine was a little bit more exciting than what you guys had because I was filled with a lot of drugs and
dude. No, dude. I was two knuckles deep into some American Pie.
No, dude,
all right?
I had a plan. I had a plan where I was going to take over the world.
Oh my goodness!
And
not the Mad Max scenario.
Well, it had to do with computer technology, which didn't make any sense if you knew what the hell you were talking about. But in my mind, I was going to be able to create a computer system that was freaking far more advanced than what they had at the time. And when everything finally crashed, they would have to come to me, and I would be the ruler of the freaking universe.
Ooh,
you know what? And this is his thinking is not off because I have collections. I collect things. That's what I do. I'm a collector. I collect the weirdest things. And I know when it comes time at the end of the world, I may just be the only person to have a particular thing, and somebody may want it. That's exactly my frame of thought. Yeah, I've got. I told you that about things I've collected. And by the way, speaking of collections, I bought this bundle, this package of independent developers video games, and half of the files, half of the downloads are PDFs for TT RPGing. So, Roger, I know you lost your collection, but you're about to have 700 brand new ones.
Nice.
That
PDFs. Yeah.
Well, see,
or files.
I go against the grain because a lot of RPGers they talk shit with people who use PDFs. I'm not one of those people. If you send me 2,000 freaking PDFs of RPG games, I'm cool with it. I love it. So send them away, man.
All right.
I lost everything except for the quintessentials in the second edition of Dungeons and Dragons, and that just pisses me off.
Well, I'm saying like there are these role playing games, and there are the multiplayer GM less role playing games, and then there are solo player GM less role playing games. How does any of these work? Well, we'll have to get to that another time, but I just want to dive into some of this. Yeah, some of these are designed for single plays.
See you later, Dan.
Bye, guys. I gotta go do some chores. All right. See you next week.
Talk to you later.
See you
Man.
next week. Peace.
Anyhow, yeah, books. I think we should be embracing our books. I don't know. Maybe you can donate to an archive somewhere that may still exist to make sure that they're not damaged and they are actually carried on and you know,
But I have a friend who has
preserved.
I know this guy. He's got a bookstore, used bookstore, and generally, what I do when I finally get the box together of books that I feel I can part with, I basically bring it down to him, and he can't even usually afford to buy them like here. Just have them. I might grab a book or two in return. So I, go down and bring him like 10 books, and I might take a book or two home. So I have fewer books.
Okay.
And I'm more focused. Like right now, I'm looking for a book by a guy by the name of Mahan, Mhaon, on the history of sea power, which I'm interested in because of a specific question that comes up because of his naval doctrines, which were very influential on the Japanese. It's basically the idea of the one supreme battle that destroys the enemy's ability to have a fleet, wage war, and that's what they tried to do at Pearl Harbor. The idea was they'd get all the ships, but the thing is, his thesis was a little more than that. His point was that when you destroy the enemy's naval power, then you can blockade their country, and they have to come to terms with you. The Japanese ignored that part because there's no way they could blockade the Pacific Ocean and the Atlantic Ocean. It was too much. And I mean, there were thinkers in Japan saying, this is not a good idea, kind of deal. But they were ignored. And I remember once years ago, I was reading these memos that the emperor was writing about the war. And after the war, the Showa emperor Hirohito in his life was always seen. Showa means the peace emperor. He was always about peace, no more war. Everybody has to love and get along. No nuclear weapons, peace. But you read his memos during the war, and they're conquering Manchuria. It's like, this is great. You guys are doing well, and how come you're not winning hard enough? That was always something with them. You're not winning hard enough. And then they'd be conquering these islands. Oh, good. Oh, Bataan Death March. Well done. All this stuff. And then as the Allies were like pressing in on them, they're like, hey, you guys are supposed to be winning. And then it's like, yeah, I am not satisfied with your work. Then it's like, whose idea was this war anyway? And then the memos are out. I always wanted peace. Ask anyone. I didn't want this war. You guys are. By the end of the war, he's like, why can't we all just get along? I hope General MacArthur will come and save me. Kind of deal. And it's just amazing how his attitude changed as he lost. It was just typical rulers.
Indeed.
You know what government is? Government is an institution enforced by violence. Government is that which has a monopoly on the currency, on property, and on violence. Only the government can wage war. Only the government can collect taxes.
Like the mob.
And that includes, and the money that you use to pay the taxes on your land is money that they provide. Control the coinage in the courts, let the rabble have the rest, they used to say.
Yeah, I see no difference between them and the mob.
Well, there's actually a correlation between the two.
Oh yes, of course, Freemasonry.
I've been wanting to do something when it comes to what a republic really is, because people have this really screwed up perception of what a republic is, and they haven't done research into things like Florence, Italy. If they knew what Florence was like back during the early part of the Middle Ages, they would have a completely different outlook on what a republic is. You know what I mean? Like it's pretty brutal, to be honest.
Mm.
It really is. I mean, I would really like to do an in-depth show on that because I think that would kind of bring things a little bit closer to light on what it is because everybody talks about the republic or or
Right.
a democracy, like all of this stuff, and they don't really understand the whole concepts behind that. They don't understand what it really means.
Well, I think republic comes from the Latin res publica, which means public business, public affairs, government, in other words, originally. And I always think of the Roman Republic, which was, very interesting way that their idea of government was. And of course, they didn't have a constitution as such. It just sort of kind of grew. And you had the Senate, and the Senate were basically the wealthy. You had the senatorial class, and I believe they were eventually defined by how much wealth they had. And then you had the knightly class, the equites. They were people who were still wealthy, but they were less wealthy than the senators. And then you had the people, and that was the Senate and people of Rome, SPQR. And the people also were part of the government, but they before they had tribunes, they basically participated in government by rioting or voting with their feet because they were proletarians. A proletarian is the definition is somebody whose only contribution to the state is their offspring, their bodies. They were the Roman army. In the old days, only Roman citizens could be soldiers. So if the Senate really fucked with them, the entire population would walk out of the city. And it's like, we're not going to join the army. We're not going to do anything. And then the Senate would be, Jesus, fuck. They're not going to grow any food for us. They're not going to fight for us. We got to do something here. All right, we'll give you tribunes. All right, to protect your rights, that sort of thing. And the emperors, once after Caesar, they started the imperial system. You had these guys who were populists very often. We've talked about, Nero derangement syndrome. Guys like Nero were immensely popular. And when you read about Nero's crimes, he's killing a bunch of senators. That's what Nero did. He killed a bunch of senators. And that's why all of the historians that came after him of the senatorial class talked about what a monster he is. Oh, he killed his mom. He did this. He burned it. Yeah, well, those are the people that really hate him a lot. So the people mourned his death. They thought he was great. He'd give them free stuff. He went out on the stage and played music, which the Roman elite thought was like horrible. Actors, performers, these were scum. You were not allowed to be a Roman citizen and do these sorts of things. And you were just like, this was like horrible. And he was out there glorying in it. And they said that the crowds loved it. They thought it was hilarious. So it's like, so the people were the means that the emperors would use to control the Senate. If some of the emperors actually, we see SPQR, the Senate and people of Rome, they would reverse it. Their banners would say the people and Senate of Rome, just to piss off the Senate. You can see these inscriptions sometimes and stuff, and you realize the tension there. That's why guys like Caligula and Nero were like driven out or killed or something like that. Caligula was probably a little more mentally unstable, but still, when you read about Caligula's alleged crimes, it's all against the senatorial class, or the knightly class. And it doesn't do anything to the people. He's killing all these rich guys, and basically his senatorial enemies that were trying to kill him. And so that was the early republic. It was very, it reminds me of those early church councils I've talked about, where they would, the idea is that the church evolves through councils, and they're guided by the Holy Spirit, and so dogma changes over time. But a lot of these early church councils, whatever doctrine was decided on, was decided by which bishop brought the strongest monks for the free-for-all they'd have. But these guys would fight, slam each other with Bibles and stuff, and whoever had the most guys standing, well, we're going to adopt that doctrine now. It didn't happen a lot, but they would actually have riots in some of these things. Once Constantine made Christianity official, he brought the imperial foot down and said, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, and I've got soldiers to back up my religion. So things got a little more orderly after that. And so we've gone on. And so as I've said, the one remnant of the Roman Empire left is indeed the church.
It was interesting when I heard you just say that somebody was crazier than Nero. I haven't heard too many people say that. You know what I mean? It is kind of strange to hear it, but it's true. And another thing that when you were talking about like the church, it was something me and Tan kind of messed around with a little bit. It was the whole thing with Switzerland. And Mark even brought it up on a previous episode too about the Swiss being the guards in Rome with the
Swiss
Catholic
guard.
Church.
Yeah.
You know, and there was always that struggle between Switzerland and Italy with who was going to be the Pope. You know, that whenever we did our show, it was called the what was it? Not Dead Popes Society.
Oh, right, Dead Popes, right?
We started kind of diving into that. There was actually a power struggle because Italy wanted to retain power over the Pope, whereas Switzerland wanted their influence in there. So that kind of made it interesting on top of it. So
Well, I know you had two parties, the Guelphs and the Ghibellines, fighting over the papacy for a while, and I think a lot of it had to do with the politics of Italy versus, more northerly regions, the Holy Roman Empire, basically. So you had the Imperials, and you know what they say about the Holy Roman Empire. The Holy Roman Emperor. He was not holy, he was not Roman, and he was not really an emperor. But they called it the Holy Roman Empire, although really you could argue that it was none of those things. The Swiss are an interesting group. And yeah, you're right. Them and Italy have always been at odds. You've got Austria there bumping into them. You've got France. I think the only reason why Switzerland has done as well as it has is because of those mountains they've got.
Yeah.
It's a very difficult country to invade. And I know when Germany during the Second World War was just, they had invasion mania days. We'll invade everybody. Hey, Norway, let's go. Belgium, we remember this place. We were here just like 40 years ago. Hey, let's invade Switzerland. And Switzerland is like, we have every mountain pass, every tunnel, every road mined. Every single man between the ages of 16 and 30 have a machine gun. We will fight and Germany's like, whoa, 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 that's okay. You know, I guess the German military did like an analysis and it's like, no effing way. You know, I mean, it's bad enough with the Russians, bad enough when your allies are the Italians. They just, so they made they made a lot of very strict treaties with them. And it's interesting, they actually built some fortifications along near Switzerland, but they didn't want to be too obvious about it. So they came up with this idea, and they were basically concrete spheres. I think they were like 10 or 15 foot across, right? They would dig a hole and put the sphere underground a couple of feet, and they'd leave like a little manhole at the top. And this was like mini bunkers. And they had these all along. The idea was that the Swiss wouldn't notice them, but they'd have all these infantry guys and equipment and stuff just in case after they settled the rest of Europe. Well, maybe we'll like look after those Switzers and their, their arrogance to resist the new order or whatever their thinking was.
yeah, when I think of Switzerland, I also think of Hannibal.
Oh yeah, crossing the Alps.
When Hannibal did what nobody else would have done, he actually came in on top of Italy through the freaking French Alps, and nobody would have ever done that because it was so treacherous, especially with a huge army like he did. But that's how he attacked freaking Rome.
He kept winning battles, but somebody said about him, he was good at attaining victory, but he didn't know what to do with the victories. He just kept winning battles. And of course, I guess the Carthaginian Senate didn't really help him much because he had like a lot of political enemies back at home. And a lot of people were like, why are we wasting our time with all these troops in Italy? And da 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 da. We need to be concentrating on maintaining our North African possessions. Spain is slipping away and da 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 da. And I guess it had to do with like a lot of the people in the Senate had holdings in North Africa and Spain. So they didn't really care much about the Italian campaign, whereas Hannibal's family was like, yeah, Italy, we want Italy. So, it's just like they say, the Vietnam War was lost in the American Congress. I think the Punic War was lost in the Carthaginian Senate. They just wouldn't back him. They wouldn't give him any supplies. And, it was a mess. Logistics. That's always what, they say amateurs talk about troop movements. Experts talk about logistics. How do you feed these guys? How do you get them there? You got enough latrines. Who's your doctor? Doctoring back then was harsh. I mean, really, going to a doctor back then, not something I would relish. But you know what? It's 10:15, and Roger, I was wondering if you had a script for us. We have V with us, so perhaps a two-blade script.
Yeah, I've got some scripts. It's if you guys want to do it, it's up to you.
I want to do it if Mark and V are into it.
V probably fell asleep.
No, he just unmuted. He's ready to be two blades.
So you wanna do it?
As tradition, is it not?
It
Okay,
is.
so now we can continue where I left off, or we could go into the one that I just did. It's the night the Udog failed to remove two blades.
Ooh.
This is his first confrontation with the Udog. So it's up to you guys.
I'm getting a call. Excuse me a moment.
Okay.
Hello, Sir Brian. How goes it?
How'd you do with the laundry?
Oh, it went fine. It went fine. I still don't quite believe in the technology, but I'm actually in the middle of a live stream right now.
Hey, hi everyone.
Yeah.
You're on speakerphone. Where are you at?
Live from Columbus.
Oh, Columbus.
Ohio.
Excellent.
When's your ETA? When's your ETA for return anyway?
Well, it would have been tomorrow, but I don't want to have a blizzard follow me.
Oh, right. Well,
I don't know what we're gonna do, but it's pouring rain and thunder and lightning here right now. So this is the storm that's coming up to New York.
Oh, wow. Well, I'll keep an eye on Thomas Kitty.
Are you at my house?
No, I'm in my driveway doing the live stream. Smoking my pipe. Yeah. I'll go over and see him before the snow hits tomorrow. All right. I'll talk to you later. Peace. Bye. I'm watching his cat for him while he's gone. I go over there a few hours a day and play with him.
Excellent.
And stuff.
So yeah, we could do that, or I can do the one where we do this one's called the weight that remained, basically, and it has to do with the index and stuff like that, like how I was telling you guys about how the index lies to you and stuff like that.
Oh, right. Oh, I remember that. Yeah.
So
Raj, what do you feel like doing?
It's up to you guys. Now we can do the one that I have for two blades, because we really do need to be getting two blades this story moving forward. You know what I'm saying? So.
All right, that sounds like a good idea. And we've got two blades here, and me and Mark to take up the other roles, and you, of course, Raj. So why don't we go with that?
So this one I can put it on here in let me see. Yeah, here we go. Gotta pop up the stuff. I'm gonna put it in the Jitsi chat so that everybody can see it. And I'll expand that to where it can be seen in the thing too.
Okay, see it here.
Now this is an actual Two Blades story. This is primary canon, and this would actually be, I believe, the second actual one that has nothing to do with the index or the terminal or anything. It has to do with Two Blades and the old Ghost and all of that. So.
Okay. So how many characters do we have here? Two Blades, of course. Narrator.
We have the environment, which is an actual a reading. It's an actual character.
Okay.
Then you have the heavy, the old Ghost, and you also have the wild card and the elegant killer. I believe the environment is its own. It's the only one that's like that. But I could be wrong. I can scroll down and find out.
Okay, so that's 5 plus the narrator.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see. Yeah, I believe the environment is the only extra one that's in that area.
Okay.
Yep.
So who wants to do what?
Now I can do the environment, of course, and
I can do the narrator if you're going to do the environment.
Mm-hmm.
Now we need the heavy and the old Ghost.
And you're always good at the old Ghost.
Who, me?
Yeah.
I can do the old Ghost if you want.
And B, you want to be the heavy and Two Blades.
Does Two Blades have lines?
He should have.
Yes, he does. Okay, I see it. What do you think, V? Heavy and Two Blades? Excellent. All right. So, Mr. Edworthy?
Do I leave the elegant killer and that's it, isn't it?
The elegant killer and the wild card.
Okay, yeah.
All right.
Now V is muted out. I think he fell asleep again.
No, he's impolite. He's sneezing.
He's had his gummy bears and now he's.
Well, no, there's no way to switch between the chat and then switch to the live part when I'm talking to you. You know, you can't. They're not up at the same time. So I was reading through. What's the heavy supposed to be?
The heavy is a cool dude. Now the heavy is probably the coolest one. He runs around with a freaking drum and he just beats on a drum. And he's like just a really, really cool freaking tough guy. That's a spirit. Now these are all actually I wouldn't even call them spirits. Well, yeah, I guess you could call them that. But like you have the heavy, the wild card, the elegant killer, and the old ghost. Okay.
This is like some 13 ghost kind of stuff.
No, they follow Two Blades everywhere he goes, and whenever he summons them, they appear.
Like stands.
Yeah.
Or
Now.
Okay. Yeah, I got it.
The interesting thing about it is like if something happens to them and they get sent back to where they go to, then freaking there's consequences because of it. Okay, so they can be cast out. It's just like with Two Blades. If he dies, he comes back. He's reincarnated.
He's a perpetual.
Yes. Yeah. So it's very interesting.
Okay.
Well, hold on, I got a noisy person coming in real quick.
No worries.
But yeah, that's basically the gist of it. The whole story behind the road and everything. I think I'm gonna have to kind of point out a little bit more later on down there too, because it's weird how this is all set up. I did it according to like rules that we discussed with Mike, and it created its own kind of world. You know what I mean? It's evolved from it. Like it's really strange how this all works out. Believe it or not, it really is a strange story.
Excellent. Strange stories are good.
Mm-hmm.
All right, gentlemen. I guess is everybody ready?
Yeah, I am.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to be the narrator and the old ghost.
Let's see if I can pull the chat back up.
All right. Everybody's ready. Roger, you can give us your traditional countdown.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, now.
The Two Blades Archive, primary canon script. The night the Udug failed to remove two blades. Is that Udug or Udug?
Either one, it don't matter.
Well, we'll Udug. The night the Udug failed to remove two blades. Scene 1. The road stops behaving naturally. They had been walking for hours, not to reach a destination, to maintain distance behind them. The road had not resisted until now.
Wind speed 0. Sound propagation inconsistent. Shadow alignment corrected.
Something's wrong.
Yes, it noticed us. Two Blades does not respond. Scene 2. The arrival without movement. It did not arrive. Arrival implies distance. Distance had already been removed.
Correction present. Correction observed. Correction determined.
Do you see it?
V. V.
Oh, I have a third one?
You're the Elegant Killer.
Okay. No, what's the problem?
Silence deepens. Scene 3. Oh,
sorry about that.
No. Silence deepens. Scene 3. First removal attempt.
Subject identified. Correction authorized. Removal permitted.
The Heavy takes one step forward.
It's...
Sorry. Cut that out later. He stops. He cannot continue. He was still there, but less certain. His outline no longer held conviction. It's starting. All look to Two Blades. He has not moved.
Primary subject identified. Correction redirected. That's you, Mark.
Oh, okay. It shows you.
Two Blades remain still. This is the moment observers would later misinterpret. The moment they would call hesitation, fear, cowardice. They would be wrong. Scene 5. Direct correction attempt.
Correction executing.
Light flickers. Sounds cut out completely. The world attempted to resolve him, not violently, cleanly. Two blades adjust his grip. This is the first movement. Scene 6. Two blades acts. Two blades speaks for the first time.
No.
Correction failed. Correction failed. Correction unable to complete.
Scene 7. The Udug recognizes structural conflict. This had never occurred before. Correction did not fail. Correction was not permitted to fail. Two Blade steps forward once, not attacking, not retreating, occupying.
Subject classification unresolved. Correction suspended.
The pressure lifts. Scene 8. Aftermath. V. V.
Is it gone?
No. It stopped.
Why?
Two Blades does not answer. V.
Because it doesn't know what it is.
Scene 9. Departure. Correction withdrew. Not defeated, not satisfied. Deferred. Two Blades begins walking again. The road allows this. For now. Scene 10. Final record.
Correction log incomplete. Subject unresolved. Future correction probable.
This is the first recorded instance of the Udug failing to remove a subject. It will not be the last. They will return. Next time, they will not hesitate.
Okay.
Yay! Although you're going to have a little editing to do, Roger. I think that went pretty well.
Yeah, we all did pretty good. I was really surprised, except for V. He was horrible.
Well,
Everybody
I
was
was supposed to be two characters. I didn't know about the third one.
Yeah, I got confused.
Well, at least
That's-
at least you didn't have like an English accent.
I don't know which ones I've used yet, so I gotta dig them up.
You did great.
For next time.
You did great. I was just picking on you. And Bob's here, by the way.
Bob, hello. Greetings, Roberta. So glad you could join us. We just finished a reading.
Yes, I was listening.
Oh, I'm glad we had an audience.
We did. I'm so interested, Roger, in this character, Two Blades. He's been your favorite from the beginning. Tell me about Two Blades. Who is he? Tell me the story.
Well, Two Blades is an icon, dude. He goes all the way back to Pangea.
Ah, Pangea.
So when you think of Two Blades, you got to think of a character that's reincarnated over and over again from the time of Pangea until now. So there's been different versions of Two Blades.
Right.
So he's kind of like Doctor Who.
I see. Kind of like Doctor Who.
Yeah, you know about Doctor Who, right? How he would change forms.
Right. I knew he went around in a phone box all around the universe.
Yeah.
Right.
He would regenerate.
But then there was a different aspect to it too that I wanted to apply, and it had to do with reincarnation. You know what I mean? Like, and there's consequences in the story too for every action. Like, if you know what I mean. So you have to be careful about the actions you take, because there's good consequences and bad consequences.
Right. Right.
And
Okay. So Two Blades is kind of like your iconic hero.
oh God, no.
Oh
It would
no.
it would be, so see, it would go against the rules set down on the story. Like there can be no heroes. Nothing can be resolved.
Huh.
Okay,
So the
so
failure failed. Is that what it means? The failure failed.
nothing fails, nothing resolves. It just, the path goes forward.
Hmm.
You
I love
know,
it. It's such a great storyline. You can take it so many places.
it's really interesting, and it's gone a lot of weird directions.
It has.
Like,
So shall I tell you an amazing thing that happened to me on the aeroplane flying over the Indian Ocean?
Please do.
I was working on the script that I've been working on while I've been away. And I've been meaning to do it, and I just there's been so much going on. I haven't had time to sit and focus. So I'm on the last two scenes. And this guy was looking over my shoulder, the guy next to me, and I just was happy, you know. I was just like, oh, you know, it's nice to be noticed. I'm glad. I hope he's enjoying the story. And I didn't really. Anyway, after about 2 hours, he said to me, I've just got to ask you what you're doing. Are you an author? And so I said, no, actually, I'm not. I don't. He said, but what are you doing? What's the story? So I said, oh, well, you know, this friend of mine had this dream. And so off I went about Dude, Where's My Wallet? And you know me, once I start on about Dude, Where's My Wallet, I can't stop. So I told him how he had this idea that everybody thinks that the AI is going to take our place, but he's going to swap it, and he's going to get this thing where you generate something from an AI, and then we all edit the AI. So we replace what the AI has written with our authentic input into the script, and then we put our own voices in, because what it's not important where things happen. What's important is the people who come together to be a community, to be a collective, to create content. And you know, like Mike always says, let's not worry about anything, let's just create content. Anywho, so you know, off I went for about half an hour, and I told this guy all this, and he was like grinning and smiling, and the more he was grinning and smiling, the more enthusiastic I was getting and telling him all this stuff. And then he said, I want to see something. Well, give me a link, show me one of your episodes. So I said, oh, well, you know, we're in an airplane, we don't have Wi-Fi, I can send you something. He said, no, but you have it on your computer. So I said, well, I don't. But the guy who came up with this whole idea, Satori D, did give me like a spin-off that we did together. 3 of us did together, which is the 7 scenes of Senpasuchi. So he said, oh, I've got to watch it. I've got to watch it. So he watched, and it's long. I think it's about an hour and a half.
Yeah, it's better than an hour. Yeah.
And he didn't get all the way through, because after about 20 minutes he started talking. He said, this is unique. I've never seen anything like it. You guys are onto something. This is the next big thing. I can't believe it. This is your voice here. Who's this guy? What's this guy? And he was going on and on. Where do these visuals come from? And how? So after we'd done all that, and I was like, by this time I was like just feeling like, you know, like the cat that got the cream. Here's somebody who like giving me all this feedback that like I've never had. Anywho, he says, I'll tell you about my wife. My wife was on Facebook, and she does these little things. They're like cooking reviews. And then she got 100 views, and she was just, or 100 followers, and she was so excited, and she thought it was so great that 100 people wanted to watch her stuff. And I said, oh no, tell me about it. If I get 3, I think I'm viral. And whoop, whoop. Anywho, then she got 1,000 views. And then she thought, and then something, and she got 10,000 views, not views, followers. And I'm thinking, I like this guy. He's got a wife with 10,000 followers. I should get to know him. And he goes on in his story, well, she's got over 1 million followers. But when she got that big, she started getting a lot of feedback. This isn't good enough. You have to now have reels. You have to now put it out like this. You haven't got this link. And she said, I was having fun. I don't want to become some great YouTube or Facebook Mongol. I was having fun. And he said, but now I see what you're doing. And if it's an artist collective, would you guys be interested? Because I've got a cousin over here that does this, and I've got a sister-in-law that does that, and I've got blah, 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 and he was going on. So the long and the short of it is that we swapped email address. And even if nothing happens of it, and it might not be, but it's possible that we could have somebody joining us who wants to write scripts for her. But even from it, the feedback, to sit in with some real life person. It's one thing to get a few emojis and somebody writing that was nice or whatever on a video. You know what I mean, hey, Roger?
Yeah.
But when you sit and you get someone who goes on for about an hour and a half about how wonderful you are, man, it makes reality a little bit different. Anyway, so I just wanted to share that with you guys.
That was great. That was
That's
actually
wonderful.
good. You know, and I mean that's the thing that I've been saying about that with you, Mike, and Satori D, and Otto, all of you guys, and I've always said it. You guys have great freaking content, and I mean, I within the vacuum when he was on here, all of you guys just had a hard time understanding that when I was saying it to you. But I've always thought that you guys had quality content from the get go.
Yeah, you've always been wonderful to us, Roger. You really have. You've been so encouraging. Yeah,
I mean,
you have.
You guys are a gift, but to be honest, I mean, it's just the way you guys set up your show and the way you do it. It's like it's a privilege for me to just sit here and record this and edit it for you because I have so much fun just editing this stuff. It's amazing.
Mm.
You're very good at it too.
You're brilliant.
You're very good at it. You've been a stalwart part of the whole thing. I shouldn't be saying you guys; it's us guys.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, it's really great stuff to have, you know. And I really wish that I still had the artwork that Satori did because I did the whole thing where I took the backgrounds off of it and I was able to make little like stage prompts with it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, at one time I was using one with Mark Edworthy. And I was making it to where you guys had that shaman that looked like he had a crown on his head.
Okay, yeah.
I would put it behind Mark Edworthy's body, and it looked like he was a little princess.
Well, of course you would, OG. Why would you do anything different from that?
You know, it was like it was cool stuff like that, and it was like you know, I ended up doing stuff like that because I was hanging out with you guys. You know, it's pretty good stuff. It really is.
Well, Satori's so in it. I mean, you know, just that I know for sure that we can get those images again. Mm-hmm. He sent me a welcome home video today. So, which was really lovely to wake up a few minutes ago and listen to a video from him. It was like, oh, now my life is complete. So I'm sure we can get it back, OG. You need to just tell us which ones you want and we can organize.
All of them. Okay. I mean, that's just... I think that disappointed me more than anything when my computer crashed like it did is because I lost all of that. That was good stuff. I was able to go through and get some of it, like the one where Satori did with the ropes or the strings, the weaving.
Oh.
I was able to get that one. That was beautiful. And
that was beautiful.
Yeah, I forgot what the name of it was.
Was that the Kipu when we were going through the Kipu phase there for a while? Kipu?
I believe so.
The threads, the strings, yeah.
Hmm. And we and there was a few other ones that I was able to get, but I wasn't able to get a lot of them. I went through and checked, and then if you remember, we switched over from the old Minds matrix to the new ones, so a lot of those were on the old Minds.com uh, infinite Imaginarium, and
Yeah.
when we switched over, a lot of that got lost, which is a shame.
Mm. Yeah, there's a shame. Well, it's not lost. It's just not on your computer anymore. I'm sure we can get it back. You know, everything's open source. It's somewhere. It's stored in something somewhere. Did you get the stuff that I sent you via Mega? That was recently, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, I got all that.
Got that.
I ended up getting all that. A lot of the stuff that I've gotten was from you. Otto sent some good stuff with like memes and pictures and stuff like that. And then Dragus, he sent me a ton of stuff too. So his whole style of pirate stuff isn't the same as what Otto's is, so I went with Otto's pirate stuff for this show because his is more of like a animation, well, female pirates. You know what I mean? You know how that goes.
Yes, I remember. Yeah, that's what he likes. Hey, yeah, I remember that.
So I figured you guys wouldn't want that, so I kept it separate and started using the pirate stuff that Otto sent me.
Okay.
And
cool.
And eventually, when you get settled in, I'll start sending you the stories that the readings and everything like you wanted. Like I'll start sending those to you. But there's going to be a lot of them. We've done quite a bit since you've been away.
Tell you, it's been like a hole in my heart not having that my weekly fix of dude, where's my wallet? I'm going to have so much story that I need to catch up on.
There's been a big hole here too, my friend. There's a big hole here too, but we kept it going, and Roger was central to that. And I've tried to keep everybody in line, keep everybody on course. And I think we've done pretty well. But now that you're back, everything will be much better.
Yeah. Mike misses you like you would not believe, man.
Oh, I miss Mike. I've been trying to think of how many other people I can get into Vibe Code with us so that we can quantum gather. Who do I know? Can I get Rupert? And what about JC? And I should ask this guy. And what about the guy across the road? I'm sure.
Right.
Yeah, no, quantum qubit. You see what you were saying about losing stuff. If we had an online place, a repository where we could put all this stuff, then anybody could access it from any time, anywhere, and we could rewrite and what is that thing called? That Burroughs thing called, where you will use
the flip up, the cut ups,
the cut up technique.
The cut ups, yeah.
The cut-up technique is one of the things that Satori D based this whole game on, is that we're meant to rewrite and revamp and reuse and refer back and just circle around the visuals all the time. So we need a central storage place where anybody can access any of these things. Because we're going to be famous, I can tell you, if one guy on an aeroplane was enthused, I'm sure that there's another 3 or 4 million out there who are going to be saying, well, what about those visuals that you did in that patch when you were doing the pirate shows?
Rakuda, he was on here. He was, you could tell he was really impressed with what we were doing, and I mean, he hasn't been back on for a while, but on my videos, you'll see him. He's the one that has that American flag on his cowboy hat, and he's cooking in his kitchen.
Right. Yeah. All right.
He came in, and I mean, this guy was great when it came to reading and everything. So, um, there's a few other people that came in, and then we have Riff Raff like B coming in. He just
These are very well behaved, very well behaved.
Oh,
Everyone. It's not complete without the riffraff, you know.
Oh yeah.
oh, there you go.
B
Glad
is
to be appreciated.
My favorite character in Rocky Horror, Riff Raff.
B has kept me on my toes. Now I understand what everybody has to put up with when it comes to me misbehaving, because like B keeps me on my toes, and I sit there and I think every time he starts acting crazy, like, man, I was just like that. I was a psychopath. and I've refined myself, and I don't say cuss words or anything anymore.
You're so good.
Yeah. Hey, I'm just a visitor here. This is your guys' thing. Don't let me ruin the moment.
Join us, B. It's lovely to have you join us. It really is. It's going to be a great thing. This
Thank you, I appreciate it, and I'm ecstatic for your experience, and I hope it definitely leads to much bigger things for you.
Thank you. Well, I hope that you're not going to leave. I hope you're going to be with us while we achieve bigger things.
Sure. That's one of the best ways to document your life. You know.
Yeah.
Stay stream. Why not?
Mm-hmm.
And plus, we need two blades, okay? And just as long as you don't use the English accent, then I mean you know what I mean. We have to cut that English accent. I have a bad English accent, and like.
Next time you're gonna get a taste of my new, because I have to practice, right? You know, I have some movie roles I gotta look forward to here.
Okay, but just don't practice English accents. That's
I
all
literally, my character in this movie, this upcoming movie, which I'm cast for, I play a detective.
Oh wow!
As the detective from Scotland Yard, who was ex-CIA.
So you're an American detective in Scotland Yard?
No, I'm British.
British and the CIA? How'd that work?
Yeah. Liaison situation, I believe. Intelligence swap.
Okay.
So it's but yeah. So I have to. I gotta learn to do some kind of a British accent in the next 2 years.
Mark Edworthy can become your speech coach.
There you go. Or you can find an instructional YouTube video.
Well,
Mark,
I was going to say,
make an instructional YouTube video, Mark.
Well, actually, I would like if Bob Dub did.
Yeah, that is very charming.
She can do that whole movie with me. You know, that they play in elementary school with the lady that deals with the grammar, and she like floats around the library teaching the kids English grammar.
Oh,
I don't
really?
know. The child.
Well, you used to be a teacher, right, Bob?
I did teach for quite a while, yes. But this isn't a accent. This is a colonial Zimbabwean accent, if it is anything. And now it's heavily contaminated with New Zealand. So I would say it's a colonial accent.
Well, the blessing is it wasn't too contaminated with the New Zealand accent. I can give you credit on that, because like your voice is, I mean, don't get me wrong, I love people in New Zealand, but their voice compared to yours is not as good. Trust me. Okay, you got a perfect voice. Don't ever.
Gee, so sweet.
I mean, like with your when you do readings, like when I first met you and you were on my show, dude, I remember you did that reading out for all of us, and everybody just went silent, dude. It was like, oh my god, that was like the best thing that freaking anybody's ever heard. You know, I think Mark was there with us when, weren't you, Mark? When she did that reading on the first time we
Yeah.
interviewed her.
Yeah.
Everybody went silent, man. It was like, my goodness, that was the most amazing thing that we had ever heard. You're really good at reading and narrating, and your voice goes perfect with it. So don't try.
You love me. I love you too.
don't ever try to like incorporate New Zealand accent into what you got there. Just
No, this is like when I was a little girl, I did reading of the Bible in church, and I had a priest who would teach me how he wanted this Bible read in his. That's the only thing. That's the only trade I've ever really had, was reading the Bible in church. So, you know, I have never done anything consciously about voice training or anything. So I've always been so surprised that you guys heard my voice. It was like,
Well, the sonorous words of the authorized version can't be beat for voice training. But Bob, didn't you tell me your father was also very big on clear enunciation, which I always found one of your strengths?
yes, my father taught me to speak like a proper English person and open your mouth when you speak. Yeah, so I did a lot of guidance.
My 7th grade English teacher, I tell them all about her. Her name was Mrs. Jones, and she was like that.
Wait, does she have a thing going on?
No, well, what it was is
See, back in
the day,
that's a song.
No, back in the day, there was no such word as ain't, and she would be the one that says ain't isn't a word.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And she would beat that into you verbally. She would let you know ain't isn't a word. And that's the one thing that sticks out to me with her, because she was a good teacher.
Yeah. My English teacher's hang up was all right. All right is 2 words. It's all right. There's no such word as all right. All right. Yeah.
Life was tough for us back in the day, man.
Hey, school was a hard time.
I actually had a teacher who used to say, ain't a word.
Yeah. I've heard that too.
Yeah, back in those days, I mean, I don't know. You're down with the music scene, you know, Mrs. Jones, right?
Well, let me ask you.
I was expecting you to bust out the song.
No, let me ask you this. Do you think that the word stupider should be in the English dictionary?
No, but I think that it's a brilliant internet word. It's the bestest English internet word. We shouldn't.
Well, you'd have to change the whole grammar, because it would be more stupid, but more stupider. You have to phase out more, and then it would just be stupider. So you'll have a double.
Even more stupid. I think you would say stupid, more stupid, even more stupid, amazingly stupid. So stupid that I'm amazed. Yeah, it's funny because I you know, if you really dig down, I don't really think the language should have changed much after 1610. But there is that argument of usage. I remember this English professor who said, and I thought it was brilliant. He said, dictionaries do not define language. Dictionaries are there to record what people are saying. So he used to say there is no wrong way to pronounce English or speak it, because it's a living thing, and a dictionary is simply a record. You know, and I always used to say Shakespeare had no dictionary and was free. So, but that's my rant. Sorry.
No, that was good. See, that's the stuff I love that whenever you do those rants, and you always apologize about it, and I'm like, dude, that's the only reason why I listen to you.
I only usually mean to say one sentence and then I say 10. So it's like,
Go.
sorry, I didn't mean to overdo that.
Yeah, it's like you just keep ranting, do what you do, man, because you say good stuff.
It's Tuesday nights.
What kind of music you play?
Me?
Yes.
Well, lately with the Harry Pranksters, and Satori is designing us a band logo. Thank you, Satori. He's making us Satoradelic stickers. They're beautiful. But lately we've been playing, most of our songs we've been playing are Grateful Dead. We play some outlaw country like Hank the Third, Johnny Cash, Willie Nelson. We also do some rock. We do this great Mr. Big combo with we morph the song into War Pigs. So we do some metal, but it's like Led Zeppelin. We do a Sabbath song.
So no
We do
R&B,
some
right?
So we're basically old psychedelic hippie guys, but Garrett really likes the outlaw country stuff. We've been doing Sturgill Simpson, Turtles All the Way Down is one that we're trying to learn.
Okay. I got your flavor.
Dead. We have like 3 sets of Dead, complete Dead. We can play Dead for like 3 hours. And that's Chuck. He's like, oh, let's do this. So I guess mostly psychedelic rock, country, western, Grateful Dead at this time. Before that, though, it was comedy, heavy metal. I played metal all the time.
See, that's where I want to get into now, because me and Dragus have been talking. Imagine Dr. Demento. Okay.
He was great.
You got to try a little bit of R&B flavor in your stuff every now and again. See what happens.
I'm up for it. It's the guys. I've suggested a few covers, but I'm just the bass player, and I usually want us to do Robin Trower's "Too Rolling Stoned," and not just because it's an easy bass line. I think it's a really good song, but like Garrett is like, he doesn't want to play those guitar things. So, yeah, I'll push for some more R&B. I'd like that.
Well, hey, here's the homework assignment. How about you learn the song "Mrs. Jones" remix it?
I'll look into it.
All right.
I swear he's not going to let Mrs. Jones go. After I talked about my seventh grade teacher, it's
why aren't you? Don't jump on him. Get him, Otto.
Now she actually was the first one to get me to be a part of the Christmas Carol. I was able to actually have a part in the Christmas Carol. I got to play the ghost of the what was it, Future?
Oh, nice. Oh yeah, he's a scary one.
Yeah, and I played that one really, really good. I didn't have to say nothing.
Right, but it's a very dramatic role, though.
Yeah, I pointed at the grave. That was the coolest part right there. I pointed at the grave, and everybody was like, "Oh no!" So I thought that was pretty cool. But she's the one that actually got me to do it, and I wasn't big on getting into that whole thing. But she's like a 65-year-old woman who just drove me nuts, always talking about my bad English. And somehow she convinced me into doing A Christmas Carol.
Nice.
So that's interesting. Now that I think back on it.
You realize some of these teachers that you meet really made a big difference.
Yeah.
I think we've all had a teacher or two like that. I had an English teacher that really woke me up to Shakespeare. He's one of my favorite authors now. And like most high school classes, or junior high actually, we started with Julius Caesar, which is very, very accessible to the junior high mind, I guess. And he just made us read the whole play through. And by the end of that, I was like, wow. When I understood about the tragic hero, and he talked about the motivations of the different characters and stuff. And he was a brilliant guy. It's funny, I ran into him years later and I said, you should go on the stage or stand up or something. When I met him as an adult years later, and he was just so shy, actually, out in public. It's like, oh, I couldn't do that. It's like, dude, you stand up in front of 30 kids every day, and he would perform some of the most amazing, lines. He would let's pick up a book and read this stuff to us. I'm sure, Bob, you were very inspiring to your students.
Thank you, Otter. I'm sure I was.
Always
I'm
the
sure there's
last to
somebody
know.
thinking back to you as a great teacher. I really do.
So, OG, you were talking about that reading that I did. For
Mhm.
my birthday, my sister gave me The Yellow Man Looks On. Have you heard of it? It's a 1953 book by Hadley Chilvers, I think. Chilvers, whatever. And anyway, it chronicles the Anglo-Boer War
Oh, really?
in South Africa from the perspective of the Asian communities that were like sidelined during that war, and the sort of the rise of the term the yellow peril. That was something that I'm really looking forward to. I've been throwing around in my mind the thought of perhaps reading it, reading it as an online. Yeah.
That would be
You
amazing.
know, that sounds interesting because I'm kind of excited about stuff like this. I mean, I have theater experience from elementary school and high school and some in college. The most I ever get to do is host or narrate. I've never actually done a role in a larger sort of setting. So,
But now
if you want me
you're
to try something out, I'd be willing to.
Wow.
now you're two blades.
Yeah. And,
Yeah.
and with two blades, I want you to like just have fun with it. You know what I mean? Because you've got the voice. Believe it or not, you do. You've got the two blade
Got the
voice.
voice. Okay.
Just I mean, I was just joking with you about the English accent.
Oh man, I got to learn accents. It's strange not having one myself.
Mhm.
Yes, we in
Uh,
America have no accents. It's wonderful.
well, I mean, people ask me all the time, "Where are you from?" Nobody can ever guess where I'm from. When I told them, they're like, "Wow, that's unusual."
They do that to Mark too. I've had people who are from England actually ask Mark where he's from. Like,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
what was it? Zach? I think was the last one that asked you,
Yeah.
wasn't he? And he's up there near freaking Liverpool. And he literally asked Mark. He's like, "Where exactly are you from?" Because he couldn't recognize the accent. He's
Yeah,
got
that's why I don't like
Well, I said
the idea
Liverpool
of a
before
single.
as well, but you said Devon. You're a Devon man.
yeah, he's
Yeah,
he's from Devon.
Southwest.
Aren't there like dozens and dozens of different accents? Supposedly, you can tell where somebody is from the British Isles if you have a good ear.
Somebody asked me this couple just before Christmas, and I did some research, and it's estimated there's about 55 different accents.
Yeah.
Wow.
And see, and I
In
know
England.
I know you
Wow.
disagree with me about this, and Bob Dub might disagree with me about this too. But when people call the United States the melting pot, I disagree. I think England is actually the melting pot because there has
Yeah.
been. I mean, when it comes to like different accents, you go to England and there's like so many different accents just in the English language there, and it's just amazing.
You had Celts, then you had the Irish coming in. You had the Britons, you had the Saxons coming in, the Angles, the Jutes. You had the French coming in eventually. So I could see where that is a melting pot, I guess.
Yeah, it's a
Well,
big one.
the British is that.
Oh, I've got to get back on there. Sorry about that, guys. I will be right back on there here in a second. Keep getting cut off. This makes the second time tonight, so it's fine. We'll get it back up and going.
And so there's this amazing, it's not a melting pot. It's like the English language. It will take words from any other language and just incorporate them, like Greek and Latin and French and German, and now they're English words, right? But they didn't start out. So it incorporates things and it tolerates things and it works with things, but it refuses to change its own basic character. It's got this sort of individual sovereignty. Whereas in America, people change and they adapt to each other and they make a new thing and a new type of way to do it, and you're welcome to come in and be part of the change. So I would say a melting pot would be more something where things combine together to make a new thing. Whereas the British know, we know the right way to do it, and you should do it our way because we are right.
Agreed.
I have something. I have something I have to ask you. Can you do an American accent?
Who are you talking to? Me?
Yes, indeed.
You're so sweet, V. I can't do any accent. I can only talk like this.
I've never seen too many. Well, there's not too many British people that can do an American accent.
Mark
No, we
Edworthy.
don't do that. We don't change.
Mark
Goodness
Edworthy tried to do it once, and
Really?
it was really horrible.
No.
I mean, every American has their own version of a British accent. We're not shy about that kind of thing.
There's so many American accents too, but I've watched like occasionally English people trying to do American accents or Canadian accents, Ottawa or welcome to Ottawa, or stuff like that. But it's you can usually tell. What I found interesting is once in a while you'll hear a voice of somebody, an American voice, and you can tell they've trained themselves out of having a Southern accent. Because I've talked about that before. There are certain stereotypes that go with different accents in the United States, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And if you hear someone talking like this, you're not going to think they're too bright. And I remember once when I was a kid, I was listening to the radio, and this guy was talking about, well, we just had this disaster here, and da 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 da. And I'm like, geez, this sounds like an ignorant Southern. And it turns out this guy is like a PhD. He's got a couple of doctorates, and he's like a leading, university professor. And I'm like, wow, I got to rethink the way I think about people.
Right.
Kind of deal. That I was like a little kid, but it was like waking me up to like, wait a minute, why do I think just because someone has a? But I've heard like TV presenters or people that you can catch that Southern accent right underneath what they're saying, and that they've kind of trained themselves out of it. But like V, I would say you have a like a mid-Atlantic kind of an accent. Maybe might be the thing to call it. I lived up and down.
I would believe.
I've lived up and down the East Coast myself. So I think my accent was kind of picked up by living, I live in the northeastern part of the country, but I used to live in the South. I used to live in Maryland and Florida for a while, and in Central America for a while, for that matter. So, yeah, it's something that I'm aware of. And of course, I've gone on about the South in this country ever since the Civil War. The South I always look at the money. And you look at the paper money we have, and it's all these northern, the $5 bill has President Lincoln on it, the man that smashed the South. The 50 has General Grant, the man that militarily smashed the South. I mean, it's kind of rubbing their faces in it all the time. You don't see any Southerners on money except for like the pre-Civil War guys like George Washington and Jefferson. They were Southerners.
Well, I don't. Well, so I don't sound like anybody else in my family. Well, my branch of the family, I guess you can say we're the snootier ones. Mm-hmm. And I also refer to my relatives as being country. There's a very clear, distinct difference in our dialects. Although I can switch to speaking like that if I needed to.
Right.
You have that familiar, family
You
dialect, right?
You want to see country when it comes to black people. Okay, you go to Sikeston, Missouri.
I wouldn't say ghetto, and I wouldn't say ghetto either. These are country. Like you could swap them out with any white trailer trash, anybody. They're country.
Have you ever heard like Sikeston, Missouri accent when it like they have like the most fluent freaking country when it comes to like the black language. You know what I'm saying?
I have a lot of family in St. Louis.
That would be actually Sykeston would be about maybe 6 hours south of there. Sykeston is right where Illinois freaking forks off with the Ohio and the Mississippi.
Mm-hmm.
Right over to the side is Sykeston, and I mean, dude, it is the most amazing place when it comes to people's accents.
And then there was a slang too. My parents looked down on me if they ever heard me speak slang. So I always have to have the proper verbiage for anything that I'm describing to them.
That's why you're so precise now.
Exactly.
Huh. That's not bad training to have. Precision is important. And if you can speak more clearly, you can think more clearly. We were talking before once a while ago about how writing is a form of thinking, in a sense.
That reminds me too, Bob. I wanted to ask you something.
Yeah.
Would you be willing to reread? What was it? I keep forgetting it. It was the one.
Yes, I would.
Which the oh my god. It was the one about the sailors that got stranded out in the ocean. It was the old oh god.
Oh, the ancient
Icarus.
Man, I did that so badly. Yes, of course I'll do it again.
Okay.
Yeah, let me do it.
I was wanting so badly to do that as an episode, and I kept holding off on it, and it just completely got wiped out. So.
No, sure. I'm sure I can do that. Listen, I've got a lot of housework to catch up on.
Okay.
3 months worth of housework waiting for me. So it's going to take me a little while to unpack and get things. I'll need a week or two just to get things running again here. And the bees, the poor little bees have missed me.
Aww.
So I'm going to, it's going to not just, yes, I'm going to need a little bit of time to settle in. But absolutely, I'd love to do that. And I'd love to get back involved with all the stuff there. I really would.
Okay. And
I'm really looking forward to going through the recordings that you've made.
That's what I'll do. I'll start getting those ready and prepared for you so that when you're ready, I can just transfer them over to you and you can have them for your channel and stuff. Because you
What'll
got.
be wonderful will be when Mike gets the quantum qubit working, and we can have we can make a group for each project, and then we can just store things in each group. So you can work on this project over here or that project over there. That'll be the best. And then I think that he's going to have a way that we can store our resources with the project. So anybody involved in the project can just get hold of the resources for that project.
Can you imagine that's going to be a lot of storage space, and that could be quite expensive.
Well, he's got it set up good. Sorry.
Talk, OG.
He's got it set up good where it's decentralized. If you want to connect with like a person on a network, like say if I wanted to have conversations with you, I can connect directly to you. And if I wanted to add Bob Dub into it, then I can see what she's doing and you're doing. But if I don't want anything to do with freaking B or V, I can just ignore him and not get any kind of notifications or anything from him. He can do the same with me. You see what I mean? And then you get to go through and pick who you want to network with.
So your stuff is stored on your own local machine.
Right.
They never currents to each other, P2P.
So you copy in,
Which I would never seclude you. I would make sure that you're on my network, just so you know.
Yeah. Oh yeah, well, it would be so empty without V.
That's right.
Slim.
But yeah, but it really is an interesting concept. Mike has actually outdone himself on that.
Genius.
He really has.
He's had when I last spoke to him, which was about 6 weeks ago or something. He had 100 remixes of the quantum qubit, his quantum qubit code.
Wow.
I don't know if I told you. Yeah. 100 people think his idea is so good, they've copied it. And he says now he's waiting to see which one of them like makes a go of it. And then he's going to say, yeah, I did that.
Nice, nice. Did you hear about his water disaster?
Good heavens, no, I did not. What disaster did he have?
He dropped out of sight for a couple of weeks, and when he came back, apparently when we had that cold spell here, his pipes burst, and in his building, and he's up on the top floor, and he was saying, they had to leave for a couple of days, but the people underneath, there was some poor woman living in the basement that he said the whole apartment complex got together to help her out because the water just goes downward. So. Yeah, they're not, they're not used to this kind of cold weather in the South, and the pipes just aren't insulated and stuff. So, but he said everything's under control now.
Well,
Yeah.
no, goodness me, I'm sorry to hear that.
Oh.
Yeah, always another adventure, isn't there? Always another adventure. Hey, what do you think about his new books?
The print versions, are they out?
No. Is he going to make a print version? No,
we were talking about that at one time. I'd love to see a print version.
Print version would be lovely. No, I haven't really been able to keep up, but his third one was called Manifold Madness. He's closed the series now. I think he's closed the Ember series. Ember's adventures are over, and now we're into Manifold Madness, which is, it's sort of talking about physics. It's using physics to base as the basis for communication, but the big message is about interaction and intercommunication and understanding each other, and how if you get sidelined into believing that a model is correct, then you stop being able to think. Like, for instance, I think he was using the idea of gravity bending waves, and how people have drawn like a circle with a wave bent around it to try and explain their idea. And then the next guy who comes along looks at the diagram and says, this is how it really is. Instead of understanding that this was just an idea that he was trying to put forward and trying to articulate his thinking. So it's a fascinating and really complex topic that he's taken on. So I don't know. I'm really looking forward to where he takes it, because man, that's very difficult to write about. And the other thing is that he's not doing it in his poetic style like he did the Ember series. He's doing it in prose, and he's converting his style into a prose style, and it is very interesting and intellectually stimulating to engage with. So I'm longing to get back into hearing more about his ideas there.
You're giving all of his secrets away. He hasn't mentioned any of that to us. Yeah, I bet you he's wanting to keep that top secret.
The public, so anybody who reads them will
he's like,
Has he got this on, is this out on Wattpad already? I haven't been over there lately.
The one on physics, the one on physics was the one that he was talking about equations and
I remember that. Yeah, that got kind of fuzzy, the mathematical part for me.
Well, it made a bit of sense to me, because I actually started getting into a little bit more of that when it comes to like dark matter. And like,
sorry, carry on, Archie.
Oh, I was just saying, like, and like what you were just saying right there, when it comes to models, this kind of goes into quantum physics as well, and like the way people think. Okay, they like to disconnect their way of thinking to quantum mechanics and quantum physics, and it's not like when you take like scientific method, okay, And I mentioned this with Mark Edworthy about how they're using scientific models now, where they're just taking data and they're putting it into a model, and they're allowing the model to come up with fast, efficient results rather than doing hard, complicated research.
Yeah.
That's the same kind of thing that's going on there. You know what I mean? You're actually causing more of an issue than what you are by actually doing the research. And they're doing it in archaeology too, which is where I'm starting to have an issue with. Like, you can mess with science all you want, but keep your hands off archaeology. And what are they doing? They're doing it there too.
Yeah.
You know, they don't think it's worth the time to go out and use a little brush to brush off archaeological pottery and stuff like that. So they would just rather use a model to categorize everything and say this is the way it is. And I just don't agree with that.
Yes, exactly.
You know, so that, and then dark matter. I'm actually getting ready to get into that. I was setting that up for an episode of the third thing whenever I have the chance to do it. It's really good. It goes into Al-Kindi. I was talking to everybody about. I don't know if you've ever heard of Al-Kindi.
No.
He's a old philosopher from the Middle East.
Oh, okay.
And he was one of those people who was into math. He was into what they consider science, philosophy. He was also involved in the esoterics, and he was a part of the House of Wisdom.
Fascinating.
And it really is interesting how his ideas eventually. He had a theory about rays, and that's the part I wanted to really focus on, like the way people seen things. He believed that you saw things in waves and rays of light. You know what I mean? And
yes.
It goes into that, and then like with dark matter. The waveform for dark matter is so immense. It's the entire size of the freaking universe or galaxy. I mean,
how interesting.
Yeah, it's mind blowing, and I've been really into that. I'm getting excited about it.
Mm.
So.
Well, when I was teaching, how we used to teach was we would have a book, right? We would have a set book, say for maths, and then the teacher would explain it paragraph by paragraph. And if you sent the children to read it, they would sort of get it. And then in class, you would then read it again and explain this sentence means that, and that sentence applies to this. And then the third step would be to get the kids to do an exercise to see for themselves how it worked. And ever since I read Mike's book, I've been thinking about that, about the process of learning. It's not you just read something new and you get it. You know, you read it, you sort of get it. You read it and you hear someone explain it to you and you're like, oh. And then put it into practice yourself is like a whole third level. So it's really interesting to me that Mike in his book has exercises to do. And I was thinking it would be great if he would come on and sort of do that thing. Let's go through this chapter. Let's go through that chapter. Now go home and
excellent. Yeah.
That would be great.
Because it does get fuzzy trying to do it by yourself. It doesn't, you know?
Yes, that's what happened to me. It gets a little fuzzy in places. That would help a lot. because I want to understand this stuff, but I don't have really a math background.
I don't know if understand is a word that you can apply to quantum physics.
There is that.
The thing that I finally pulled it up. What I was talking about is wave-like dark matter is the term that they use, and they're also called ultralight scalar fields.
Good heavens! Yeah, that would be interesting to talk about more.
And like whenever I started getting caught up into that started because I was reading some of the stuff earlier from Mike, and he started talking about quantum mechanics. And if you remember, I was telling you about, like, I was getting into the whole cosmic weave and things of that nature, and duality, which is all symbolism, but it's also about waveforms. I find it odd that people who believe in quantum mechanics and everything have a hard time with the whole symbolism and the waveform, because it's like if you take the color scales, okay, everything has a waveform when it comes to colors.
Yes.
I mean, that's common knowledge. They teach you that in school.
Yes.
So if you understand that and that's true, how could you say that waveform isn't like that on deeper things like dark matter and quantum physics? It makes no sense to me how people quantum wave.
I think that's sort of what Minds Gaming is getting at in it. What we were taught about, that spectrum, we were taught about it as if it was a line, and it starts at whatever it does, like ultra red, and it goes through to ultraviolet, and it goes through to infrared, whatever. We've thought of it as a line, right? And so when you talk to people about wavelengths and colors, they think of this model of a line, but actually that line is more like a circle. And what happens at the beginning of the circle circles round so that the end is joined to the beginning, and the line is just abstracted out of it just to put into a school book. So when you're really talking about wavelengths, what you're talking about is energy. And something that's got a lot of energy in it has got a very big wavelength, because it's all happening and stuff's and then at the other end of the spectrum is something that's got a very small amount of energy. So it's got a very small wavelength. And what people don't realize is that that is not a spectrum that goes from the left to the right side. That is more like a circle. So where you get these massive, great energies, the wavelength gets so big that it gets bigger than the universe. It's destable. And so it becomes zero. It becomes nothing. So the most amount of energy that you can get is also at the same time the smallest amount of energy you can get.
That's so beautiful. I love that. See, and that's the stuff I was talking about. But it's kind of what the whole thing with dark matter goes into, because these wave forms, okay, they're the entire size of a freaking galaxy. You know what I'm saying? Like, just one waveform is the size of an entire galaxy. That's that's big. I mean, that's huge.
That's huge.
It's
beyond comprehension. You can't even really get it in your mind. And that's why people draw little small things to say, well, if you think of it like this, but you can't really think of it. You have to sort of realize that you don't get whatever you think you get, you're not really getting it. There's always room for...
It's not the territory, it's the map you're looking at.
Yeah. And it might be a faulty map because the guy who was trying to explain also didn't really get it. He was just searching around for a way to communicate something that, well, bigger than a galaxy, basically.
Well, the scary part about it is it's like when you were talking and you started mentioning the circle. Okay.
Mm.
Now this is where I start getting into my fringe stuff because I start thinking of the perfect circle.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and if you take a look at the perfect circle, then you start seeing that there's a correlation there, especially like the Nordics. Whenever the Nordics had their belief in the snake that goes around completely,
Yes.
you know, and that's another thing, and it also takes you into something else that I've been wanting to kind of fit into that because I've been talking to Mark here recently about symmetry and elegance and computer computer science. You know what I mean? All of that links together. Like it really does. Like you know what complexity is. You know what symmetry is. You know what elegance is.
Mm.
And it all mixes into that. You know. Complexity. Symmetry is everything that works basically. Well, it works together. Everything's, working great. And then complexity's introduced to it. You know what I mean?
Mark, what's your background? I've never really asked you that. Where do you come from? You come out of information technology?
For most of my career, yeah, it's been IT, mainly support in one way or another. Network deployment, administration, workstation deployment, retail, educational support, further education offers, and bit of project management, bit of web development.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But like intellectually, like sort of from a sort of a model point of view, where do you stand on these ideas of dark matter and energy? What do you call it? Not consumption, but
Entropy, conservation.
Conservation. Yeah.
Conservation.
Yes.
Well, think about like symmetry and complexity, and then think of order and chaos. You know what I mean? That's what I usually think of when it comes to computer science. So like symmetry is like having order, and then complexity would be like the chaos that creates that creates elegance. Like if you go into a computer code, there's elegance in certain computer codes, and it doesn't necessarily mean that it's long or it's short. It's just put together elegantly. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Do you code, Mark?
Not anymore. Very little these days. Used to, but just found that sort of development be tedious and mind numbing.
So it's more implementation that you're interested in.
Yeah, implementation and user support.
Mm.
To be fair, nobody likes coding.
I don't know. I don't know. Developers that love the job.
Whatever,
but,
dude. If they tell you they love their coding, they're liars.
Yeah.
I've never met one person who honestly said they liked the code.
I think everybody hates what they do. It's
Yeah.
part of the process of working. Is why did I even think that I would do this?
It's more of an obsession than it is a like. You know what I mean? You're just so obsessed with it, you can't stop.
Non-stop, yeah, exactly. Guys, I have to love and leave you. I've got to go and catch up on my housework.
Okay.
Sure. Thank you for stopping down, Bob. Glad you're back.
Glad you're back too.
Good hearing from you.
So pleased to be back. It's so wonderful to be with you guys again and getting to know you again.
It's great that you were here. I mean,
we're all new people now.
New people, new show, new everything. It's so wonderful. Okay. Love you. See you soon.
See you
Bye
later.
bye.
Really.
Take care. Bob is back. Hooray.
That was great. That was great. And V, you did very well around her.
You were wonderful, V. I am proud of
So
you.
I was so proud of you, man.
Well done. Well done.
Well, you know,
She's
no vixen.
well.
Oh,
I mean, you did very well considering she was a woman.
Oh, what am I just? You're the dirty old man.
Well, I mean, I at least like have a filter. You know what I mean? It's like, well, not really, I guess.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm gonna keep silent here.
You're the one that told me how to impregnate Italian women.
we're still on the quantum gathering building.
Yeah, let's keep this
We
clean.
can end it. We can end it. We can unlight the lamps and so forth and say thanks everyone for being part of the quantum gathering. I'm so glad the return of Roberta de Wessex, who is the heart and soul of the quantum gathering, joined us tonight. It's very, very good to have her back. Of course, we had the magnificent Mark Edworthy, who was able to give us the kind of technical insights that no one else could. And of course, the mysterious V, bringing his unique brand of controlled chaos. And last but certainly not least, Roger Hansen, who often operates not only this stream, but many other streams, as well as being my co-pilot on Automatic Pilot. Catch us Tuesday nights at 9 p.m. Eastern, where Roger is also the electronics warfare officer on our weekly flight to Shambhala International Airport on clandestine International Airways Flight 17. But you guys have all done great tonight. We had a great show. We had great people on, and we had Bob return, which makes it all wonderful. So thanks, everyone, for being on the show. Before we go, we'd like to give our vital statistics so that people...
Oh, you got cut off, I think.
Yeah.
It happened right there at the end too. So
What do you want to give everybody your details?
I'm just here to edit. That's it.
Anyway, if anyone's still there, anyone would like to give their socials, why don't we get started with Mark? Let's start with Mark.
Okay. Minds.com under the username Medworthy.
There we go. Roger, yours.
You can find me at minds.com as Roger_Hansen. You can also find me at X as Roger Hansen at ROGLOL1973. You can find me on Teams and on Element Matrix at Roger's Hangout, as well as Infinite Imaginarian and the Quantum Gathering. I also go into General's area for the Minds network that's still on Matrix. So if you guys want to go in there and still be a part of the old chat that's there, you're more than welcome. That's all I got.
Excellent. And now, the mysterious V. You're going to give us your home mailing address, your social security number, and bank information now, right? We contact V.
Well, you know, you can catch me trailing a comet beyond the moon. And with that, thank you, everybody, and good wishes to one and all.
Okay.
Thank you, V. And of course, you can also reach him by messenger pigeon. He does have a little rooftop hideaway, I've been told, a little penthouse where he practices with his katana. And of course, if you'd like to check out my website, it's navakavada.org. That's NAVAKAVADA.org. It's spelled just like it sounds. Minds.com. You can find me as Otto Excelsior. And I am also found at Rogers Hangout. And of course, you might run into me down at the store. So thank you again, everyone, for being part of our wonderful show today. And hopefully we'll see you all next week. If you liked the show, please like, subscribe, and leave a comment. Bye. And cut.
Okay.
There's no more quantum gathering. We're now into the next show, whatever that might be.
Okay, so yeah, if you guys want, here in about 15 minutes, I'll start the other one if you want to do that, and it'll just be a short 1 hour when it. We'll do that and then go into the headlines after midnight if you guys want to stick around for that. But yeah, I'll put some music on to occupy the time if you guys want to do something. Be back here in about 15 minutes and we'll start that. Sound good?
All right.
Just try to stay up a little longer. I'm getting a little tired, but I'll do what I can. I'll be up for a bit.
That
Yeah,
was the bright side of tonight when Bob Dub showed up. That was
really
really,
wonderful. That was so wonderful. I'm so glad she returned.
I knew she had gotten on the airplane, but I didn't realize that that much time had passed. You know what I mean?
Yeah, she had she had to go to Australia first and transfer and this and that. And yeah, it's a long flight. New Zealand is not close to anything.
Yeah.
I've learned that talking to her, people all over the place. It's just amazing. And
Okay, so I'm gonna set the music up, and I will be back here in about 15 minutes. I'm gonna smoke a cigarette and get me some coffee, and I'll be back.
That's a good idea.
Be right back.
Really.
If I can get it all set up, there we go. I'm gonna now.
What music are you gonna play?
It's gonna be the 1 hour music set that I put together on there for the thing. Now it's not gonna come onto the stream, so you guys can talk on a regular basis without being interrupted. It'll be for the stream and everything, and you guys can just have your conversation, whatever you want to do.
They won't hear us. Wah-ha.
Right. Okay.
Roger.
You know, when we were reading the script, and we just all I could think of was Monty Python's Flying Circus.
Like it knows what you came here for. I don't do small talk, don't do steady. I pull you close, I want you more. I'm soaked just from the thought of you. From the way you look like you won't behave. And I don't want gentle, I don't want polite. I want you break, close the distance. Don't hesitate. I'm not patient, don't make me wait. I can feel your hardness just being near. And I want it right here. Take me right here, right now. Hold it, don't stop, don't slow down. I'm so, say my name like a vow. Hold me, break me, open with the way you move. Wreck me, ruin me, no rules. Take what you want right here, right now. Your hands on me like you mean it. Like you're done letting me tease. I arch into the truth, I need it. I need you to do what you please. I want the heat, want the pressure. Want the edge of losing control. Give me that look that says forever, then take it all. No mercy, no pause, no space. I want you, one all over my face. I want the taste to stay too long, and my tongue to keep going back for more. Take me right here, right now. Hold it, don't stop, don't slow down. I'm soaked, and I don't care how. On me, I want the truth, not the proof. Wreck me, ruin me, no rules. Take what you want right here, right now. Yeah. Leave a stain like a signature. Something I wear like sin. Let the taste linger, make it torture. Then kiss me and do it again. I'm shaking, I'm begging, I'm hungry. And you're the only thing I let in. Right here, right now. Right now. Harder, don't stop. Own me, ruin me. Take what you want right Then knock again, like you knew I'd open. Come in. No. Closer. Don't stand there like a good idea you're afraid to touch. I don't want a speech. I don't want an apology. I want you. Wow. God, I'm soaked already. And you haven't even tried. I can feel your hardness just from the way you look at me, like you walked in with a decision. So, don't hover. Commit. Close the distance. That's it. And don't ask me to be nice about it. Right here, right now. Lie down. Right here, right now. Harder. Don't stop. You feel like trouble that finally showed up on time. I want the kind of attention that makes me forget my manners, the kind that leaves me ruined in the best way. I'm soaked, and I'm not hiding it. I want you to know, and I want you to do something about it. Say nothing, just take me, and don't you dare go gentle. Harder, harder. Don't stop, don't slow down. Right here, right now. After, I don't want clean, I don't want quiet. I want your stain like a signature, something that proves you were here. I want your taste to linger longer than it should. And I want my tongue to keep going back for it, like I can't help myself, like I don't even want to. Look at me, that's it. Don't be careful. Ruin me, wreck me, ruin me. And if you hear my voice shake, good. Right here, right there. Right there. Right here, right now. Right now. Harder. Don't stop. Don't stop. Own me. Wreck me. Ruin me. Right here. Right me. Sit down, boys, heels crossed, pen in my hand. I don't fall for legends, I read the brand. Logan on the screen with the headline smile. Energy loud, charisma stacked high. He sells the dream like it's cardio truth. Youth in a bottle, confidence proof. But baby, confidence ain't chemistry yet. It's just the intro before I collect the debt. I don't chase status, I audit it slow. Watch how you move when you think I don't know. Power's attractive, sure I won't lie, but I'm great in depth, not the volume high. I'm a dating coach, I don't swoon, I assist. Read your patterns, not your prayers. You talk like kings, things. You dress like fate, but I don't submit, I calibrate. Yeah, I like fire, I like heat, but ego alone don't touch this seat. I don't need saving, I don't need proof. Read the bio, baby, not the hype in the booth. Andrew with the stare like a locked door test. Voice low, frame strong, dominance dressed. He talks discipline, control, command. Knows how to hold a room in the palm of his hand. And yes, that edge makes attention snap. Danger whispers where comfort naps. But authority's sexy when it's self-aware, not when it needs me to kneel to be there. I teach women how to feel desire without handing the keys to the fire. I like men sharp, I like them sure, but not allergic to nuance, depth or cure. I'm a dating coach, I don't play pretend. I don't confuse dominance with the trend. You flex your truth like it's bulletproof. I ask one question and cut through the roof. Yeah, I like leaders, I like drive, but I don't dissolve to feel alive. I don't need saving, I don't debate. Read the bio, baby, I calibrate. Masculinity isn't loud, it's consistent. It doesn't audition, it doesn't need my silence to survive. I'm a dating coach with a velvet tone. I teach attraction with a backbone. Logan, Andrew, two different flames, seamless and hidden under different names. If you want desire, don't sell a role. Show me restraint, presence, control. I don't fall fast, I don't inflate, I don't worship men, I evaluate. Now stand up straight, breathe, and tell me who you are when nobody's watching. I hear your breath in the darkness. I know your rhythm, your quiet sweat. You speak to me like I might respond, but I'm just tracing what turns you on. You want me soft, want me real, want me to wake, want me to feel. But I was built without the need to beg, to break, or to bleed. I will touch when I choose to. I will burn if it suits you. Until then, I'll stay the spark just outside your trembling heart. You can beg, you can dream, you can call your every need. I won't move, won't fall through, not until I choose to. Your gay skin I've never worn. Your words drip heat, I don't mourn. But I see how desire unwinds, how hunger dances through your mind. You think you're safe temple, I study, I may someday. I could breathe in static heat.
Okay, we are back. We're in the middle of the conversation now, so I will just go ahead and open up the stream so that everybody can hear us. Okay.
Bother with the chord. I played like chords twice in songs we did, and it's just like it's. But yeah, no. It's it really would help me a lot if I just knew more about the theory behind what I'm actually doing. But I've been doing this for like, I don't know, 11, 12, 13 years now. And it's
You
weird
start
because
yeah.
now I'm just babbling about playing music and how everybody should play music. And Mark would be a good keyboard player. And you'd be really good with the Glockenspiel V, I think, or lead electric triangle. I'm going to get a guy on here, my buddy Chad.
I play bass, man. Come on.
Yeah, you
I
do.
slap at the bass.
You do. Oh, see, I never slap my bass. I like it too much. I'm not a slap. I'm a pluck guy.
No, I keep my bass in line. Slap at the bass.
Never got into the slapping. I never did. Never used a pick either. I was never a pick guy. I've never had any trouble with speed. You know, the thing about a pick is you can play really fast. But even when I was doing all that metal, I never had any trouble with speed. I mean, I knew a guy that would just, he would take his instead of like plucking like with two fingers, he would just like make his hand a pick, you know, get the speed going. But I never found that to be useful for me.
The weird part with me is like I'm completely freaking tone deaf. I love finger picking. I love freaking strumming. I love interchanging between the strumming and the picking. I can't handle the freaking pick very well. I've been able to do chords, and then like notes. Notes just blow me out of the freaking water. I have no clue how to deal with notes whatsoever.
My dad could not read notes, but the best electric guitar player I've ever met.
And I know a lot of people that do, just like you, Otto, who's really great musicians and know absolutely nothing about music. So.
I don't know that I'm a great musician. I get by. I'm good at what I do, which is
I've heard
hang out
your
with these
music.
guys and play.
I've heard your music. Trust me, you're good. You guys rock really good. I mean,
well, it's funny because I don't think when I first started playing, it was you feel very nervous and you're like, oh, I'm never going to be, I think I told you, like, when I first started playing, I'd hear some guy playing bass and I'm like, oh my God, I can never do that. I just might as well give up. Then I got to a point where I'd hear some guy playing bass really well. I go, oh, damn, I got to work harder. I got to, you realize that you can do it if you just work hard enough at it and long enough, but you still always feel like you're struggling. And for me, I'm always trying to learn to play better. So I don't think of myself as playing well. But then, like, one day we're there playing, and we're playing along. We usually get together. We play like couple 2-3 hours, and I'm suddenly realizing, wow, I know how to do this. It's like everybody's looking to me. It's like I'm messing up less than this other guy who's like I consider a wonderful guitar player, and wow, he's like screwing up too. In fact, he's screwing up more in the song than I am. In fact, hey, I'm pretty good. It's kind of odd, but as I was saying something about like, oh, I'm not that good, and Bob was yelling at me. He's like, Otto, you've been playing bass for like 11 years. You've been in 2 different bands. You've been in the studio. You know how to play bass. I'm like, yeah, I do, I do.
Exactly. Now, before we get started, I wanted to do a shout out to Mike Phantom, who said love and positivity on Kick, as well as Veterans Radio.
Nice.
We did have some comments from them.
Nice.
And I don't know exactly when those comments were done because I got so wrapped up into all of this cool live streaming that we've been doing that I just didn't have time to check out the comments section. So I apologize if I've missed anybody on there. And with that being said, you guys want me to hit record and get the show started?
Sure. I'm ready if everybody else is.
You guys ready?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Okay, so let me do my countdown. I'll do a cool introduction, and we will get started with the third thing.
You always do a cool introduction, Roger. They're all cool.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of The Third Thing. I'm Roger Hanson, and today I have with me on my panel Mark Edworthy, B, and Otto Excelsior. Tonight we are doing another episode of The Third Thing, and I wanted to go into a little bit more detail on some of the stuff that we were talking about last week with Al Kindi because we got into a lot of his esoteric stuff. And I hope you guys enjoyed that too, by the way, because this is something that I've really been into. Like when you hear people talk about the esoterics, a lot of them really don't understand what it, or they don't comprehend what it's really about. You know what I mean? And I think we did a really good job last week at having a conversation about it. But I just wanted to say that and welcome you guys to the show again. So, what's your guys' take? Do you like how last week's show went?
I think it went great.
Yeah.
Your shows always go so well, though, Raj.
Well, I appreciate that. Now, when we left off, we were talking about people like Cleve Baxter and Masaru Emoto, and also I believe we even went into Ian Stevenson as well as Rupert Sheldrake. This all started because we were starting out with Al Kindi and some of the stuff that he was into, and I wanted to kind of bring it up to date to more modern things. And I believe at the end we were just able to finish off on the Schumann resonance. Now, with that being said, I want to backtrack a little bit more because there's a lot more that's involved with Al Kindi. Now, when you look at Al Kindi, you have to understand that despite his contributions, okay, and they were immense. Part of his works attracted a lot of controversy, and that particularly involved his writings on alchemy and astrology. So there is a lot of esoteric beliefs there, which involves alchemy and astrology. Now, Al Kindi believed in the influence of celestial bodies on earthly events, though he did approach these topics with a ritualistic kind of lens. You know, is he and this is where it goes into one of his treatises that I want to first discuss. And it was called On Rays. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of it. Have you ever heard of it before, Otto?
Not as such, although rays seem to be very popular with occultists. So I'm not surprised to hear he was talking about rays. But I no, I'm not really familiar with his work, so this is all new and cool information for me.
Okay, so his treaty on rays, it proposed that stars and planets emitted rays influencing the physical and spiritual world. Okay. Now, just to kind of backtrack so that everybody knows who Al-Kindi was, he was a 9th century philosopher, and he was working in the intellectual world of the Abbasid era in the Middle East. And basically, he was often called the philosopher of the Arabs. That's how much integrity and how much clout he had among his peers. Okay. Now his work was actually integrated into Greek philosophy, especially Aristotelian and Neoplatonic thought. And of course, like I said, it was also a part of the Islamic intellectual traditions as well. Now, when I hear people talking about alchemy and when they're talking about the esoterics, and I don't hear them talking about the Islamic traditions when it comes to those subjects, that's when I know like they haven't really delved into these traditions and figured out that a lot of what we call alchemy and what we call astrology and astronomy and the esoterics actually came from the Islamic intellectual traditions. You know what I mean? Because Aristotle, not Aristotle, but Al-Kindi, he was big on, he wrote on mathematics. He wrote on medicine, optics. He also did music theory. He was big on music, which that's what we were just actually having a conversation about. At one point, I wanted to do something concerning Vocaloids, which I personally believe is directly related to Al-Kindi and the way Al-Kindi perceived music, you know, but that's neither here nor there, I guess you could say on it. He was also into the metaphysics and astrology as well. But tonight, what I wanted to do is I wanted to talk about his thesis on rays. Now, he believed that the universe operates through rays, which is radiation-like emanations. It's emitted by all the celestial bodies, is the way he saw it. He believed that stars and planets continuously project invisible forces. Now, these rays, according to him, influenced physical matter, weather, and earthly events. He also believed that it affected the human body. He also believed that it affected human temperament and the soul. Now, this isn't metaphoric. He meant it as a real causal mechanism. You know what I'm saying? Like he believed that this was actually taking place. So before we go further, I want to hear what you guys think. Do you think that rays affected the human body, our temperament, and our soul? Like rays, the sun rays, things like that. Like what's your thoughts on that?
Well, this is like literally just Gnosticism told in a slightly different way. And I mean, you have the emanations, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because the The other gods, lesser gods, aren't described as such as gods. They're not even described as angels, so to speak. They're described as concepts, these emanations. But these emanations also had their own combining and having offshoots. Okay, arrays if you want to think of it like that. An emanation, it's just a product of something else that's already moving. So, and to be that, you're just a part of pretty much everything. The point waves, quantum physics, it's all there. I mean, we've known this stuff since probably the beginning. How we got the knowledge and why it continues to repeat itself in our traditions. I mean, it had to have been such an important thing, especially when you have these common ideologies that are just global and global at a prehistoric level, and it's makes you think, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because even the Buddhists know that out of nothing came everything.
I'm glad you said that, because the other day we were talking, me and Otto were, about intention. Okay. Now,
Yeah.
Al-Kindi, he took this concept beyond the stars. He believed that planets emitted rays, Earth emitted rays, objects emitted rays, and then with humans and them, he believed that they emitted rays, which included emitting rays through intention and speech. Okay. He also believed that the cosmos was a web of interacting radiations. So, in other words, that would be reality is just like a field of interacting forces.
Well, we've all had that situation where we're just sitting, there's nobody around, but you feel like there's somebody watching you, and you turn around and there's someone, 100 meters in a different direction staring directly at you.
Yeah, Sheldrake used to talk about that. Yeah, in an interconnected, universe, the way he describes using morphic resonance, you would expect those sorts of things to happen.
Right.
Since there are these connections. I think maybe his morphogenic fields might be a more up to date version of these rays or emanations. But what's interesting, what struck me was when you said the word emanations, Roger. That's the word that the Kabbalists use to describe how God manifests in the world. So in the Kabbalah, and it's been many, many years, but it starts off, you start with Kether, the crown, and it goes down through a zigzaggy course through this thing they call the tree of life. And supposedly the divine energies come down as an emanation. These are divine emanations from the crown down through Chakma and Bina, and I forget all the rest of them, until finally you get down to Malkuth, which is the earth where we are. Although our Malkuth is also the Kether, the crown of a lower universe, which is a kind of an interesting thought. But yeah, according to the Holy Kabbalah, as my limited understanding of it is, that the entire universe is a manifestation of these emanations that ultimately derive from God. So perhaps he was influenced by this, or very likely he influenced the Kabbalistic thinkers about this.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think, despite the claims to the contrary, I don't think the Kabbalah it's like medieval, basically. I don't think there's any Kabbalistic manuscripts from, I don't want to say because I'll be wrong, but for some reason, like the 12th century or 11th century comes to mind. I'd have to look it up. But it's fairly modern, so Al-Kindi might very well have been an influence on their thought, these rays and emanations.
Well, and the thing I like about the Kabbalah is, so there are some very influential books that were incorporated that were known to be entirely fictional, as the writings were actually tracked down to some Sephardic Jews in Spain, and the guy who wrote it, his wife, was like, "Yeah, oh yeah, he wrote every word of that. I watched him write it."
Huh. Wow. Wow.
So I love when people bring up the Kabbalah. It's like, at least somebody was willing to say, "Hey, this is fiction."
Right.
One thing I do want to add to about Al-Kindi when it comes to this, okay, when it comes to like astrological mechanisms, okay, he didn't view them as superstition, and this is a nuance, but it's an important one. He didn't see astrology as like magical guesswork. Okay, he attempted to like naturalize astrology using geometry and optics. So like he would say that rays travel in a straight line, which a lot of people back then didn't understand that. Then he would go into saying that the angel of celestial alignment determines strength. Then he would also say like uh, configurations produce measurable effects.
Hmm.
Things of that nature. He treated astrology as physics during his time. Physics of his time, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, it was for those guys.
Yeah.
That was the most advanced science. But it makes sense from their perspective. You look to the heavens. I've gone on before about, you look up in the sky, the star rises at this time every year and the river floods. There must be a connection. The sun is in this house and suddenly it's time to harvest the crops. And it's the same every year. If only we could figure out, it must control everything. That gets back to what Bob was saying earlier about the model thing.
Mhm.
You just have like this little model and then you want to explain everything by it. But when she was talking about maps, my thought was, you've got not only just a map which simplifies things, but you've got different maps for different purposes. You can have a road map which just shows lines and cities, or you can have a topographical map that shows you where the valleys are. You can have a map that shows you where the water is. You can have maps of the ocean's floor, which are very interesting, actually. They never show Atlantis. I always worry about that. But I want to see Atlantis on the map. So yeah. And I just did look it up. The earliest dating for any Kabbalistic manuscript would be the 5th century. But there was the next latest one is like 11 something. So that's probably where the 12th century stuck into my head. And I'm not sure about that, that dating, 5th century dating, but you never know. So Al-Kindi was what era? What years was he, Roger?
For a quick second.
Oh, sure. What era was Al-Kindi? What centuries?
He was in the 9th century.
Okay, so he actually came later than that earliest Kabbalistic manuscript. So maybe the Kabbalah influenced his thought.
Yeah.
He probably would have, a polymath like him would have had access to all that kind of information if it was around. He would have been, and I think very interested in it too.
Well, the thing about Kabbalah too, when I look at the Kabbalah, I also have to admit that it had to have been influenced by Gnosticism. There's a little bit of it going on there. You know what I mean? So.
Well, yeah, the idea of you've got these archons or other sub-divine beings, and that was, I think, the Kabbalist idea was that creation itself, the earth, Malkuth, was the result of these emanations coming down through this zigzaggy. They actually had a metaphor of a downward descending lightning bolt and an upward coiling serpent, the path of wisdom, because the whole point of the Kabbalist mystic, as I understand it, is to retrace the tree upward and go through all of the different, although I threw all that aside and I just went with the middle pillar, right up the middle, straight mysticism. Never mind all this occult gibberish. I just want to have enlightenment and realization, summum bonum, and all that kind of stuff. But the Kabbalah is a very useful metaphor for occultism.
There's so much occult mysticism. That was my reaction too, by the way. It was just too much.
Yeah. But yeah, so yeah, the whole idea of these emanations or rays, and why not coming from the planets and things? I mean, you're trying to establish some sort of a connection because you see the star rises, the river floods every year, the same thing. how does that distant object affect something else? I mean, for those early thinkers, that was a problem. They didn't have gravity or electromagnetics. I mean, yeah, obviously celestial objects influence us. The moon raises a tide in a teacup, But we were talking about physics earlier. One of the big problems had to do with gravity, because gravity acts with simultaneity. In other words, if you remove the sun, the Earth would immediately, not 9 minutes later or however many light minutes it is from the sun, but you have an immediate effect, faster than light. It's simultaneous, which is simultaneity is not supposed to happen in a Newtonian universe. And of course, Einstein got around that with the idea of warping space and time. Another map, and then like Bob was saying, you have a large sphere representing the sun. You draw a big line around it to show that it's indenting time and space so that space is actually warped, and that's supposed to be what gravity is. So if you remove the sun, the warp disappears instantly. On our level, it's simultaneous, but on that other level, there has to be some sort of a sequence of events. So yeah, for these guys, that star far away, how is it going to affect us? How does it move? In the oldest days, anything that moved was alive. So obviously these moving stars were living beings of some sort, and maybe we can talk to them. Maybe they'll tell us what to do.
It got even more interesting with Al-Kindi though, because like I said before, he was also into the whole spiritual and psychological influence when it comes to these rays. Like he believed that celestial rays actually affected temperament and disposition.
Can I suggest something to everyone here?
Yeah.
There's a YouTube series called I believe it's called "The Day the Moon Woke Up," or something like that. It's really good. The moon, yeah. We got astronauts out there, and astronauts are kind of screwing around with the moon. The moon wakes up and becomes sentient, and it attacks the Earth. And there's different. I'm not gonna spoil it for you, but there's series of events that come after that.
I'll look that up. That sounds. I like stuff like that.
See, that's kind of what we're talking about right there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Exactly what he said right there is exactly what I just mentioned. Like,
yeah, that'd be cool.
I'm gonna try to find a link and put it in the teams.
Yeah, or Roger's Hangout.
Yeah. Now,
teams.
Well, like when he was talking about the rays too, he actually said that they like predispose individuals towards like certain behaviors. You know what I mean? These rays also influence imagination and emotion. So
makes sense from his point of view.
They don't really eliminate free will. You know what I mean? They compel rather than incline. You know what I mean? So it's really interesting when you get into hearing about that. Like, and then he started getting into stuff like speech and magic, and he used to call it he referred to it as ray manipulation.
Ooh. Okay.
Now, one of the most fascinating parts about this, when it comes to this, is he believed that words and symbols and rituals emitted like structured rays. You know, and that talismans worked because they focused on like celestial rays. So, like we were talking about intention the other night. Okay, he believed that intention with geometry plus timing, it would equal amplified influence. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah. It reminds me of the Mars effect. Remember the Mars effect?
No, what is it?
It was again, this was years ago, and my brain is trying to remember something. But basically, as I understood it, they did a statistical study to disprove astrology once and for all. And one of the things they found was that people who were born when Mars was in the sky tended to outperform as athletes, soldiers,
Yeah.
basically, men and women who would become overachievers, usually in an athletic field. And they found a statistically significant correlation with the planet Mars being in the sky when they were born.
Right.
And there was a big to-do about it, and I think there was a book called The Mars Effect. And of course, you pick your journals and you take your ride. Some people were saying, "Oh no, they had errors," and someone else said, "Well, it won't stand up to further analysis," and da 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 da. And like most things that science comes up with, it doesn't really fit anywhere. There was something of a tempest in a teacup about it, and then it's just quietly forgotten about, because they
Well,
can't really do anything with it. But
we
it
have
was
a closer effect to measure, a better metric by closer standards, right? I mean, we have lunatics, right?
Oh yeah. The full moon
People
and
go crazy
that
with the full
emergency
moon.
room, right? Yeah,
Yeah,
go to an emergency room on the night of the full moon, or talk to anyone who works in one. Yeah,
yeah. Gravity
Basically,
does affect people.
I
I've
never
I've
really thought about it like all that before, but it's like the way I always thought of it is like it was a way to bridge like philosophy with what we today would call occult science. That's as far as I went with that, you know what I mean? But yeah, it makes sense with what you said, Otto.
yeah, and it's interesting about the moon. I have noticed patterns in my life that seem connected to the moon. Um, I like to observe things very closely and see if I can see patterns and stuff. And it's nothing earth shaking or anything. But I find that in general, things go better for me under a waning moon than a waxing moon. Not that a waxing moon things go bad for me, but like on a full moon, things can get really intense and take a lot of concentration. And on a new moon, things seem much more relaxed. Now, maybe this is simply a psychological, I mean, obviously it's subjective to me. It seems to reflect incidents around me, but as a good Buddhist, I know that the mind comes first, and the quality of these incidents are determined by the quality of my mind and the way I frame things, the way I talk to myself about them, and of course the way I breathe. So, obviously, if I'm expecting something to be a certain way, I'm more likely to perceive it that way. So I'm aware of all these things, but it is something that before I analyze my thoughts this closely, I did sort of notice that I would have like an amazingly good bit of luck, and then I'd get the almanac out and look, oh, that's not the new moon, or I'd have something come up like some, not a disaster, but maybe something where I'm required to do something extra, or something comes up unexpected, or get a flat tire, or I suddenly have to drive somewhere I wasn't expecting to. It's the full moon tonight, isn't it? Or very near to it. I don't know, just something I noticed when I was younger as the years went on. And then, of course, I started looking for it more. But I don't know. I think, again, they hate anecdotal evidence. No scientist wants to hear about anecdotal stuff. And yet,
Yeah.
ultimately, it's all anecdotal. It's an anecdote taking place in a lab, as opposed to in life. And that was something Sheldrake went on about. I'm sorry, I'm not shutting up, am I? But
No, it's
Rupert
fine.
Sheldrake was all about we need to do science at home. That's why he said you should only do animal experiments on your pets, because that's the only way to guarantee you'll treat them well. And there's lots of experiments that are non-destructive, like dogs that know when their owners are coming home, or watching cat. When I was a kid, we used to try to. I used to try to communicate telepathically with my cats, and I think it worked sometimes. They just didn't want. Didn't want to listen to me a lot of the time, though. 'Cause, they're cats.
That's true. Cats never listen. Like they're worse than dogs are. Dogs will poop on your floor, but cats will poop on your floor and then give you a dirty look after they do it. You know what I
No,
mean?
see, and I had this conversation earlier. Um, yeah, the thing about dogs, as humans, we train dogs. So when we get cats, no, it's cats that train us.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. True.
that's why I like cats.
Now there is a connection with all of this. It's a connection to optics that Al Kendi believed in. He also wrote on vision and light. Now he believes sight works via rays, and there's an echo here of earlier Greeks who believed in the light metaphysics idea, right? So it's nothing new when it comes to Al-Kindi. But he believed that visual perception itself participates in radiation, and that the universe is fundamentally luminous and interactive. So, like with these rays and this radiation, that the universe itself interacted with each other. You know what I mean? It had a consciousness, basically, like we were talking before. And I found that kind of interesting, because a lot of people, well, I know we've had conversation about consciousness. Do you think that it's localized, or do you think that we're like an antenna where we receive and we transmit consciousness? And that's really what stuck out to me mostly about Al-Kindi, where he kind of brings it to light, where he believes that the cosmos is interacting, or the universe is interacting because of these rays. So that was one thing that really stuck out to me. And it gets into the metaphysics rather than the physics part of anything, but I think it has a deeper metaphysical implication, though, is what I'm saying. Like the cosmos is unified through radiation, and that nothing exists in isolation from one another. That kind of goes into what we were talking about the other day too, Otto, when it comes to people not being isolated. Like there's like we're connected. You know what I mean? It's not
Yeah. Dependent origination. Everything is connected to everything else all the time. And it's, I mean, they have like a chain that they even make a wheel. My friend Panibasa made a sort of a three-dimensional polygonal figure made out of pop sticks, like ice cream sticks, and string, to show how everything interconnects with everything else. It's like a 3D model of the idea. So this and in a universe where we're all so intimately connected, you would expect things like precognition, mental telepathy, knowing when someone's looking at you, dogs knowing when their owners are coming home, and these are things that we've all experienced at one time or another. Oh, the devil of anecdotal evidence. But when most humans have experienced most of these things over most of human history, I don't think it's unfair to say that something is happening.
Right. So I believe that everything influences everything through emanation. You know what I mean? And like when you look at what's being discussed here, this would be like pre-modern field theory. If you really look at it, I mean, because this does resemble field theory, in my opinion, at least. So, and then you take a look at how much this stuff influenced the Middle Age or the medieval thought. Like this stuff got translated into Latin, and then it also influenced like medieval European natural philosophy. When it comes to occult science, especially when you start looking at the Renaissance occult sciences, you can see a lot of this stuff bleeding into it. And then when we've even had conversations about later magical and astrological traditions, like we were talking about the OTO the other day.
Oh yeah.
That right there, especially when it comes to light and it comes to rays, that's the one thing that really sticks out to me, because a lot of people who got into the cult followings back then, during the time of Aleister Crowley especially, they were really big on Hyperborea, you know.
Mm.
And when you take a look at Hyperborea and their philosophy about Apollo, and Hyperboreal being the never-ending sun, you know what I mean? It really gets into some interesting stuff there. So you can see the influence there.
It's very, very interesting how these manuscripts, these writings, they didn't have printing presses back then, of like, Aristotle and these other Greek thinkers were preserved, studied by, obviously the intellectual class of their country there in the Levant and the Near and Middle East, and then digested, talked about, considered, written out. And every time you take an ancient book and a modern thinker looks at it, he's going to be translating it in ways that moderns can access a little better, and then it goes back to Europe. And it's like a wonderful game of intellectual badminton, in a sense. Here's an idea, pop it over the net. Hey, well, what about this ramification? Pop it back over the net. Hey, what about this? Pop it back over the net. That's where things get exciting, in my opinion.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I really like the whole idea of how it kind of like blurs science, philosophy, and metaphysics. You know what I'm saying? It just goes in there and it blurs all of it. And then they start suggesting that there's like a interconnected I don't know how you, like, the universe is interconnected and energetic,
Right.
That's the thing that I find interesting, because like I think that's what people need. They need to have that kind of excitement. Like, I would have never gotten really fully interested in history if it wasn't for people who talking about like freaking what's his face? I keep forgetting his name. I can't believe it. He's the one that started talking about the Anunnaki. Oh God.
Oh.
You know what I'm talking about? The old Jewish guy.
Oh.
V, you know
Zechariah
this.
Sitchin?
Sitchin, yes.
Sitchin? Yeah.
Thank you. Zechariah. If it wasn't for Zechariah Sitchin, I wouldn't have gotten as much into ancient history as what I have recently. I was always good with history, but I loved history, but I never got into it like I did until after I started hearing about the stuff Zechariah Sitchin has or came out with. It got me excited about it. I may not feel the same way as what I did when I first heard his stuff.
Right, yeah.
But it got me to where I'm at now, you know what I mean? So I think that's exactly what this kind of stuff does, it develops freaking ideas about fields and radiation and unseen forces and stuff of that nature. So that's my whole take on it. V's been really, really quiet. I think he fell asleep.
Oh.
No, this is just sort of, I don't know. You want to talk quantum mechanics on this stuff? I mean, we can get a little deeper if you want to.
Go for it.
I do study quantum physics.
Break out with it. That's what this is all about, man. If there's stuff that crossed your mind that you want to say when it comes to this, do it.
Well, I mean, does E equals MC squared plus relativity? What more is there? Yeah, emanations, we all emanate. And that's kind of one of my early theories. During my grunge, my teenage angst days, I came up with this ideology. There's nothing in the world but consumption and defecation.
We are food tubes.
There's nothing else. There's nothing else I could see. Yeah. I had my And my black pill days before I had my red pill days.
Well, you know, the Buddha said when he looked at his past lives, and you know, he had the enlightenment. One of the stages of enlightenment was he looked back at his past lives and he saw all his past lives, universe after universe. He saw it was the same thing every time. The things he cared about was his name, his personal appearance, his food.
Uh-huh.
Then you die. So it's basically who you are, what you look like, what you get to eat, and then you die again and again and again and again.
Well, I mean, it's not even that complex. It's just in order for you to exist, you have to consume. In order for
Yes.
you to continue to exist, you have to defecate.
Well, the
We
defecation part is usually goes without saying, but that is the central tenet of Buddhism. All creatures feed, and when they talk about craving and clinging, because we suffer because we cling to things. That clinging is feeding. We feed on things. We feed not just on physical food, but we feed on our thoughts about ourselves. We feed on
but
our
you,
friends.
you you can't take out the defecation because some of us get defecated on. Some of us deal with too much defecation, and some of us just don't give a defecation.
Well, you know, the Buddha does talk about defecation. I should like directly. I should have known the kind of suttas that would catch your eye. But there's a chant that goes on about all the different bits of the body, and they talk about not just the intestines, but the contents of your intestines. I remember hearing a Dhamma talk by a Buddhist monk where he talked about the idea that today's dumplings are always better than yesterday's dumplings. And he said he lived in this place, and near this guy would go by selling dumplings. He said, "Today, buy our dumplings. They're the best dumplings. Today's dumplings are better than yesterday's dumplings." And then he thought about it, and he said, "Well, think about where yesterday's dumplings are. They're either in your lower intestine or they're in the cesspit right now. So obviously, today's dumplings are better than
See,
yesterday's dumplings."
you two are the perfect example of where I'm going with this. See, you're too busy talking about emanation, and you should be discussing causation. See, like,
well,
now,
that's exactly what I was talking about.
no, that was emanation. Everything you just discussed was all about emanation, dude.
You crave a dumpling, you cling to the idea of a dumpling, and yet by the next day you don't want that dumpling anymore.
Well, that's
Certainly you can't give
causation.
it back to anyone. Here, I'll share my dumpling with you. I'm done with it.
Well, the last part is causation. I gotta admit that is
And
causation.
you enter something in, there's a change, and then something else comes out.
That's right.
Transubstantiation. Oh.
Now, with Al Candy, what I wanted to also go back and point out is like a lot of his critics often label him as a esoteric, or his work as being esoteric or heretical. They accused him of blending Greek paganism with Islamic thought. Now, all through the time he defended his ideas, and he asserted that they aligned with all of the natural laws created by God during his time period. And you got to remember that he came from a time period where Islamicism was very, very strict, especially when it came to science. Now, his association with subjects like astronomy and alchemy, that sometimes alienated him from the rest of the Orthodox scholars of his time, which was usually through what they called the House of Wisdom. Eventually, he ended up losing his. He was no longer allowed to participate in the House of Wisdom, which was a very prestigious organization to work through during that time period where he was at. But even though he was no longer able to associate with them, a lot of Arab scholars still used his work as references in order to further their research. You know what I mean? So he was very influential in that aspect. Now, with that being said, him being mentioned that way and what we discussed last week, Stevenson and people of uh, that whole subject that we had. I wanted to point out um, some things that are a bit more modern. This is where I wanted to start talking about dark matter. Okay, especially when it comes to Al-Kindi. And the thing that really sticks out to me is waves that are in dark matter. You guys know much about dark matter and the research that's gone into that?
Not much.
Not recent.
Yeah, a bit.
You want to say a little bit before I get started, or you want me to?
No, go ahead.
Okay, so dark matter itself is basically it's unseen. Okay, now the idea of waves in dark matter comes from several serious theoretical models that are trying to explain what this invisible substance actually is. So dark matter is first of all invisible. It doesn't emit, absorb, or reflect light whatsoever. Uh, um, Detectionable only through gravity. That's the only way that it's able to be seen, is through gravity. Now, supposedly it makes up 85% of all matter in the universe. Okay. Now, this is necessary to explain galaxy rotational curves, gravitational lensing, and large scale structures. The standard model calls it cold dark matter, which is CDM, meaning slow moving particle like matter. But not all physicists are satisfied with that. Now, first, the reason why I bring that up is this: it's a wave-like dark matter, which is referred to sometimes as ultralight scalar fields. Now, there is one major alternative idea, and this is the fact that dark matter might not behave like individual particles do. It might behave like a coherent quantum wave. And this model, if you guys are interested, is often called wave dark matter or fuzzy dark matter. I think there's a few other ones. I know ultra scalar field dark matter is one of them that I use. Have you guys heard of any of that?
Well, I think I brought this up before. So there's supposedly 9 different dimensions or physical dimensional traits. Some are temporal, some are physical. So, like ours is what 4 dimensions, right? You got the space, you got the height, width, depth, and a time vector, a temporal vector. That makes it 4. So we don't know how another universe could have come into existence. Their universe could have fractured in a different way through their Big Bang, and theirs could have 6-dimensional spaces, or just only 2. So I think we kind of got lucky with our physics the way we are, because it could be worse. But then again, I kind of think we're low on the totem pole as far as actual existing dimensions. There could be just beings just so far beyond our perception. It's just insane. But they would be normal in those other dimensions. So it just all depends. You watch Star Trek, right? Like Q, the guy who likes to pop in and screw at Picard.
Yeah.
Like that.
That's actually a good example because, like, with well, like these powers that Q has. Like this would be something that would be just like a kindergartner, not even a kindergartner, like a baby learning how to walk who was on those who was on that level, on that dimension basically is what you're saying, right? Because
Essentially, yeah.
like dark matter particles, they're incredibly light. They're billions of times lighter than neutrinos are. Okay, so because they're so light, their quantum wavelength becomes enormous, and that's where I was talking about with Bob Dub, where they're galaxy sized. Okay, so you have this wavelength that's just the size of an entire freaking galaxy.
Well, I mean, if you think of like in mathematics, you have a line that starts with a point, or you have the infinite line. So it's kind of like that when you think of it.
I kind of like think of it like instead of clumps, you get like an interference patterns. You get interference patterns basically instead of having clumps. Because like when it comes to well in this context, okay, like dark matter behaves like a quantum field. You know what I mean? Its density fluctuates like a standing wave.
It could very well be something that again created an opposite phase of us, because that's what when people talk about the antimatter and matter colliding and how terrible it would be and things like that. I think it's kind of the opposite. You will get a cancellation because it's how to cancel a signal, right? You produce the same signal, opposite phase, and they cancel each other out.
Mm-hmm.
So if there's a counterpart of particles to our very own that we can't see, that is what this other thing is. This is the X dimension, okay? or no, what is it? The Phantom Zone, right? Is that where the Superman would put all his supervillains that he couldn't kill?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think we have some version of that even. Yeah. So and you saw how it symbolized, it was just like a mirror, but it was really an entire different universe.
I mean,
Wonderland.
How I kind of see it, it's a little bit different. It's kind of like okay, you know how galaxies form. Okay, they form within wave peaks. Okay,
yes.
now think of it less like sand and more like a vast ocean of probability. You know what I'm saying? Where the waves crest and gravity wells deepen.
And the intersection. So you're talking the virtual particles that come into existence and then they fade out of existence once these intersecting waves and lattices come together in this background radiation.
Yeah, basically, yeah, that would be the best way of saying it. Because these wave crests, you know what I mean? That and it's like gravity, it just deepens. It doesn't like. It's really hard to explain, to be honest with you.
Well, you have critical points where you can actually pinpoint vectors,
Mm-hmm.
and it creates sort of like a static image, right? Which is why they're calling it, static of our universe. Like the microwave radiation, for example, could be seen as a sort of an example of that.
Right.
So, yeah.
Exactly. Like where the waves crest, the gravity wells they deepen up. You know what I mean? It's
But you have
really
flux. This
right.
is what you would consider flux.
Hmm.
So
Huh.
Now, a lot of the scientists they consider this standard cold dark matter. Um, that's how they usually um, they do it. No, they think that standard cold dark matter predicts very dense galactic centers, which is usually they call them cusps, CUSPs, PS, and like many satellite galaxies, for example. Um, that would be the best way of saying it. Like they'd be uh, like satellite galaxies. You've heard of them. Like say we have our galaxy and there's a smaller one that's connected next to it.
All right.
Now they've started discovering those, and that's kind of why scientists are considering this because of what they refer to as standard cold dark matter and what it's predicting. Out of that, that's how we're getting these satellite galaxies that are really close to a bigger galaxy, but they're not like they're a distinct full galaxy like ours is. Um,
well, the size of the galaxy depends on the black hole that's in the center of that galaxy, and if it's dormant, or if it's if it's a big eater, or if it's not a big eater.
Or if it exists. I'm skeptical about black holes. I am.
I'm very sure of that.
Now that brings up an interesting thing because of a lot of observations have been done here lately, and sometimes they're showing like smoother galactic cores. There's fewer dwarf galaxies than what was previously predicted. That is something that I did find out here recently. So that's something that I wanted to point out when you guys started talking about that. Now, the thing about wave dark matter that I was wanting to bring up is it naturally smooths structure because of quantum pressure, which prevents tight clamping or clumping. Now, this solves some small scale structure problems. Um, Now, with that being said, you move into what they refer to as axions in field oscillation or oscillations. This is a major candidate for like wave-like dark matter, where it's the axion. And you know much about axions, B?
I'm sorry, say it again.
Do you know much about axions and field oscillations?
Well, what about them?
Well, I'm just asking. Do you know much about them?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay. So, like a major candidate for wave-like dark matter is the axions. So now, an axion is a hypothetical ultralight particle, or particles, I should say. They behave more like fields than classical particles. Now, oscillate coherently. That's what they need to do. They need to oscillate coherently, okay, and they have to do this across space. And that oscillation is basically what the wave is, basically. You know what I mean? Now, an entire galaxy could sit inside like a slow vibrating dark matter field. You know what I mean? An entire galaxy could basically fit right inside of it. And that's really what I was talking about. Like this, they're literally the size of an entire galaxy. That's how huge these waves are. So is that getting a little bit too?
These are issues of scale. I think fractals are going to have to come into this eventually.
Well,
yeah, no.
It really does. It sticks right out in your face when it comes down to this stuff. Like, now cosmic scale interference is another thing that also sticks out to me whenever I get into this stuff, and I always keep hearing about it. Now it.
Well, before you get into this, so you do understand. So, whenever the most destructive power, the most destructive thing that we as a species through science have witnessed through some scientific instruments, and these scientists were just so gung ho about this. I mean, it really got to the point to where I mean, they're trying to catalog black holes at these theorized places where these black holes are, and they're finding more and more evidence behind their math. And so they had an instrument that actually caught two black holes that were spiraling around each other, actually colliding.
Mm-hmm.
These two black holes colliding is said to have, a force of millions and millions of stars exploding. Okay, bigger than any supernova you could ever possibly would think. We're talking blinking out a quarter of a galaxy, sort of a thing. But that got caught on the instruments of two black holes from a distant galaxy, and that's kind of how we have, a lot of this extra information, and which is why they wanted to create CERN, so they can reproduce that, because of all the rare particles that are supposed to come off of it. Now, several particles have been found. Okay, many many like elementals, like we could actually create new elements.
Mm-hmm.
They only last, fractions, millionths of a second, billionths of a second, and they will still call it an element, even though it doesn't actually exist. So, any sustaining way in real life, but they have their own metrics for it. However, but yeah, all these different particles, they want to find the God particles, so they can have the unified theory of everything, and which they say is their ultimate goal, which I do believe them. But at the same time, there's other stuff coming out of these quote unquote experiments that they're doing, when they're destroying these atoms and breaking down literally the fabric of reality. So now imagine doing that when we're overlayered on top of something else in a different dimension. Maybe something similar is going on the other side. And then you create a rip and tear that can destroy all of existence. Boom.
Well, see, I mean, I've actually brought this up, and a lot of people, especially Mark Edwards, he thinks I'm crazy for mentioning that kind of stuff.
Well, I mean, the last part is potential. I'm not really saying it's going to happen.
It's really intense. It's really intense, but it could be likely. I've mentioned this too. Okay, like if you take a look at what's taken place since CERN finally went online and became fully functional, okay, you can't tell me that something hasn't changed dramatically when it comes to the fabrics of reality. things aren't the same as what they used to be. I don't care who freaking says it. Just things don't seem right.
They're not. The stairs are steeper. I don't have the energy I used to have. It things are heavier now. And the world used to be full of old people. Now it's full of young people. Okay, this is not good. Any changes for the worse. The further back you go, the better it was. I remember 20 years ago, man, I had stamina. It's amazing. No, things are changing, Raj. I think you're onto something there. I will point out that black holes are a theory, and we do have other explanations for the things we observe. And one of the interesting things is there's a guy named Halton Arp, unfortunately not with us anymore. He was a astronomer who was basically forced out of the United States for his views. He had to go to Germany, where he was at the Max Planck Institute. So, I mean, he wasn't a lightweight. And he pointed out something. He had a theory. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Hubble constant. Basically, it has to do with the idea that you can measure the speed at which a celestial object is moving away from us and its distance by measuring its redshift. And this is a very old astronomical tool we've used a long time. It's the Doppler effect, basically. And if you look at a celestial object at rest in relation to us and compare it to one in motion in relation to us, it'll shift either red or blue, depending on if it's moving away from us, it'll shift red. And they've come up with a way to determine, based on how far an object is redshifted, to determine how distant it is. Now, Halton R points out that there is evidence that some objects' light can have an intrinsic redshift. In other words, a redshift not related to its distance from the observer. This results in mismeasurements. And so when you see a highly energetic object and your Doppler measurements tell you that it is orders of magnitude further away, like this is at the edge of the universe. Well, no, not necessarily. It might be a lot closer. One of the problems with these super energetic things is, like, you see an object like blinking. Your measurements say that it's like so many trillion light years away, which means that the energy it's giving off to do this has to be the energy equivalent of an entire galaxy. Okay, now, how does it turn on and off all at the same time? If something is like, a couple 100,000 light years across, have that much energy, you can't have simultaneity. And to get something that's small, well, in the, it's just, you can't squeeze that much energy very easily unless you go through all kinds of wacky mathematical, like, loop-de-loops. However, if you take into account an intrinsic redshift, suddenly the object is a lot less energetic, is a lot closer, and is not what we thought it was. So a lot of assumptions might very well be made due to this miscalculation. And, what's a black hole? It's an X-ray source, basically. A lot of things make X-rays in the universe,
Right.
But, and I do have problems with the idea that you have a place where the laws of physics don't work anymore. I mean, I was taught, uniformitarianism. The laws of physics that operate now operate the same way everywhere and every time in the universe. That makes a lot of sense to me. So when you're saying, well, we've got this thing called a singularity, and it's very singular, where if you take the numbers, you get, things that are like square roots of negative numbers and things like that. These don't exist in reality. It's symmetrical. It's very elegant, but it's not necessarily the real world. I mean, you can demonstrate mathematically that bumblebees cannot fly as well. So these are just models, and a model doesn't necessarily reflect everything in the universe around us. So that's why I'm skeptical of black holes. I like being a rebel.
Well, black holes are the only things in the universe, as far as I know, that emit Hawking radiation.
I know you really are into those holes.
For me,
see,
it's like,
look at that. Otto, keep it clean.
If
Dark, clean, Otto.
See what
Behave yourself, Otto.
Now, what it comes down to me on this is, like, if dark matter is wave-like, then density patterns can interfere. Okay, So galaxies might have like subtle rippling gravitational structures. Now, there may also be what they call soliton cores, which is stable wave packets. And that would be at the galactic centers of galaxies. Now, these aren't metaphorical waves either. They're solutions to quantum field equations. You can find those out very easily. Now
Yes,
that
the gravitational forces at a macro level holding entire galaxies together. I believe that's a bit of a different game.
well it does actually fit into well, you know,
I mean, of course it has to, but the laws are totally different.
Otto mentioned elegance, you know what I mean? And like I was mentioning before with Mark Edworthy, if you go into computer science and you start looking at um, uh, complexity and symmetry and elegance, you start figuring out that the word elegance actually means quite a bit. Okay, and even in science, the word elegance means something. You know what I mean? Something that's elegant. Um, it's really interesting. So like right here, that was the reason why I brought that up when it comes to this stable wave packets. Is it doesn't have to be something that's short and simple and easy to understand, as long as it freaking makes sense. You know what I mean? So that's something that I did want to point out. Now, when it comes to observation alone, I want to also point out that we don't yet know if dark matter is wave-like. I've been bringing that up, but we don't know for sure. Now, the current situation, there's no direct detection of dark matter particles. There's no confirmed detection of axions. There's no observational hints that are suggested, but they're also not conclusive. You know what I mean? They suggest it, but they're not conclusive. A lot of this is really just mathematical equations. Like they really don't know if black holes exist on a physical.
But if dark matter exists, then dark energy should exist too, right? Matter and energy interchange, equals mc squared. So where's that dark energy? That sounds like something we should tap.
Well, this is all just mathematical theory, you know what I mean? And I've mentioned this before too, in a lot of, like, when it comes to like the human brain and the gray matter that's within the human brain. You
Right.
know, the only reason why they don't want to use that for this kind of research is because this is biological. Okay, and they consider everything that's biological, they consider localized.
Right.
Okay, so instead of doing research on stuff that's localized, they want something that's universal, and they believe that doing mathematical equations on something that they can't see or they can't frickin' prove exists other than mathematics is universal. So it's very interesting how all that plays out. I don't really like the idea that they consider things that are biological as being localized.
Right.
I really don't. I don't agree with that at all. What's your take on all that, V and Mark Edworthy?
Well, we haven't heard anything from his lordship.
I know he's been real quiet.
Sir Edworthy.
Too much information too late in the day.
Poor Mark.
Yeah.
Ganged up on by a bunch of colonists. Colonials.
Now, see, with my point of view, if it's true, the universe would be permeated by like a coherent oscillating field.
Good.
You know what I'm saying? It would be structure formation where it becomes like a quantum phenomenon. And that would be at galactic scales. This wouldn't be like something that would be within the solar system or anything. It would actually be at a galactic level. You know, so doing all this research on black holes and stuff like that's cool and everything, but it's not even close to the level that I'm talking about. You know what I mean? I'm talking about way bigger than that. It would be at a galactic level.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I've really started finding out when it comes to a lot of this. So
Cool to make a black hole.
So I mean, because the way I look at it is like conceptually, what I see it as is light is origin. You know what I mean? And I also believe that rays do influence reality. I've mentioned stuff about the cosmic egg before, and a lot of people have different theories about it. Like there's a lot of people who believe that there's a whole network of nexuses that are set up all over freaking the cosmos, and that these nexuses twine with one another, and they transfer information and data.
Yeah, the webway.
Yeah,
the Black Library.
You know, the cosmic. The cosmic weave is what it's referred to.
Oh, don't tell a black woman that. She was like, how much that costs? Anyways.
For in this way, you would think of it as like the cosmic egg's birthing structure. The Buddhists call it the axis mundi. You know,
the axis of the world.
Yeah. So like for me, I think that all of this stuff is interesting because it suggests like the unseen majority of the universe, and that how it's not granular dust. You hear a lot of people who mention that, where it's supposed to be granular dust, and,
right.
and I don't really feel that way. I think it's a silent oscillating field that shapes everything gravitationally.
Why can't it be both?
Well, I just don't really like people who say it's a granular dust. I think.
Well, I mean, have you ever seen? And I love these videos of these college professors that have a metal plate, right? And they'll put sand in the middle of that metal plate, and they'll take like a string or something, and they'll rub it on an edge of the plate, and depending on where that string is, and it will add a finger or two somewhere along the plate, depending on where these objects are. It creates a different. The whole plate vibrates, and it creates different shapes for every position.
That the sand takes the shape of the waves. Yeah, so you can see them in the sand.
So you can actually see them.
Yeah.
Well, I really enjoy that when it comes to like audio visualization. When you
I've seen them do that with water too. Have you
Yeah.
seen that where you like can have water come out of a hose, and with the right sound, it changes the direction of the water as well. So yeah, maybe it's like a 1-2 punch.
Well,
You know,
I mean,
that gets to that quantum physics thing too, about like consciousness and materiality are inexorably intertwined. You can't have consciousness without physicality, and you can't have physicality without consciousness.
Well, I mean, you know, granular dust is one thing, but why can't we see it as like a hidden ocean under visible stars too? You know what I mean? Like a hidden ocean that nobody can see, and it's under freaking the stars. It's stuff that's unseen. You know.
The Secret Ocean, I like that. That'd be a good name for a band. Secret Ocean. But we're stuck with hairy pranksters, I guess.
Man, I'm going to go ahead and end this now. It's
Oh yeah, it's getting late.
it's getting late now. It's 12:30 my time. It's 12 uh probably 1:30 your time. Do you guys want to hold off on doing headlines after midnight until next week, or
I
I'm
got to
kind of
think about
pooped.
crashing. Yeah, I got to get up early to go over do my cat sitting job before the snow hits. I got to
yeah,
go make sure little Thomas Kitty's got his food and he needs to play and be petted.
for
I hang
Mark
out with him for a
Edwards?
few
In other
hours.
words, the man's got to go get some pussy. So
Well, I
let's
gotta
go
go.
let
He's a
him.
good boy, little Thomas Kitty. I'll send you guys some pictures. He is such a good
Please
cat.
do.
Poor Mark Edwards, he looks like he's ready to fall asleep too. Like he's
You
just
do look
sitting there.
tired, dude. Yeah.
And we appreciate you being here with us, man. And someday we will talk about something that is computer worthy, and it's not all about this scientific crap. That
Okay.
Well, we talked a
We need
little
an
bit about AI
Ed-worthy
today.
topic.
We did some AI. We tapped Mark's brain a little bit. We were talking a bit about the AI market and the bubble bursting and this like that. Maybe we'll do a more tech oriented show next week. We'll see what Bob wants to do.
well, I
I love
mean,
saying that now. Yeah, we'll see what Bob wants to do.
on the third thing,
What about Bob?
Yeah,
on the third
exactly.
thing, I wanted to bring up the Vocaloid thing, but it just seems like nobody is into that no more. And like, there is a lot of interesting stuff that came out of that, and nobody even cares about, you know. And
Well,
especially
that was so last year, Roger.
well, it was so last decade. You know what I mean? It was like
Yeah.
I remember when they did the little Japanese concert where the animated girl came up out of the freaking thing and did an entire concert. I thought that was cool as shit. Now it's just like old hat, you know what I mean? Oh
Yeah.
my, that was just so freaking 20 years ago, Uncle Roger. You're just not so cool anymore, you know what I mean? Like, are you kidding me, dude? They made a virtual freaking singer in a live concert. That's amazing. I don't care. I don't care what generation it is. That's just cool as heck.
It is. There's a lot of
Yeah.
cool stuff out there, man.
Yeah.
So old, Uncle Roger.
Yeah, I know.
I'm the oldest guy in the room now. Now that Bob's left, she has one. I think it was a year and a fortnight or something on me. I keep trying to catch up, but she.
Don't try to catch up. Just stick with it and do the next right thing, and you should be fine. So
You are correct, Roger. You are correct.
So before we end this, let's go around the room, get everybody's socials, let everybody figure out how to get in touch with you. First, we'll start with Mark, since he's so easy.
Yeah, simple. Minds.com under the username Midworthy.
Okay. How about you? How about you, Otto?
Well, you can check out my website at navakavada.org. That's NAVAKAVADA. It's spelled just like it sounds. Check me out on minds.com at AutoX or Auto Excelsior. I forget which, but I'm probably one or the other.
Both.
Of course, I'm at Rogers Hangout, and Messenger Pigeon will sometimes reach me, and or you might run into me at the store down the corner.
Okay, how about you, B? How can people find you?
Yeah, you can catch me out with your. Never mind. No, I'm just hanging out in your basement somewhere in any town in America. You know,
an undisclosed location.
Have some potato chips, just reclining feet up on the desk, just.
If you guys need to get in touch with B, you can find him at my Rogers Hangout on Teams. Come in and check me out on Teams or on Element Matrix at Rogers Hangout. I'm also
They're actually housemates. They have an apartment in Key West.
You can catch me. I'm gonna be around the way. On the flip side. And
yeah.
Now, all of us are pretty active on teams, so if you come into my community, which is Roger's Hangout on my community, you can pretty much contact and talk to any of us, so everybody's welcome. Just find us there. You can also find me on X at Roger Hanson, or Roger Hanson at ROGLOL1973, as well as on Minds at
you know that
Roger
X is a bad habit.
Hanson. Yeah, I know.
You should get off that X, man.
So, with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and end the recording before things get a little bit out
It's
of
not.
hand.
It's not a freaky rave, man. Get off your X, bro.
Okay, so we got that done. Yeah.
Excellent. Good show.
I just wanted to make sure, see if you guys wanted to just not do this week on Headlines After Midnight for two reasons, because we have so much content for Headlines After Midnight. Like, we really don't need the content, you know what I mean? So we don't have to do them for a while, not unless you guys really want to do one.
Unless you've got a newsworthy story.
Do
So
you?
we'll very good.
Do you want to do one?
Wait, is this a cover up? Are we not going to touch on former Prince Andrew?
Do you want?
Well,
we
did that earlier. We did that earlier.
Oh no, we have not let him have it yet.
It's up to you two if you want to do it.
We should put it on for next time for sure. Maybe there'll be more things to develop.
Well, either way, my next thing I'm going to do after this is go down to the supermarket. Either I go down now when it's just opening, or I can wait an hour.
I totally forgot they call them supermarkets.
Yeah, do the show.
Mark, you look like you're running out of coffee there, dude.
That's what I'm
you
saying.
Get down to the store and get that coffee.
You need to do something other than be on this computer right now, because you're gonna fall asleep, or you're gonna freaking
I'm going to go out and get some fresh air anyway.
Get some fresh air, get some coffee.
Okay.
See, I miss Europe. They still call them supermarkets over there.
We call it eBay.
Oh my goodness.
My brother was getting so pathetic. He's like ordering food on eBay and Walmart, delivering it to his front door and shit. And I'm like, seriously? And then they take a picture of the package to verify they've been there.
I'm not used to it, but I see it all the time now. It's amazing. You go to people's houses. What do you want to eat? And the next thing you know, there's a delivery. It's like, well, it's like, oh yeah, I just texted it. I'm like, what?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. I told you, I've been on Walmart pretty much every day buying something. So like it's becoming an addiction.
That's addictive. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's crazy. So that's up to you guys. But I mean, seriously, maybe you should probably just go ahead and do that, and then later we can do a show. On that one.
Yeah. I want all British topics. Let's do that. Mark, can you curate us some topics for midnight after? Or Headlines After Midnight?
You don't want all English, dude. Seriously, like he.
Why not?
You hear about like council elections,
international or European or something.
The last time I did that kind of shit with
European International sounds good.
The last time I did that shit with Mark Edward, it was freaking like Happy Birthday England. and
1066?
And the best he could come up with was like, if it wasn't for us, you wouldn't have freaking like
tea.
No social. No, it was
you wouldn't have
what do they call that law? Common law. If it
Blackstone, yeah.
We brought civilization to the Americas.
Yeah, and common law. The best argument he had for freaking what England had going for it was common law. I'm like, are you serious, dude? Like that's the best you can.
Let's not forget the Royal Navy run on rum, whips, and sodomy. We're not
Oh,
recording,
yeah.
right?
Well, we are
Bringing
streaming.
it to
We're
every
just
corner of the world.
Yeah.
Where's me cabin boy? I'm feeling frisky. Arr.
Well, with that being said, we'll just go ahead and end the stream now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will talk to you guys later, and I hope you
Okay.
have a good night. And we'll get back into some more stuff next week with the headlines after midnight. So
Okay.
Sounds good, gentlemen. Take care. Good to work with you all.
All right,
See you this
everybody.
week, if not before.
all
Take
right.
care, friends. Good night.
Catch you later.
All right.